Chapter 988. Guhai, I know your abilities and I also understand that there is no chance of winning if I want to fight with you. Borrowing strength from other powers will only make me a chess piece. I am unwilling but I have no other choice. I originally wanted to choose a place to spend the rest of my life. However, my heart is tied to something else. I naturally understand that Jiang Rulai is using me to deal with you, and he doesn't have good intentions. However, I have to go. I do it for Gu Tang. Recently, my soul has been trembling like an emotional outburst. I keep recalling the life experiences of Chen Xian'er when I reincarnated. Although I am restrained by reason, there are some things that I can't let go of. Chen Xian'er has 4 sons, Qin, Han, Tang and Ming. After you they are Chen Xian'er's most important 4 sons. Among them, Gu Tang has been doted on by Chen Xian'er since he was young. Gu Tang also has a conscience. After Chen Xian'er died, he immediately reacted and followed the Qing Emperor to my side, protecting me at all times. Gu Tang is filial and has helped me overcome many adversity. Although I am cold to him, he has never left. With such a son, what more can I ask for? I am jealous of Chen Xian'er for having such a filial son. I have never treated him as a son, but he has always treated me as a mother. I originally wanted to live in seclusion, but Chen Xian'er's soul can't let go of this filial son. Perhaps you don't believe me, but I will tell you that the Gu Tang soul that Jiang Rulai returned to you last time is fake. The real Gu Tang has always been in Jiang Rulai's hands, prepared to be used to deal with you. My son? Before I live in seclusion I must save him. Because he has treated me like a mother all these years. Gu Tang is hidden in the Rulai's immortal dome by Jiang Rulai. You can't find it? Because I chose to be loyal to Jiang Rulai, I am qualified to enter. Before writing this letter, I saw you deal with Amethyst in the South Sea. I don't know if you can deal with Jiang Rulai, but I choose to believe you. At the very least, you won't give up on your son. I asked my subordinates to deliver the letter to you. It will take some time for the letter to reach your hands. If I had saved Gu Tang, I would have stopped him, and this letter would not have reached your hands. If I can't save Gu Tang, I'll probably be trapped as well. Next, it's up to you to save Lil Tang. Jiang Rulai's Tathagata Immortal Vault was the same as Amethyst's Immortal Vault. They were both bestowed by the vast Freedom Heavenly Demon. He had hidden the Tathagata Immortal Vault in the Hell-Dao Mystic Realm, which was the 18 levels of hell. You've been there. The Tathagata Immortal Dome was somewhere in there. If I fail, I can only rely on you to save him. You must pay attention. White Emperor. White Emperor. Did you join Jiang Rulai to save little Tang? Gu Hai's expression darkened. Your Majesty, is this letter from the White Emperor? Qin Tianshan asked worriedly. Although Shao Qin did not see the contents of the letter, the person who delivered the letter came too suddenly. Gu Hai glanced at the person who delivered the letter and nodded. Little Tang showed me a portrait of this person in the past. He is one of the White Emperor's loyal followers. Should not be wrong. Qin Tianshan, bring him away to rest. Do not neglect him. Yes. Qin Tianshan answered. The 18 levels of hell? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes slightly. Since this person delivered the letter, it meant that the White Emperor had fallen into it. Holding the letter, Gu Hai quickly went to the courtyard where Mahavairakana was. At this moment, Mahavairakana was studying the pill furnace used to burn Shangguan Hen. The world-burning earth fire furnace? Gu Hai, this furnace is really strange. It is actually a kind of 8 trigrams furnace? Mahavairakana said in surprise. 8 trigrams furnace? Gu Hai felt slightly stunned. Isn't the 8 trigrams furnace in Wansho Taoism? There are 8 kinds of 8 trigrams furnaces. If my guess is right, the one that the Taishang sect master used the fire gourd to forge is a fire-attributed 8 trigrams furnace. It corresponds to the 8 trigrams furnace of Earth's Taishang Laojun. This is the 8 trigrams furnace of the Kuan nature, Mahavairakana explained. Although Gu Hai was curious as well, he had more important things to do at this moment. Take your time to study this pill furnace. I have something that I need your help with, Gu Hai said solemnly. Oh. Mahavairakana shifted his gaze from the pill furnace to Gu Hai. There are differences between the 6 Immortal Dome and the 30 Immortal Dome. However, there are some heavenly Dao laws that are in common. I only want to ask if you can find the entrance to the Hell Dao Secret Realm, which is the entrance to the 18 levels of hell. Gu Hai asked. 18 levels of hell? Mahavairakana asked doubtfully. Yes. The 18 levels of hell were almost sealed off by the 6 Immortal. However, Jiang Rulai has the reincarnation pool that can be used to enter. Back then, I was sent to the 18 levels of hell by the reincarnation pool. I used the reincarnation lotus to get out. However, I want to enter the 18 levels of hell. Do you have the means to use this lotus to find a new entrance? Guhai took out a small bottle. There was a reincarnation lotus in the bottle. There is indeed the aura of reincarnation. I need to study it. Mahavairakana took the lotus and sensed it. Thank you. Guhai nodded. Mahavairakana sensed it with his hand. Suddenly, the lotus emitted bursts of rainbow light. Guhai did not leave. He waited patiently. This wait lasted for 2 days. The lotus trembled and a thin crack seemed to appear in the void. Fortunately, I did not disappoint you. Mahavairakana smiled. You found it? Thank you. Guhai was overjoyed. Just as Guhai was about to step forward to check on himself, Guhai suddenly turned around and looked at a large hall not far away. In that hall, there were Dragon God Ying, Guqin, and the others placed on the Guqin figurines. Dragon God Ying's exclamation suddenly came from the Guqin figurines. It's the Buddha's palm. Jiang Rulai? Your Highness, leave quickly. Leave the scorching sun desert quickly. Oh no, something's wrong. Guhai's expression changed. Mahavairakana was also clear-minded and instantly understood what was going on. The scorching sun desert, that direction. Mahavairakana, thank you for... Guhai pointed in a direction and did not finish his sentence. Boom. Mahavairakana instantly turned into a stream of light and shot into the distance. Mahavairakana's speed was also extremely fast. He flew in the direction that Guhai pointed and immediately saw a huge Buddha's palm in the distance, slapping toward Dragon God Ying with heavenly might. At the border of the Dahan Empire, in a huge desert area. Dragon God Ying was escorting Guqin and flying quickly. Your Highness, the Dahan Empire is right in front of us. Dragon God Ying said with a smile as he looked into the distance. Although Father has repeatedly urged us to return as soon as possible, he would have regretted not witnessing the previous battle with his own eyes. I've been busy for half a year. Haha, it's really exciting. Guqin laughed loudly. It's more than just exciting. You've done a great deed for the Dahan this time. Destroying the Holy Land's destiny? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have imagined it. Dragon God Ying still felt like he was dreaming. Great deed? I'm just following Father's plan to destroy the destiny. Everything is Father's plan. What I'm most looking forward to now is that Father can save Mother and little Tang as soon as possible. I don't care about anything else. Guqin's eyes flashed with anticipation. Spiritual Mountain's destiny has been destroyed. Jiang Rulai will be like a rootless duckweed. I'm sure it won't be long before your Majesty can achieve your wish. Dragon God Ying said with anticipation. Yes, Father can definitely do it. Guqin said with a hint of excitement. But at this moment, Dragon God Ying's hair stood on end as he sensed great danger. His expression changed as he cried out in alarm, "What's wrong?" Dragon God Ying instinctively took out a Guqin figurine. At the same time he turned his head. In the distance, a golden light shot over from the direction of Spiritual Mountain. As it shot over, it seemed to carry a monstrous resentment and anger. Amidst the golden light, a huge golden palm rushed over, as if it wanted to instantly smash the two of them into pieces. It's the Buddha's palm, Jiang Rulai? Your Highness, leave quickly. Leave the scorching sun desert quickly. Dragon God Ying's expression changed drastically. He waved his sleeve and threw Guqin into the distance. At the same time he met the attack with a palm. It wasn't that Dragon God Ying didn't want to dodge but that he couldn't. All the auras in the surroundings were locked. If he didn't meet the palm head-on, Guqin's crown prince would also be killed. With Guqin's cultivation, how could he block it? In this moment of crisis he could only save Guqin first. Dragon God Ying immediately met the attack. Haha, Dragon God Ying, if the Longzhonghua was still alive I would have given you some leeway. Now you want to protect him? No one can save him. Since you want to die, then die. Jiang Rulai suddenly descended from the sky. Boom. A huge golden palm condensed in the air and brazenly slapped down. It seemed to be capable of destroying the world. A black hole appeared in the air as all the power surged toward Dragon God Ying. Roar. Dragon God Ying let out a ferocious roar and turned into his zombie form. A pair of gigantic dragon-scaled skeletal wings appeared on his back. Jiang Chen's body went to the 9th level of the Heaven Palace and charged toward the Buddha's palm, with all his strength. Boom. A huge collision sound exploded in the air. The surrounding desert was suddenly filled with a sandstorm. The world was in chaos as if the end of the world had come. Guqin was thrown out of the sandstorm area by Dragon God Ying. At this moment, Dragon God Ying was using all his strength to stop Jiang Rulai. Guqin naturally wouldn't continue to be a burden to him. He turned around and rushed toward the Dahan. At the same time he took out the Guqin figurine and prepared to inform Gu Hai. Lord Long, I've implicated you. You must hold on for a while. Father will definitely come and save you. Guqin anxiously shouted. Bang! A black shadow shot in front of Guqin like a cannonball. Lord Long? Guqin's eyes widened in shock. Under the Buddha's palm, Dragon God Ying's body was instantly torn into countless pieces. Blood splattered everywhere. A pair of gigantic dragon-scaled skeletal wings suddenly broke open. Rumble. At the edge of the desert, a series of stone mountains were broken by Dragon God Ying. Finally he stopped at the foot of the 50th mountain. Pu piu piu. Dragon God Ying coughed out a stream of blood. He had blocked the palm for Guqin, but he was heavily injured and had no strength left. Jiang Rulai was too strong. Jiang Rulai's palm strike was more than strong. That was Dragon God Ying. He was crippled by a single palm strike? Whoosh! In an instant, Jiang Rulai appeared beside Guqin and looked at the Guqin figurine. He revealed a cold smile. Only now did you send a message to Gu Hai? It's too late. Jiang Rulai coldly snorted. He didn't give Guqin a chance to buy time and slammed his palm down. No! In the distant ruins, the heavily injured Dragon God Ying screamed in horror. Chapter 989. Jiang Rulai instantly arrived in front of Guqin after destroying Dragon Shenying with his palm. He saw a Guqin figurine in front of Guqin. You're only sending a message to Gu Hai now? It's too late. Jiang Rulai snorted. He didn't give Guqin any chance to buy time and slammed his palm down. It was too late. Even if Gu Hai heard about Guqin's Guqin figurine and came here, it would be too late. Jiang Rulai didn't want to drag this out. The holy land of Soul Mountain was destroyed, and he had to make Gu Hai suffer the pain of losing his son. The might of the palm overflowed into the heavens. The momentum of the palm strike had already torn countless holes in space. It seemed that it was about to drown Guqin. Under that palm strike, Guqin would definitely be vaporized. No! Dragon Shenying, who was severely injured, screamed in horror from the ruins in the distance. But just as Dragon Shenying was about to panic, another beam of golden light suddenly appeared from the north. Another golden palm instantly arrived at Jiang Rulai's location. What? Another Buddha's palm? Dragon Shenying was shocked. The palm came too quickly, and its power wasn't any weaker than Jiang Rulai's. Jiang Rulai's hair stood on end. He felt the threat of death. At this moment he had no choice but to deflect the Buddha's palm and meet the palm that attacked him. Bang! As the Buddha's palm was deflected, the wind from the aftermath blew Guqin away. At the same time, the impact of the cosmic force hit Guqin's internal organs and caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. However, as he spurted out blood, Guqin knew that he was saved. Not far away he saw two huge golden palms, each with a golden swastika symbol, colliding with each other in the air. Hong! With the two golden palms as the center, a huge tear tore the entire scorching sun desert apart. The power of the tear reached Guqin in an instant. Even if Guqin dodged the Buddha's palm, he couldn't avoid the tear in the void. Just as he was about to suffer. Bang! A black shadow rushed past. It was the injured Dragon God Ying. He picked up Guqin and jumped out of the range of the explosion. Guqin was saved, but Dragon Shenying was heavily injured. His back was lacerated and blood flowed freely. Who? The two of them flew out of the range of the explosion and landed at the foot of a mountain. Master Long! Guqin exclaimed. Cough cough, Crown Prince, it's good that you're fine. Dragon Shenying said weakly. Master Long, I've dragged you down. Guqin said guiltily. Dragon God Ying looked worriedly at the center of the battlefield. The two Buddha's palms collided in the void, and the entire scorching sun desert was destroyed. The void slowly recovered, but the two golden palms were still in a stalemate in the void, surrounded by countless swastikas. Bang! With a loud bang, the two Buddha's palms disappeared at the same time. A cool breeze blew past, and a large monk suddenly appeared in front of Dragon God Ying and Guqin, protecting them behind him. Buddha's palm? Who is this person? How does he know it? Dragon God Ying asked in surprise. Who are you? Jiang Rulai widened his eyes in surprise. This person actually blocked the palm just now? The same Buddha's palm, but it's not weaker than mine? Buddha's palm? This is my own creation, but this person's Buddha's palm is actually the same as mine? No, there are some differences, but the differences are limited. I am Buddha. Mahavairakana said solemnly. Buddha? Dragon God Ying and Jiang Rulai widened their eyes in shock. Buddha? If you are Buddha, then who is Jiang Rulai? Jiang Rulai and Mahavairocana stood in the void, staring coldly at each other. Both of them were Buddha ancestors. One was Buddha ancestor of the 6 Paths Immortal Dome, while the other was Buddha ancestor of the 30 Paths Immortal Dome. They were both top experts in the Immortal Dome, and neither was willing to back down. Mahavairocana knew about Jiang Rulai's background, but Jiang Rulai didn't know about Mahavairocana's background. In an instant, Jiang Rulai thought of divine blood replication. Did Gu Hai use the secret method of the wizard tribe to replicate himself? Impossible. Only he knew how to replicate divine blood. How could Gu Hai know how to replicate it? Moreover, this person's appearance was very different from his. He was not a replica. Even if he was a replica, his cultivation level couldn't be so high. Who are you? Jiang Rulai asked coldly. Whirling World, Great Thunderclap Temple, Mahavairocana, Buddha, Mahavairocana said again. Whirling World. Hearing this, Jiang Rulai suddenly panicked. When he pointed one hand to the sky and the other to the earth, he said that he was going to open up the Whirling World. That was just a preparation, but he hadn't opened it yet. This person actually said that he was from the Whirling World? Also, Great Thunderclap Temple? Wasn't that the largest temple in the Holy Land of Spirit Mountain? Mahavairocana Temple wasn't his main temple? Buddha? This person was actually a replica? Mahavairocana? Wait. Jiang Rulai suddenly narrowed his eyes. Jiang Rulai still remembered that the Tongtian sect master was like this back then. At that time, Gu Hai even found a replica of the Tongtian sect master, and the two of them were about the same level of strength. If it wasn't in his body, he wouldn't feel it deeply. When it happened to him, Jiang Rulai felt it deeply. How could there be such a strange thing in the world? Unless Gu Hai could travel through time and space and summon people back from the future. Could this Mahavairocana be his future self? But if it was his future self, he should be standing on his side. You are my future self? Jiang Rulai said with a trace of shock. You think too much. I am me. It has nothing to do with you. Mahavairocana said lightly. It has nothing to do with me? This is what you said, so don't blame me. This is outside the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. Even if Gu Hai came, it would be useless. You can die together with Gu Qin. Jiang Rulai had a ferocious expression as he struck out with his palm. Oh Amami Bami Ku. Mahavairocana also reached out with his palm. 6 golden characters of the mantra appeared in the center of his palm. Boom. The 2 huge palms collided in the void and then intertwined. Mahavairocana stepped into the sky. Whoosh. In an instant, Jiang Rulai was pushed into the starry sky. The 2 of them rushed into the starry sky. Mahavairocana shifted the battlefield to the starry sky. Boom 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 boom. A series of loud sounds exploded in the starry sky. The 2 Tathagatas were fighting at the peak. Great Yellow Dynasty, Xianyuan City. Matriarch Ji stood at the entrance of the study, leading a group of important officials to look at the battlefield in the distance. Another Tathagata divine palm? Matriarch Ji's face sank. Most of the officials couldn't see the scene in the distance, but Mr. Tsang-Jie could see it clearly. He's also called Tathagata? Mahavairocana? How strange. This Dahan Imperial Dynasty is indeed very deep. The appearance of the fake Tongtian sect master last time was already shocking enough. This time, there's actually a Tathagata Buddha at the peak of the Heavenly Palace? It's really? Tsang-Jie said in a daze. What Tathagata Buddha? Emperor Kong and the others asked curiously. Tsang-Jie described the scene in the distance. What? There's also a Jiang Rulai? This Jiang Rulai is on Gu Hai's side? Everyone was stunned. It's not Jiang Rulai, it's Mahavairocana. Tsang-Jie said in a daze. Mr. Tsang-Jie, you can deduce the origins of this Mahavairocana. Where did this Mahavairocana come from? He's at the peak of the Heavenly Palace and can actually fight with Jiang Rulai? Matriarch Ji looked at Tsang-Jie in surprise. This official can't figure it out either. Perhaps. Sai, that's impossible. Where did he come from? Tsang-Jie's expression changed. He seemed to have guessed something, but he immediately denied it. Fortunately, we used the Spiritual Mountain's Holy Land and the Dahan Imperial Dynasty to test each other. Indeed, there are many strange things. Matriarch Ji narrowed her eyes, staring at the battle between the 2 Tathagatas. Great Yen Heavenly Dynasty, Great Desolate City, entrance of Flame God Hall. Ho led Jingwei, Xing Tian, Ho Yi, and the others to watch the battle in the distance. The commotion caused by the battle at the peak of the Heavenly Palace was enough to attract the attention of the peak experts in the world. Elder sister, are you saying that another Tathagata appeared? In the past, there were good and evil Tathagatas in the spiritual mountain. Jiang Rulai is the evil Tathagata. Could it be the good Tathagata? The good Tathagata is on Gu Hai's side? Jing Wei asked in surprise. It's not the good Tathagata. Ho frowned. Oh, is there a third Tathagata? Jing Wei asked in confusion. Ho nodded gently. Ho-yi, did you see it clearly? Xing Tian looked at Ho-yi. Ho-yi narrowed his eyes at the battle in the starry sky and nodded. This Vairocana is very powerful. He's actually on par with Jiang Rulai. Xing Tian, you're right. The Dahan imperial dynasty is indeed extremely strange. In the scorching sun desert, whoosh, a ray of green light swept over. It was Gu Hai and Kong Xian, and they immediately arrived at Guqin. As soon as Vairocana left, Gu Hai called for Kong Xian and asked Mosquito Daoran to stay behind in the limitless celestial capital to guard. Kong Xian brought Gu Hai. Although they were extremely fast, they were still inferior to Vairocana. When the two arrived, Dragon God Ing Zheng was vomiting blood. He was severely injured. Even so, he still protected Guqin with his injured body. Father. Guqin was pleasantly surprised. Your Majesty, I almost failed in my duty. Dragon God Ing laughed bitterly as he vomited blood. Gu Hai immediately approached and patted Dragon God Ying's body. Rolling heaven replenishing energy quickly entered Dragon God Ying's body. Dragon God Ing, you didn't fail in your duty. If you didn't use the Zither figurine to transmit your voice, Qin wouldn't have been able to escape this time. I really have to thank you this time. Gu Hai shook his head. Gu Hai's heavenly eye could see clearly how dangerous the situation was. If it weren't for Dragon God Ing, Guqin would have died without a doubt. It's my duty. Dragon God Ing rejoiced. At the same time, Dragon God Ing marveled at the energy that entered Gu Hai's body. In this short period of time, his wounds had healed by more than half. Visible to the naked eye, his wounds were healing. On the other side, however, Kong Xian stood guard for Gu Hai. At the same time, he looked at the sky with narrowed eyes. Kong Xian had obtained the ancient peacock god's inheritance. During this period of seclusion, his strength had risen sharply. However, watching the battle in the sky, he was still shocked. No matter how strong Kong Xian was, he was still in the 9th layer of the heavenly palace. Whereas the two in the sky were at the great circle of perfection. Vairocana is really powerful. He's much stronger than that amethyst. Kong Xian said solemnly. At the same time, Kong Xian was also very curious about this Vairocana. Naturally, he knew about the incident that day. Gu Hai had called everyone out, and then stayed in the valley with Zheng Fa for a short while. When they came out again, Zheng Fa had turned into this Vairocana. It was too strange. However, since Gu Hai never mentioned it, Kong Xian didn't dare to ask. However, he never expected that this Vairocana was also at the perfection stage of the heavenly palace. So fierce. Chapter 990. The two Gautama Buddhas fought in the starry heavens for a while. Below, at the edge of the scorching sun desert, Gu Hai's heaven replenishing energy flowed into Dragon God Ying's body. Dragon God Ying's external injuries were nearly healed. Although he still had some internal injuries, he could recover with time. Many thanks, Your Majesty. Dragon God Ying said gratefully. Long Qing, there's no need to be so polite. You saved my son, so saving you is what I should do. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. Dragon God Ying nodded emotionally. At this moment, Gu Hai looked up at the battle in the starry heavens. Jiang Rulai's strength is actually on par with Mahavairocana's? Gu Hai said gravely. Your Majesty, this Jiang Rulai is very strong. He is much stronger than Amethyst back then. If he had boundless providence, he could control the entire Spirit Mountain. Wouldn't he be invincible? Kong Xian exclaimed. That's why Qin and Dragon God Ing went to destroy his providence. Gu Hai said seriously. Oh. Kong Xian said in shock. Clearly, Kong Xian had been in seclusion all this time. He did not know that such a big matter was happening at the Western Spirit Mountain. Qin Long Qing, enter my immortal dome of ancients to treat your injuries first. Gu Hai instructed. Yes, the two answered. Gu Hai waved his hand and the two disappeared. Your Majesty, you are protecting the Crown Prince. Are you? Kong Xian seemed to realize something. That's right. Since Jiang Rulai is here, he can forget about leaving today. Gu Hai said coldly. Detain Jiang Rulai? Kong Xian narrowed his eyes. That's right. You are the strongest of the Dahan Imperial Dynasty's Legion commanders. So I only brought you here. Follow me and take down Jiang Rulai. Gu Hai said seriously. Yes. Protect yourself first. Don't try to show off. Gu Hai looked at Kong Xian. I await your majesty's orders. Kong Xian replied. Above the starry skies, countless stars revolved around the two Tathagata Buddhas. On each star there seemed to be a Buddha avatar chanting scriptures. They were in a clear confrontation. At the same time, there were also a large number of star fragments floating around. Clearly, the power of the battle between the two was too great. Vairocana? Who are you? Why is your cultivation method so similar to mine? Jiang Rulai glared angrily. Do they look alike? Perhaps. These days I have been reading the Buddhist scriptures written by you. My spirit is soaring, but I have lost the compassion of Buddhism. My Buddha is compassionate. When it is our responsibility to resolve the sufferings of all living beings, we must maintain our original heart. Do you still have your original heart? Or rather, that wasn't your intention in the first place. To deceive the world, you will never attain the essence of Buddhism. Mahavairocana said coldly. It's not up to you to talk about my Buddhism. Although you are strong, you are only on par with me. You can't do anything to me. Again. Jiang Rulai said coldly. Whoosh. The two of them were surrounded by boundless golden light. Then they struck out with their palms again. When they struck out, they gathered a 10,000 zhang palm energy. The swastika symbol spun slowly in the center of the palm. Stars revolved around it, and there seemed to be Buddhas chanting scriptures above, increasing the strength of their palms. They collided with each other. Hong. The void shattered. However, Mahavairocana and Jiang Rulai did not give in. They were in a stalemate, and both of them used their supreme Buddhist techniques to clash with each other. In Desolate City, Bai raised his eyebrows. The same Tathagata divine palm? No, there is a slight difference. Their Tathagata divine palms seem to be a mirror image? Bai said in surprise. In Xinyuan City, Matriarch Ji narrowed her eyes. The two Tathagata divine palms seem to be yin and yang. One yin and one yang, but there is the meaning of Taiji? How strange. Matriarch Ji said in surprise. Mr. Cangjie muttered to himself. He seemed to have seen something, and a trace of shock appeared in his eyes. Just as everyone was surprised, the battle between the two Tathagata divine palms suddenly changed. Buzz. Suddenly, a ray of green light shot up into the sky. There seemed to be a huge illusion of a peacock in the green light. Countless peacock feathers appeared and filled the starry sky. At the same time, Kong Xian's clones grabbed the six-colored divine light with a cold expression on their faces. Jiang Rulai was in a stalemate with Mahavairocana. When he saw the green light, he understood everything. Jiang Rulai sneered. Kong Xian? Do you really think that I am easy to bully? I am in a stalemate with this Bai because I want to know his strength. Since you have interfered, then don't blame me for being impolite. Boom. With a loud sound, Jiang Rulai's palm was separated from Mahavairocana's palm. Waves of airwaves appeared in the void and attacked the countless Kong Xian's clones. Ninth grade golden lotus encompassing heaven and earth. Jiang Rulai shouted. As he stretched out his hand, the ninth grade golden lotus flew out from his palm. Under Jiang Rulai's control, the ninth grade golden lotus suddenly became 1,000,000 miles large. It descended from the sky and enveloped everything. The lotus flower merged with a bud as if it was going to envelop the three of them. The ninth grade golden lotus only had a suction force. It was as if it had sealed the void. Kong Xian tried to escape, but he couldn't escape no matter how hard he tried. Encompassing heaven and earth, everything entered it. The 12th and 12th grade golden lotus of the 16 great Dharma treasures? Although it was swallowed by Mosquito Daorin, it is still so powerful in Jiang Rulai's hands. Encompassing heaven and earth? Once it enters the lotus, it will be under Jiang Rulai's control. Matriarch Ji narrowed her eyes. 12th grade golden lotus? In the past, it only suffered under Jiang Lianshan's Shenong Ho and lost 3 grades. Then Mosquito Daorin took advantage of it and ate it. However, it is still a Buddhist treasure after all. That Mahavairocana probably doesn't have a treasure of the same level. The outcome is clear. Ji said coldly. It seemed that Mahavairocana and Kong Xian were about to be hit. However, Mahavairocana flipped his hand. Suddenly, a 9th grade golden lotus flew out from Mahavairocana's hand. What? Jiang Rulai's expression changed. Impossible. This 12th grade golden lotus came from the beginning of the world. There was only one golden lotus. How could he have one too? Moreover, looking at the gap, it was also swallowed by 3 grades? Was this real? What Mahavairocana had was indeed a 9th grade golden lotus. Once the 9th grade golden lotus was activated, it also became 1,000,000 miles large and enveloped the sky from the bottom. Two gigantic ninth-grade golden lotuses, mouth to mouth, collided in the starry sky with a loud rumble. Hong! There was a loud sound and countless stars exploded. It was actually a draw. A second ninth-grade golden lotus? How is this possible? Ji Matriarch said in shock. Ji narrowed his eyes. Clearly he was also puzzled. Rumble. The two ninth-grade golden lotuses were in a stalemate, one above the other. It was difficult to determine the victor. Mahavairakana instantly closed in. Jiang Rulai countered with a palm strike again. Boom. Under Mahavairakana's overbearing pressure, the two were in a stalemate again. Where did you get a ninth-grade golden lotus? Why do you have one too? Jiang Rulai roared gloomily. I got it the same way you got it. Mahavairakana said with a smile. I got it from Nalanda Temple. You too? Jiang Rulai said in disbelief. That's right. My ninth-grade golden lotus also came from Nalanda Temple. It was originally a 12th-grade golden lotus, but Mosquito Dauran swallowed it and turned it into a ninth-grade golden lotus. Mahavairakana said in a deep voice. Mahavairakana was talking about Mosquito Dauran of Earth's immortal world. However, Jiang Rulai didn't know that. Huh? Jiang Rulai was completely dumbfounded. Yours is the same? Are you kidding me? Mosquito Dauran of the boundless celestial capital was also dumbfounded. Although Mosquito Dauran didn't go, he was still very concerned. Although Mosquito Dauran's current strength wasn't as good as Gu Hai's, he could roughly see the border of the boundless celestial capital with his full strength. A nearby scout using a Guqin transmitted his voice. Mosquito Dauran, you also swallowed 3 grades of his golden lotus? Ao Xing said in astonishment. Mosquito Dauran was dumbfounded. Then he said gloomily with a black face, I won't take the blame for this. While Mosquito Dauran was gloomy, another change occurred in the battle in the distance. While the two Tathagata Buddhas were in a deadlock, 10,000 Kong Xian shot out 6-colored divine light at Jiang Rulai's back at almost the same time. Evil creature, you're courting death. Jiang Rulai roared angrily. He was already gloomy. This Kong Xian still wanted to sneak attack him? Wasn't this just making things difficult for him? Whoosh! A great solar wheel suddenly appeared behind Jiang Rulai. As soon as it appeared, Buddhist light shone in all directions. Almost 10,000 Jiang Rulai appeared in an instant. Realm of Divine Path? Kong Xian's face changed. Almost 10,000 Jiang Rulai against 10,000 Kong Xian. Boom! In an instant, a large expanse of 6-colored divine light was split open by Jiang Rulai. Almost 10,000 Jiang Rulai attacked at the same time, trying to destroy Kong Xian. But at this moment, a person appeared in the sky not far away. It was Gu Hai. Gu Hai stood in the void, waiting for Kong Xian to distract Jiang Rulai. The heavenly eye opened between his brows, and a scarlet ray of God-slaying light shot out. Boom! In an instant, the God-slaying light rushed towards one of Jiang Rulai's doppelgangers. What? Jiang Rulai's face changed, but he couldn't dodge it. In such a hurry, how could Jiang Rulai expect Gu Hai to appear? In an instant, the God-slaying light penetrated his body. This was the effect that Gu Hai wanted. With 10,000 Jiang Rulai's doppelgangers, he wouldn't fail. After all, there was only one ray of God-slaying light. Boom! 10,000 Jiang Rulai's doppelgangers had a big hole in their chests at almost the same time. Bang! 10,000 Jiang Rulai's doppelgangers disappeared in an instant, leaving only the original body and Vairocana in a stalemate. Initially, the two of them were evenly matched. However, at this moment, under the light of destruction, a huge hole suddenly exploded in Jiang Rulai's chest. His body weakened, and the full force of Mahavairakana's attack landed heavily on Jiang Rulai. Boom! Boom! Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Jiang Rulai was instantly blasted away, crashing heavily into his 9th-rank Golden Lotus. The 9th-rank Golden Lotus instantly shrank, lifting and protecting the heavily injured Jiang Rulai. Gu Hai, you dare! Jiang Rulai shouted in shock and anger. Vairocana's 9th-rank Golden Lotus shrank as well, stepping on it as it flew towards Jiang Rulai. Now Jiang Rulai's doppelgangers were heavily injured by Gu Hai, and Vairocana's doppelgangers were heavily injured inside his body. The tables had turned in an instant. Jiang Rulai is going to lose? I underestimated this Gu Hai. In the distance, Matriarch Ji's face sank. God-slaying light? Gu Hai. Without the protection of the mystical mountain's providence, there is no place for Jiang Rulai to hide in this world. Pai Yi narrowed his eyes. Clearly, His Holiness didn't expect Jiang Rulai to lose so quickly. Was the mystical mountain's holy ground going to be completely destroyed? With Jiang Rulai's heavily injured body, how could he escape from Vairocana's hands? Chapter 991. Vairocana's strength was on par with Jiang Rulai. Now that Jiang Rulai was heavily injured, no one was optimistic about Jiang Rulai's chances anymore. If Spirited Mountain's providence was still there, Jiang Rulai wouldn't be afraid. That was because once he returned to Spirited Mountain, he could mobilize the world's power. He could even turn the tide. But now, Gu Hai, Kang Xian and Vairocana all looked coldly at Jiang Rulai. Even Matriarch Ji and Qi felt that Jiang Rulai had nowhere to run. Of course, neither of them came to his rescue. Matriarch Ji couldn't wait for Jiang Rulai to be destroyed. At this moment, Gu Hai and Jiang Rulai were fighting, which was exactly what she wanted. Qi was already very angry with Jiang Lianshan. Although Jiang Rulai was his younger brother in name, Qi knew that this was just an excuse for the evil Rulai to help Jiang Lianshan. He was still an outsider. Moreover, he even killed the elite guards not long ago. Why would Qi save such a person? In the world of the living, Jiang Rulai instantly became a loner. Holding the hole in his chest, Jiang Rulai spat out a trace of blood. Escape? Jiang Rulai knew that with his heavily injured body, he definitely couldn't escape from Vairocana. It was all Gu Hai's fault. Thinking of Gu Hai, Jiang Rulai's eyes shot out a torrential anger. Because of Gu Hai, he lost control of the great Yan Heavenly Dynasty. Gu Hai was the one who took away the elite guards, causing him to lose the boundless luck. Because of Gu Hai, the countless providence of Spirited Mountain was also destroyed by him. Because of Gu Hai, he was heavily injured. It was all because of Gu Hai. It was all because of Gu Hai. Looking at Gu Hai, Jiang Rulai wished he could chew on Gu Hai's flesh and drink Gu Hai's blood. Mr. Good, should we kill or capture Jiang Rulai? Mahavairocana asked. Before Gu Hai could open his mouth, Jiang Rulai glared at him. Gu Hai, if you dare to touch me, your son Gu Tang's soul will scatter. Do you believe me? Gu Tang? Gu Hai's son? In Xinyuan City, Matriarch Ji narrowed her eyes. Gu Tang didn't we exchange places with you last time? We will be able to help him reconstruct his physical body soon. His soul will be destroyed? Ridiculous. Gu Hai sneered. Although Gu Hai felt worried in his heart, he still pretended not to believe it. Ha 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 ha, you really didn't notice it? How can it be real? It's just a fake I made. The real one is still in my hands. Gu Hai, if you don't want Gu Tang's soul to scatter, get lost immediately. Jiang Rulai said hatefully. Although he wanted to tear apart Gu Hai, the situation was pressing. He couldn't do it. He didn't know if Gu Hai still had the god-destroying heavenly eye. Had Jiang Rulai, do you think we will believe you? Fine, we will give you a chance to make you give up. Let's see how you can create another Gu Tang. Gu Hai said coldly. Take out Gu Tang? Jiang Rulai's expression changed. Take out your Gu Tang clone. I made a copy of him. I will prove it to you. The moment Jiang Rulai opened his mouth, Gu Hai felt as if a huge rock had been lifted from his heart. It was obvious that White Emperor had already rescued Gu Tang. Otherwise, Jiang Rulai would not have been so evasive. No need. Once we capture you, everything will be solved. Vairocana, I'll have to trouble you to capture him. Gu Hai said solemnly. All right. Vairocana nodded and stepped forward. Gu Hai, you don't believe me? Good, 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 I will make Gu Tang's soul scatter. I will make sure he never reincarnates. Jiang Rulai turned around and left in anger. Whoosh! Jiang Rulai shot into the distance. Vairocana was even faster, arriving in front of Huang Xiaolong in an instant. Boom! With a slap, Jiang Rulai staggered and spat out a mouthful of blood. Poof! Just you wait. I will return today's humiliation 100-fold. 100-fold. Jiang Rulai roared with a ferocious expression. As he roared, he took out an alms bowl. It was the 6th Dharma treasure in history, the reincarnation pool. Be careful. Gu Hai yelled from afar. As soon as the alms bowl was thrown, Vairocana became alert. A huge ripple appeared in the mouth of the alms bowl, and a pool of clear water with a large number of reincarnation lotuses could be vaguely seen. While Vairocana was on guard against Jiang Rulai revealed a ferocious expression. Just you wait. I will be back. Boom. In an instant, Jiang Rulai rushed into the ripple. As soon as he entered, he disappeared. The moment he entered, Jiang Rulai swept away all the reincarnation lotuses. Oh no, he's not going to fight back. He's going to escape. Gu Hai's expression darkened. Where are you going? Vairocana roared and stepped into the ripple. However, when Vairocana was halfway in, his expression suddenly changed. He retreated and slammed his palm forward. However, on the other side of the ripple, 5 golden palms suddenly appeared. 5 Buddha's palms? How can that be? Kong Xian exclaimed. Even if Jiang Rulai fought back, there could only be one at most. How could there be 5 on the other side of the ripple? Hong. Vairocana resisted with all his might. After one palm, the palms exploded. The void was also shattered into countless pieces, but Mahavairocana himself was stunned. Vairocana's expression darkened, and he was about to enter again. Vairocana, don't chase after a cornered enemy, Gu Hai roared. As he shouted, Gu Hai grabbed the alms bowl and the reincarnation pool. Gu Hai grabbed the reincarnation pool and the ripple in the void retracted. The other side of the reincarnation pool is the 18 levels of hell? Kong Xian's expression darkened. The 5 Buddha's palms just now. It seems like there's an ambush inside. Vairocana, let's discuss this further. Gu Hai said solemnly. Vairocana nodded. All right. However, the 5 Buddha's palms just now were very strange. They were weaker than the previous ones, but they were definitely Buddha's palms. Moreover, I'm sure that the aura on them was Jiang Rulai's. It seems like there have been changes in the 18 levels of hell in recent years. Gu Hai looked at the reincarnation pool in his hand. Jiang Rulai is willing to give up the reincarnation pool in order to escape? Kong Xian sneered. Gu Hai looked at the reincarnation pool and sighed slightly. He still remembered that in the West Sea he had no chance of resisting the reincarnation pool. Now, the reincarnation pool was in his hands. The 18 levels of hell have been sealed by the immortal of the 6 paths. Only this reincarnation pool can enter. And only the reincarnation lotus can leave. In other words, Jiang Rulai can only leave and not enter. He's severely injured now. He must want to recover from his injuries first. Gu Hai said solemnly. Your Majesty, does this mean that we can also use the reincarnation pool to enter the 18 levels of hell? Kong Xian's expression changed. No. Gu Hai's expression darkened. Oh. You saw the 5 Buddha's palms just now. Jiang Rulai must be in an ambush. We can't enter from here. Gu Hai looked at Mahavairocana. Mahavairocana nodded. Previously, he had used the reincarnation lotus to open the entrance to the 18 levels of hell. Gu Hai was also preparing to use the reincarnation lotus to enter the Hell Path Mystery Realm. Suddenly, Gu Hai's expression changed. If he could use the reincarnation lotus to enter, wouldn't Jiang Rulai be able to too? As if he could see Gu Hai's worry, Mahavairocana smiled and said, My method of activating the reincarnation lotus is not a Buddhist method. It was taught to me by Laozi. I can do it, but Jiang Rulai can't. That's good. Gu Hai sighed. But, Your Majesty, one day in the outside world is 1,000 years in the first level of the 18 levels of hell. Jiang Rulai's injuries will be healed soon. Kong Xian said worriedly. It's not that easy to heal. I don't know the dangers of the light of destruction. My palm just now heard his Buddhist source. Without 1,000 years he won't be able to heal. Mahavairocana said. If that's the case, that's great. The entrances to each level of the 18 levels of hell are not always open. Jiang Rulai will be waiting at the first level at most. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Mr. Good, when do you want to enter the 18 levels of hell? Mahavairocana asked. Let's wait first. The spiritual mountain sacred ground is without a leader now. Let's go back to the limitless celestial capital first. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Yes. Kong Xian answered. Whoosh. The 3 of them turned into a ray of light and rushed toward the boundless celestial capital's soaring temple. In the blink of an eye, the astral battlefield was empty. In the distance, Bai narrowed his eyes. They actually let Jiang Rulai escape? Boring. However, it seems like the person Zhang Lianshan is looking for, Jiang Rulai's hiding place, should be in the 18 levels of hell, right? Xinyuan City. Matriarch Ji also narrowed her eyes. Jiang Rulai escaped to the 18 levels of hell? At the side, Song Jia had already used a technique to show the scene in the distance to his subordinates. His Holiness, if that's the case, Gu Tang is really in Jiang Rulai's hands? Emperor Kong's eyes lit up. That's right. Although Gu Hai managed to fool Jiang Rulai, he can't fool this emperor. Hey, if Gu Hai didn't believe it, he wouldn't have wasted so much time talking to Jiang Rulai. Instead, he let him escape. If that's the case, Gu Tang is in the 18 levels of hell, and he managed to escape Jiang Rulai's control? Matriarch Ji narrowed her eyes. Mr. Cangjie, can you calculate Gu Tang's whereabouts? Emperor Kong asked in anticipation. Cangjie suddenly froze in place as if he was calculating something. No one dared to disturb him. After some time, Cangjie nodded. I can find it, Boundless celestial capital, soaring temple. Boom. Gu Hai's group of 3 landed on the soaring temple square. Your Majesty. A group of important officials were already waiting for Huang Xiaolong. Kong Xian Ao Xing, Gao Xianji. Gu Hai shouted. Present. Gao Xianji and Kong Xian answered. Present. Ao Xing answered. Gao Xianji, lead the 400,000 divine demon army, follow Kong Xian and Ao Sheng to the spiritual mountain holy ground. This emperor needs to capture all the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas and Arhats in the spiritual mountain holy ground. This battle will be under the command of Gao Xianji. This emperor will give you at most 1 day's time. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. Everyone answered. Divine demon army, hear my order. Gu Hai ordered. Roar. A loud roar came from the boundless celestial capital. Following that, the 500,000 divine demon army, regardless of what they were doing or if they were cultivating in seclusion, immediately rushed to the soaring temple square. They stood in an orderly and respectful manner. 100,000 of you will guard the boundless celestial capital and be on guard. The remaining 400,000 will wait for Gao Xianji's orders. Gu Hai pointed at the 2 groups of divine demon army and ordered. Yes, Your Majesty. The 500,000 divine demon army shouted. Where are the dragon tribe? Ao Xing shouted. Roar roar. Instantly, 2,000 giant dragons soared into the sky. Follow me to the spiritual mountain and destroy the Buddhas. Ao Xing shouted coldly. Yes. The dragons answered. Let's go. Kong Xian waved his sleeves. Whoosh. Instantly, a gust of black wind swept up the demonic god army and the dragons. Ao Xing brought along Gao Xianji. Let's go. Gao Xianji shouted. Boom. The black wind swept the 400,000 divine demon army and the dragons towards the spiritual mountain holy ground. Chapter 992. Spiritual Mountain's Sacred Ground. The array enveloped Spiritual Mountain, preventing outsiders from entering. The Buddha of the past led a group of Buddhist disciples to wait patiently for Jiang Rulai. However, Jiang Rulai was too fast and they could not catch up. They did not have Jiang Rulai's eyesight, so they could only wait patiently. However, as they waited, the crowd grew more and more anxious. The shouts of the people outside grew louder and louder. Spiritual Mountain is a big family. How can it be short of spirit stones? Please return my spirit stones. I borrowed those spirit stones. Return them to me or I'll be in trouble. Buddha? Buddha. Buddha of the past, I'm your loyal follower. Please return my spirit stones. The people outside the array were clamoring. The disciples of Spiritual Mountain looked at the Buddha of the past. Don't worry about them. It's useless to say anything now. Spiritual Mountain does have some spirit stones, but we can't use them on them. The Buddha of the past said in a low voice. Yes, the disciples of Spiritual Mountain answered. The disciples of Spiritual Mountain ignored them, making the people outside even angrier. Buddha of the past, are you pretending not to hear? You'll die a horrible death. Bodhisattva Donglin, are you pretending not to know me? You'll suffer retribution sooner or later. You'll suffer retribution. Countless people screamed in despair. The Buddha of the past showed a hint of disdain. There are many who curse me to suffer retribution. I don't mind you. Whoosh. However, at this moment, a black wind suddenly swept over and instantly filled the vicinity of Spiritual Mountain's sacred ground. How dare you trespass on Spiritual Mountain's sacred ground? The Buddha of the past glared. He saw a dense crowd of people standing in the black wind. There were 400,000 divine demon soldiers, and each of them was an expert from Kaitian Palace. At this moment, under Gao Xianji's orders, they quickly arranged themselves in a formation and surrounded the huge sacred ground of Spiritual Mountain. What? Kong Xian? The Buddha of the past widened his eyes in surprise. Those who surrender will live. Those who resist will die. Kong Xian shouted. Boom. The disciples of Spiritual Mountain were in an uproar. The black wind swept over and green light exploded in the black wind. Kong Xian immediately arranged his divine path domain. One Kong Xian instantly produced 10,000 doppelgangers. Ong. Ong. The group of dragon tribe cultivators roared as they followed suit. The holy land of the spirited mountain was suddenly at a critical juncture. Where is Buddha? Where is my Buddha Tathagata? The Buddha of the past was shocked and angry. You'd better think about yourself. Kong Xian yelled. Six-colored divine light. Almost at the same time, Tens of thousands of Kongxians unleashed the six-colored divine light and smashed onto the grand formation of the holy mountain. Hong! With a deafening boom, the Spirit Mountain grand formation collapsed with a loud bang. The Ling Mountain Holy Land trembled violently. The surrounding people were shocked. Retribution, haha, retribution. Buddha of the past, to think you would have such a day. Good, good, good. The people who had been angered by Spirited Mountain immediately cheered for Kongxian and the others. Let's go. Countless spiritual mountain disciples cried out in alarm. Ha! The 400,000 demon god army roared in unison. A group of dragon tribe members immediately flew forward. Ao Xing stood beside Gao Xianji and looked coldly at the spiritual mountain disciples. Looking at the holy mountain, Ao Sheng was also shocked. 20 years ago, when he first met Gu Hai, Ao Sheng would never have thought that Gu Hai would only take 20 years to grow and destroy the entire holy land of the holy mountain. Hong! Suddenly, a ferocious-looking monk clashed with the demon god army. I said those who resist die. Kongxian stretched out his hand and shot out a six-colored divine light. A Buddha exploded. Kongxian, how dare you? When Buddha returns, he will teach you a lesson. The Buddha of the past took out the world candle lamp. As soon as the world candle lamp appeared, a raging fire rushed towards Kongxian. The 16 great Dharma treasures of history? It's a pity that you are not qualified to use it. Kongxian stared at him. Swoosh! Instantly hundreds of six-colored divine lights rushed towards the raging fire. Hong! With a loud bang, the raging fire collapsed with a loud bang. The world candle lamp was useless in front of the six-colored divine lights. Among the 10,000 doppelgangers of Kongxian, his original body suddenly turned into a 3,000 feet large peacock. Screech! The peacock spread its wings and a black wind blew in all directions of the holy mountain. All the escaping Buddhist disciples were blown away. Last time I said that I would devour your holy mountain. I couldn't do it last time, but I did it now. Come, those who resist, enter my mouth. Screech! Kongxian shouted and demonic aura filled the sky. He opened his mouth and sucked towards the Buddha of the past. The Buddha of the past was shocked and used the world candle lamp to resist. However, the suction force from Kongxian was too strong. It seemed that the Buddha of the past could not hold on any longer. Buddha of the past. The disciples of the holy mountain were extremely anxious. The Buddha of the past's eyes were uncertain. He suddenly said, I am willing to abandon the lamp and surrender. What? The disciples of the holy mountain were shocked. The Buddha of the past surrendered? Kongxian was also slightly stunned. He was hoping to see the Buddha of the past struggle for a while, but he surrendered in the blink of an eye? Kongxian and the Buddha of the past had an irreconcilable feud. When he was captured and imprisoned in the 18 levels of hell, the Buddha of the past and Buddha of the future tortured him. Regardless of the Buddha of the past's surrender, Kongxian did not stop the suction force from his mouth. He was going to devour the Buddha of the past. Kongxian, I have already surrendered. You can't eat me. The Buddha of the past stared anxiously. Kongxian acted as if he did not hear. The Buddha of the past was about to enter Kongxian's mouth under the suction force. Lord Kong, His Majesty has ordered that all the disciples of the holy mountain be captured, not eaten. Suddenly, a loud shout was heard. It was Gao Xianji who stopped Kongxian. Kongxian's expression changed. Once his mouth stopped, the suction force disappeared. He frowned and looked coldly at Gao Xianji. Solemnly, Gao Xianji said, The Buddha of the past has indeed caused a lot of destruction in the Dahan, and is the enemy of the Dahan. However, His Majesty wants him alive, and he may be of great use. If you want to kill him, please report to His Majesty. Although you are the main force in this battle, His Majesty is in charge of the overall situation in the Battle of Holy Mountain. Gu Hai ordered the army to listen to Gao Xianji's orders. If not, Gao Xianji would not care about this matter. Buddha of the past, consider yourself lucky. Kongxian snorted. Whoosh. In an instant, Kongxian appeared in front of the Buddha of the past. The Buddha of the past did not resist at all, and his cultivation was sealed by Kongxian. The Buddha of the past understood that once Jiang Rulai was gone, the holy mountain would lose. Although he was strong, he was not as strong as Kongxian. Moreover, who knew if there were other experts behind him? The Buddha of the past had surrendered early, and the other disciples of the holy mountain who were ready to fight lost their morale. Resist? They could not resist at all. The 400,000 holy demon army, under the protection of the top experts, could sweep the world, let alone the holy mountain. The top experts were from the dragon tribe, Ao Xing and Kong Xian. There was nowhere to run in the Holy Mountain. The 400,000 holy demon army came mainly to prevent any fish from escaping. Soon the Holy Mountain was searched thoroughly. The Buddha of the past surrendered, and many disciples of the Holy Mountain also surrendered. Only a small part of them resisted, but in the face of the holy demon army, how could they resist? The 5 million disciples of the Holy Mountain were all captured in half a day. Their cultivation was sealed, and they were all held at the entrance of the Great Strength Hall. At the entrance of the Great Strength Hall, the 5 million disciples of the Holy Mountain were wailing. They looked at the powerful holy demon army with despair and resentment. Gao Xinji stepped at the entrance of the Great Strength Hall and looked coldly at the disciples of the Holy Mountain who were sitting cross-legged on the ground and had their cultivation sealed. You all resent the Dahan imperial dynasty? Think about it. If it weren't for His Majesty's benevolence, all of you who vainly tried to harm my great Han would have already been exterminated by my army. Gao Xinji coldly shouted. The 5 million disciples of the Holy Mountain were shocked. Whoosh. At this moment, 3 streams of light arrived at the entrance of the Great Strength Hall. They were Gu Hai the Unborn Man and Mahavarakana. Your Majesty, the disciples of the Holy Mountain have been captured. Gao Xinji led the army and said respectfully. Gu Hai nodded. He looked at the 5 million disciples of the Holy Mountain. Gu Hai, what do you want? Did something happen to the Buddha? The past Buddha asked coldly. Gao Xinji handed over the world candle lamp. Gu Hai glanced at it and threw it into the immortal dome of the ancients. The 16 great Dharma treasures of the ancient era? There was no time to investigate now. Gu Hai looked at the resentful disciples of the Holy Mountain. I haven't avenged the people of the 3-mountain city. I heard that you all are preparing to follow Jiang Rulai and harm the people of the Dahan through hypnosis? Gu Hai said in a deep voice. The disciples of the Holy Mountain froze. Previously, when Jiang Rulai was acting all high and mighty, everyone had indeed agreed, but I didn't plan to kill you because I know that you were coerced by Jiang Rulai. For example, Manxing Bodhisattva and Pud Bodhisattva refused to accept Jiang Rulai's cruelty and were ordered by Jiang Rulai to be killed by the past Buddha as a warning to others. Am I right? Gu Hai said calmly. The disciples of the Holy Mountain did not speak. Disciples of the Holy Mountain, why was the Buddha so merciful and benevolent? I believe some people still know. That is because Spirit Mountain has good and evil Tathagatas. Although the evil Tathagatas left in defeat, there is still the good Tathagatas. I am only giving you all a chance on account of the good Tathagatas. Gu Hai said seriously. Good Buddha? The expressions of the disciples of the Holy Mountain changed. The past Buddha's expression turned ugly. Past Buddha, you don't have to look at me like that. Let's wait for the good Buddha to return and let him decide how to deal with you. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. The past Buddha's eyes changed and he finally nodded. The good Buddha was merciful and he had followed him in the past, so he shouldn't make things difficult for him. Gao Xinji and Ao Xing, you two lead the divine demon army and the dragon race to guard this place. Listen to Gao Xinji's orders. Gu Hai ordered. Yes. Gao Xinji and Ao Xing answered. Gu Hai looked coldly at the past Buddha and said to Gao Xinji, interrogate them properly. Yes. Gao Xinji answered. Kong Xian and the other 200,000 divine demon army follow me. Gu Hai said. Yes. Kong Xian answered. The 200,000 divine demon army stayed behind and followed Gu Hai out of the Holy Mountain. Along the way, Gu Hai's expression was gloomy. Your Majesty, it seems like Jiang Rulai didn't take the opportunity to come back. The unborn man sighed. Your Majesty, you sent us to capture the disciples of the Holy Mountain to lure Jiang Rulai out? Kong Xian was stunned and asked in surprise. Gu Hai nodded, that's right. Jiang Rulai is too dangerous and we have to be careful. When you came here, I and Mahavarakana followed behind and prepared to ambush Jiang Rulai. That commotion didn't attract Jiang Rulai, so it seems like Jiang Rulai is still in the 18 levels of hell. Your Majesty, we're here. The unborn man suddenly said. The group stopped at a mountain forest. This is? Kong Xian was confused. This corresponds to the corpse tomb realm in the netherworld. Just in case, you can enter the 18 levels of hell from here. The unborn man explained. Go to the 18 levels of hell and catch Jiang Rulai? Kong Xian's expression changed. Gu Hai nodded and turned to Mahavarakana. Mahavarakana, please open the entrance to the 18 levels of hell here. Chapter 993. Mahavarakana, please open the entrance to the 18 levels of hell. Gu Hai looked at Mahavarakana. Mahavairakana nodded. He took out the reincarnation lotus and activated it slightly. A pair of Taiji yin-yang fish appeared on the reincarnation lotus and swam slightly. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the void. It was a huge crack about 100 feet tall, and some black gas could be vaguely seen inside. The 18 levels of hell? Kang Xian narrowed his eyes. The unborn man stared at Mahavairakana, especially the technique just now. Taiji yin-yang? Unborn man, stand guard outside. Help me at any time. Guhai instructed. Yes, the unborn man answered. Mahavairakana, how long can the entrance be maintained? Guhai asked. The reincarnation lotus could only be maintained for an incense's time at most. Would the entrance disappear soon? When the entrance is open, it has nothing to do with the reincarnation lotus. As long as I don't deplete my spiritual power, it can remain open, Mahavairakana explained. That's good. In case of any sudden changes, please wait at the entrance, Mahavairakana. We will go in and scout. Guhai looked at Mahavairakana. All right. I will watch in case Jiang Rulai escapes. Mahavairakana nodded. Let's go. Guhai ordered. Yes. The 200,000 soldiers of the demonic army ordered. Following Guhai and Kang Xian, they stepped into the 18 levels of hell. No matter what method they used to enter the 18 levels of hell, they could only enter the first level. Guhai and the 200,000 soldiers stepped into the first level. The sky was dark and gloomy, and there was black gas everywhere. This place is very secluded, and there are only a few small ghosts in the distance? Kang Xian asked curiously. Guhai didn't know where they were in the first level of hell either. He glanced around and instructed, scout around and find out where King Yanlua's hall is located. At the same time, be careful of Jiang Rulai. Search for Jiang Rulai's minions. Report back as soon as you receive any news. Yes. The 200,000-strong demon god army replied. Rumble. The 200,000-strong god-devil army was still a large number, and they quickly spread out in all directions. The few little ghosts that were nearby were caught in an instant. Unfortunately, those little ghosts didn't know anything and were muddle-headed. The army of gods and demons slowly moved towards the depths of the first layer of hell. Guhai waited patiently. The time in the first level of hell was not the same as the outside world. 1,000 years here was only a day in the divine continent. Guhai waited in the first layer of hell for 3 days. Finally, a young general of the god-devil army brought him news. Your Majesty, there's an anomaly in front of us, The young general's face stiffened. Abnormal? What's abnormal? Why do you have such an expression? Kang Xian's face darkened. My lord, your Majesty, please take a look for yourselves. I dare not say too much. The young general smiled bitterly. Guhai and Kang Xian looked at each other and revealed a trace of doubt. Let's go. Kang Xian grabbed the young general. Guhai and Kang Xian immediately followed the young general's direction and flew into the distance. Kang Xian and Guhai's speed was much faster than the young general's. Although the young general flew for a long time, it was only a blink of an eye for the two. Soon they arrived at the peak of a mountain. At the peak of the mountain, there were already 5 god-devil army soldiers waiting. When they saw Guhai, they were stunned for a moment before looking at the young general. When they saw the young general nodding his head, the 5 of them said respectfully, Greetings, your Majesty. Guhai nodded his head and also noticed the abnormality of the group. Your Majesty, look over there. The young general pointed at a huge valley in the distance. The valley looked like a place where evil spirits gathered. It looked more like a small town with a large number of ghosts roaming around. On a high platform in the town, a man was standing there and he looked like he was looking for a ghost. However, the moment he saw the man, Guhai's eyes narrowed. Even Kang Xian's expression changed. Your Majesty, that person looks exactly like you? Kang Xian asked in shock. Divine blood clone? Guhai narrowed his eyes. Jiang Rulai used Guhai's blood to clone a Guhai? The fake Guhai looked around and suddenly shouted, Little Tang, are you here? Father has been looking for you for a long time. The fake Guhai shouted, but the surrounding ghosts looked at him and ignored him. The fake Guhai did not give up and continued shouting. In the distance, the real Guhai raised an eyebrow. He's looking for Little Tang? Could it be that the White Emperor saved Little Tang, but couldn't send him out of the 18 layers of hell, so he mixed in with the hundreds of millions of ghosts? If that's the case, the ancient Tang Crown Prince's soul is among the thousands of ghosts? Kang Xian's expression changed slightly. That's why Jiang Rulai wants to clone me and use me to trick Little Tang to find Little Tang? Guhai snorted coldly. But why did Jiang Rulai go through so much trouble to capture all the ghosts or kill them? Wouldn't he be able to find the ancient Tang Crown Prince eventually? Kong Xian asked doubtfully. Did you forget? The 18 layers of hell cannot be killed. After killing the ghosts, the 18 layers of hell will quickly restore them. Gu Hai said solemnly. No wonder Jiang Rulai could only use such a stupid method. Kong Xian said solemnly. As expected of my son, to be able to guess Jiang Rulai's method and hide among the ghosts, not letting Jiang Rulai find him. Gu Hai sneered. Gu Hai took a step forward and arrived at the fake Gu Hai in an instant. Buzz. The fake Gu Hai's expression changed when a person suddenly appeared in front of him. It's you? The fake Gu Hai's expression changed as he exclaimed in shock. I would like to see how capable this clone of yours is. Gu Hai's eyes turned cold. The fake Gu Hai struck first, taking out a saber and slashing at Gu Hai. Zhou Tianlu? Gu Hai exclaimed in shock. The boundless saber chi formed a territory and gathered around the energy saber. It slashed at Gu Hai like a tsunami. Die. The fake Gu Hai roared with a ferocious expression. Boom. The powerful energy saber shattered the entire valley and instantly arrived before the real Gu Hai. Middle Heaven Palace? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and extended his right hand. Bam. Gu Hai's right hand instantly grabbed Zhou Tianliu's saber. The powerful saber was stuck between his fingers. The fake Gu Hai's expression changed. Middle Celestial Palace? In that case, did Jiang Rulai collect my blood in the battle 800,000 years ago? The real Gu Hai's eyes turned cold. Ding. Gu Hai exerted force and broke the saber in half. What? The fake Gu Hai exclaimed in shock. Copy? At most, you can copy a person. You can't copy a Dharma treasure, right? Moreover, you have to pay a high price to copy me. Merit points, faith power, and divine power. My needs are many times greater than others. I don't think there are many copies, right? Gu Hai said with a sneer. The fake Gu Hai's expression changed again. Indeed, the 4 strokes of death, slaughter, and extinction could not be copied. He could only use an ordinary saber. However, the fake Gu Hai was unyielding. He seemed to have copied Gu Hai's character as well. With a ferocious expression, he suddenly pounced. Whoosh! Gu Hai waved his sleeve. His clone was instantly enveloped in the Celestial Dome of Antiquity. Once one entered the Celestial Dome of Antiquity, no matter how powerful one's techniques were, they would not be able to be used. Gu Hai did not kill the clone because his subordinates were still around. It would not be good for him to do so. No matter how hostile the clone was, it was still his clone. How could he kill in front of others? Just like before, even if Kong Xian and the army of gods and demons knew that it was a fake Gu Hai, it was not convenient for them to fight and kill him. They could only let Gu Hai do it himself. Whoosh! Kong Xian and the others quickly flew over. Your Majesty, was that your clone? How is his strength? Kong Xian frowned slightly. Jiang Rulai wants to copy me? Still not enough. Continue searching. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes. The 200,000 army of gods and demons immediately flew in all directions. The first layer of hell. Yama Hall. Outside Yama Hall, a large number of ghost soldiers were stationed. In the center of the hall, on a black lotus platform, Jiang Rulai suddenly opened his eyes. He quickly stepped out of Yama Hall. Standing at the entrance of Yama Hall, Jiang Rulai turned his head and looked into the distance. In the distance, a few army of gods and demons were flying quickly. He's in? Gu Hai did not enter through the entrance of the reincarnation pool? Jiang Rulai's expression changed. Jiang Rulai looked into the distance. A group of army of gods and demons discovered the location of Yama Hall and quickly reported to Gu Hai. Gu Hai opened his heavenly eye and immediately saw Jiang Rulai at the entrance of Yama Hall. Your Majesty, have you found Jiang Rulai? Kong Xian asked anxiously. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Has Jiang Rulai fully recovered from his injuries? Gu Hai, how dare you chase after me? Jiang Rulai snorted coldly. As he snorted coldly, his figure flashed and instantly appeared near Gu Hai. He stretched out his hand and sent out a palm strike. A golden astral palm pressed down on Gu Hai from all directions. Tathagata Divine Palm. Divine Dao Domain, 6-colored divine light. Kong Xian shouted. Green peacock feathers instantly appeared in the void. 10,000 Kong Xian clones suddenly appeared and threw out 6-colored divine lights at the same time. 10,000 6-colored divine lights collided with the Tathagata Divine Palm. Boom! With a loud bang, the void shattered. Kong Xian was ready for a second attack. However, a strange scene occurred. The Tathagata divine palm collided with the six-colored divine lights and exploded. What? The Tathagata divine palm became so weak? It's actually on par with me? Kang Xian said in surprise. Jiang Rulai's injuries are not fully healed yet. So it's weaker? Gu Hai asked suspiciously. Jiang Rulai looked at Kang Xian and sneered. The 9th level of Heavenly Palace? Kang Xian, following Gu Hai is too much of a waste for you. Why don't you follow me? Ha ha ha, Jiang Rulai, you still have the nerve to say that? The 5 million disciples of the Spirited Mountain have become my Dahan's prisoners. You're the only one left. You're at the end of the road. How dare you talk big? Kang Xian sneered. Spirited Mountain's 5 million disciples? It doesn't matter to me whether they are here or not. What I have is something you can't imagine. Jiang Rulai said coldly. We can't imagine? Gu Hai said coldly. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. All of a sudden, 4 more streaks of golden light shot over from afar. They arrived in front of Gu Hai in an instant. Boom. The 4 golden figures stopped abruptly. With a gust of wind, they stood side by side with Jiang Rulai. When the 4 figures appeared, Kang Xian was slightly stunned. He saw that the 4 figures were exactly the same. They were all Jiang Rulai. 5 Jiang Rulai? Kang Xian exclaimed. While speaking, Kang Xian rubbed his eyes. Not the domain of the divine path? Could it be the clones of the divine blood? Cloning someone is not as accurate as cloning oneself. Jiang Rulai is cloning himself. The most powerful cloning power. Gu Hai's face darkened. 5 clones of Jiang Rulai? Chapter 994. The Great Yellow Dynasty, Xinyuan City. In the study room, Emperor Kong said respectfully, His Holiness can rest assured. With Mr. Cangjie's help, I will definitely be able to bring Gu Tang's soul back. Matriarch Ji looked at Emperor Kong and nodded. In the past, when Jiang Rulai reincarnated as Jiang Lianshan's son, he handed over many things to Jiang Lianshan. This reincarnation lotus is one of them. Jiang Lianshan gave me some. It's just right for you to use. Yes, I can use the reincarnation lotus to leave, but how will I enter the 18th level of hell? Emperor Kong asked worriedly. Don't worry, I will send you in. Matriarch Ji said confidently. Yes. Emperor Kong did not ask any further. However, the spiritual mountain is surrounded by the divine demon army. Gu Hai will probably enter the 18th level of hell soon. I am worried about you. Matriarch Ji looked around. As she looked around, she suddenly saw a man in green robes. The man's forehead was slightly protruding, and there was a fierce aura in his eyes. Long. Matriarch Ji called out. Aoing is here. The man in green robes said respectfully. How are your injuries recovering after obtaining the Ancestor Dragon's corpse and resentful spirit? Matriarch Ji asked solemnly. Many thanks to His Holiness's help. I have fully recovered from my injuries. With the help of the Ancestor Dragon's corpse and resentful spirit, my cultivation has indeed improved. There are signs of me reaching the consummation realm. Aoing said. Consummation realm? A commotion broke out among the officials. The consummation realm Aoing was talking about was naturally the consummation realm of the Heavenly Palace. This was the cultivation base that everyone yearned for even in their dreams. Everyone looked at Aoing in a different light. You have been in charge of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace for many years. Your injuries were caused by me. I am happy that you are able to recover. This time, I will have to trouble you to follow Emperor Kong and obtain Gu Tang's soul secretly. Matriarch Ji said solemnly. Yes, Your Majesty. Eastern Sea Dragon King Aoing answered. Good, the 2 of you. Go and return quickly. Matriarch Ji said. Yes. The 2 of them replied. At this moment, in the last row of the upper study, a voice suddenly rang out, reporting to His Holiness. Everyone looked over. Mr. Wu Xing? Emperor Kong asked in confusion. His Holiness, this subject wishes to accompany him to the 18th layer of hell. Mr. Wu Xing said respectfully. A curious look appeared on Matriarch Ji's face. The 18 levels of hell are extremely dangerous. I have the ability to seek luck and avoid calamity. I can detect danger in advance and help Emperor Kong and Aoing escape unscathed. Mr. Wu Xing said respectfully. Matriarch Ji looked at Mr. Wu Xing with suspicion in her eyes. After a moment of silence, he finally nodded and said, All right, the 3 of you be careful. Yes. The 3 of them replied. The 18 levels of hell. The 5 Jiang Rulai stepped through the air and arrived. Each of them had a dignified expression on their faces. Their palms were clasped together as they stared coldly at Gu Hai. Gu Hai stood with his hands behind his back. However, he did not seem to be afraid. Mr. Good, these 5 seem to be the 5 people who fought against me at the reincarnation pool when Jiang Rulai escaped. Suddenly, a voice rang out behind Gu Hai. It was Mahavairakana who had received the news and also entered the 18 levels of hell. Jiang Rulai replicated his own divine blood. Ah, the secret technique of the sorcerer tribe is really strange. Gu Hai was still in shock. What a divine blood clone. Judging from the aura of these 5 Jiang Rulai, although they haven't reached the consummate level of the Celestial Palace, they aren't far from it. If I wasn't prepared and was ambushed by them, I might really have fallen. Mahavairakana's eyes sank. I think there are only 5 of them in the first level. I will have to trouble you with these 5 Mahavairakana. Gu Hai said. All right. Mahavairakana nodded. The 5 Jiang Rulai's faces darkened. However, they did not waste any time and immediately struck out with the Buddha's palm. The 5 Buddha's palms struck out and instantly tore the void apart. Buddha's palm? Unfortunately, you are not the real Jiang Rulai. Mahavairakana said coldly. Boom. The Buddha's palm struck out and instantly, there was an explosion in the void. Gu Hai and Kong Xian avoided it. Your Majesty. Kong Xian said worriedly. No worries. Leave this to Mahavairakana. We will go and seal the entrance to the 2nd level. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Yes. Whoosh. The 2 of them turned into a ray of light and rushed towards Yen Luo Dian. After finding the location, everything was simple. With their speed, they arrived at Yen Luo Dian in a short while. The entrance to the 2nd level of hell was not far from Yen Luo Dian. The 2 of them arrived in an instant. Whoosh. Whoosh. At this moment, the divine demon army in the distance also rushed over. How dare you? Who are you? Countless ghost soldiers shouted. Obviously, the ghost soldiers had changed. Most of them did not recognize Gu Hai and Kong Xian. However, a few of them recognized Kong Xian at first glance. They were horrified when they saw him. Demons, it's them. Someone shouted. Take down these ghost soldiers. Gu Hai ordered. Yes. The divine demon army answered. The divine demon army acted and immediately subdued all the ghost soldiers. Give me the news of Gu Tang's interrogation. Also, find a clone that looks like me. Gu Hai shouted. Yes. The godly demon army started to move. The 200,000 divine demon army all went down to the Heaven Palace. Some even strangely charged into the Central Heaven Palace. Without Jiang Rulai holding them back, they swept through in an instant. Gu Hai instantly took control of the 1st level of hell. Kong Xian guarded the entrance to the 2nd level. Gu Hai was not in a hurry to enter the 2nd level of hell. Instead, he looked around coldly. Gu Hai wanted to understand the situation in the 18 levels of hell. The movement of the 200,000 divine demon army was too big. If Gu Tang's soul was in the 1st level of hell, he should be able to see it. Gu Hai waited, hoping that Gu Tang had escaped to the 1st level. However, he did not. At this moment, not far from Yama Hall, 3 figures were watching from afar. They were Ao Ing, Emperor Kong, and Mr. Wu Xing from the Great Yellow Dynasty. We're too late? Gu Hai sealed the entrance to the 2nd level of hell. Emperor Kong's expression darkened. That's Kong Xian. Let's break through. Ao Ing said confidently. Break through? Emperor Kong was a little hesitant. Look in the distance. Those 5 Jiang Rulai clones are about to be defeated. Time is of the essence. No, Mahavairakana is going easy on them? Ao Ing said in surprise. Going easy on them? What? Emperor Kong asked in shock. Jiang Rulai has more than just the Gautama divine palm. He still has other moves that he has not used yet. Through these clones, we can help Mahavairakana understand Jiang Rulai's strength. Aha, Jiang Rulai is shooting himself in the foot. Ao Ing said coldly. Mr. Wu Xing, you can predict good and bad luck. Is our trip going to be good or bad? Emperor Kong looked at Mr. Wu Xing. Mr. Wu Xing frowned slightly. Great calamity? Great calamity? Emperor Kong and Ao Ing narrowed their eyes. That's right. Great calamity means extremely dangerous. Are we still going in? Emperor Kong asked worriedly. Great calamity is only dangerous, not certain death, right? Ao Ing said seriously. Yes. Mr. Wu Xing nodded with a bitter smile. Mr. Cangjie already divined the location of Gu Tang's soul. How can we give up? We have to enter the lower level of hell. Ao Ing said seriously. Emperor Kong remained silent for a while before finally nodding. Mr. Wu Xing looked into the distance. Although the army of gods and demons is strong, the 3 of us can still charge through. Supreme Aoing, you deal with Kong Xian and I will deal with Gu Hai. Emperor Kong, you enter the lower level of hell and find Gu Tang's soul. Be quick. I'm going down and you guys are holding back Gu Hai? Emperor Kong said in shock. That's right. You know the location. Supreme Aoing and I will block the entrance to the second level of hell. Go quickly and retrieve Gu Tang's soul. Come out and meet us and we will return immediately. Mr. Wu Xing said solemnly. That's the only way. Aoing nodded. Only Emperor Kong looked at Mr. Wu Xing strangely. Before coming, Empress Ji had specially instructed Emperor Kong to pay attention to Mr. Wu Xing and see if he had any ulterior motives. After all, Mr. Wu Xing had only been in the Great Yellow Dynasty for a short time. Although his abilities were outstanding, it was hard to avoid suspicion. However, Empress Ji could not say it out loud. Now, in order to find Gu Tang's soul, Mr. Wu Xing had actually volunteered himself. This was not his style. Empress Ji had told Emperor Kong to be careful, worried that Mr. Wu Xing might have ulterior motives. However, it seemed that His Holiness was overthinking. Mr. Wu Xing had taken the initiative to block Gu Hai so that Emperor Kong could retrieve Gu Tang's soul. How could he have ulterior motives? All right, thank you, Mr. Wu Xing. Emperor Kong replied. The time in each of the 18 levels of hell is doubled. Therefore you should not need much time this time. Be careful. Aoing said solemnly. All right. Emperor Kong replied. Let's go. Aoing shouted. Whoosh. Aoing led Emperor Kong and Mr. Wu Xing toward the entrance to the second level. Who is it? Kong Xian's expression changed. Roar. However, they saw a huge dragon claw grabbing at Kong Xian. Bastard. Kong Xian's expression turned sinister. He slapped with his palm and a peacock claw appeared. Boom. The two claws collided in the void. For a moment, the void shattered. Neither of them could do anything to the other. Who is it? Gu Hai, who was interrogating the ghosts nearby, walked over with a cold expression. Screech. Kong Xian let out a ferocious cry. The sky was filled with countless green lights. Within the green lights, 10,000 Kong Xian appeared. Along with Kong Xian's green light, there was another kind of green light that exploded. The number of Ao Yings that had clashed with Kong Xian's palms suddenly increased to 10,000. At the same time, an azure dragon appeared in front of the peacock god in the sky. Azure Dragon Domain? You are the East Sea Dragon King Aoing. Kong Xian's expression changed. Boom. 10,000 avatars of the divine path collided with each other. Gu Hai also appeared in front of Aoing in an instant. However, at this moment 10,000 stars appeared in the sky. The stars produced a strangling force that locked onto Gu Hai. Oh. Gu Hai's expression darkened. He took out the life-extinguishing saber and slashed. The saber aura shot into the sky. A long saber made of stars appeared in the sky and slashed toward Aoing. Boom. The saber aura and the life-extinguishing saber clashed. Gu Hai immediately saw Mr. Wu Xing among the stars. The moment he saw Mr. Wu Xing, Gu Hai's pupils shrank. He was shocked. He almost shouted out loud. This is my fourth son, Gu Ming? Emperor Kong, quick. Mr. Wu Xing shouted. Whoosh. Emperor Kong entered the second level of hell instantly. Chapter 995. Kong Di instantly charged into the second layer of hell. Stop right there. Kong Xian roared with a ferocious expression. A six-colored divine light shot into the second layer of hell. Boom. Suddenly, a dragon claw appeared and shattered the six-colored divine light. Kong Xian, your opponent now is me. Aoing said coldly. In the distance, Mahavairakana suddenly narrowed his eyes. Seeing that something had happened, he was no longer in the mood to deal with the 5 Jiang Rulai clones and was about to attack with all his might. However, he saw Gu Hai, who was in the distance, suddenly use his finger to wipe his glabella. Ordinary people would have thought that Gu Hai was going to split open the sky. Only Mahavairakana knew that this was a secret signal from Gu Hai. Slow down. Slow down? Mahavairakana was slightly stunned. Although he did not understand what Gu Hai meant, he was not in a hurry to attack with all his might. He put in more effort than before. Boom. One of the Jiang Rulai clones was sent flying. It seemed that Mahavairakana had used all his might, but he was still entangled. Gu Hai's saber attack did not have any effect. In the starry sky, Mr. Wu Xing manipulated the stars again. Buzz. Another saber made of stars slashed down at Gu Hai. Humph. You are courting death. Gu Hai glared and shot his saber into the sky again. Boom. Immediately there was another loud sound and the void shattered again. With a wave of Mr. Wu Xing's sleeve, more and more stars appeared. It was like a storm of stars that swept toward Gu Hai. I don't care who you are. You are blocking my Dahan Imperial Dynasty's business. You deserve death. Gu Hai stepped into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Gu Hai's saber and the saber of stars clashed again and again. The collision in the void grew stronger. Countless stars surrounded the two, spinning rapidly, forming a huge whirlpool in the sky. Within the whirlpool were countless fragments. It was turbid and the scene inside could not be seen clearly. Your Majesty, Kong Xian shouted anxiously. However, with Ao Ying in front of him, Kong Xian could not leave. Rumble. In the star storm there were countless explosions. In everyone's eyes, the battle between Gu Hai and Mr. Wu Xing was extremely intense. However, no one would have thought that at the center of the star storm, there was a star that was quietly parked. On this planet, Gu Hai and Mr. Wu Xing didn't fight. Instead they stood together calmly. Mr. Wu Xing knelt down. Gu Ming is unfilial. Greetings to my father. Gu Ming? Is really you? Why are you in the Great Yellow Dynasty? Gu Hai sighed. Back then, I went to the Dian Dynasty with my third brother. Later, I was chosen by a certain faction and obtained a body of skills. Against my will, I entered the Great Yellow Dynasty. I had to change my name. I am Wu Xing, sun, moon, and stars. Without a star, there is light. However, I was forced to do so all these years. Until today, I can finally meet my father. Mr. Wu Xing said emotionally. Gu Hai helped Gu Ming up and looked at him carefully. In the end, he nodded. If your mother saw your achievements today, she would be happy. Father, I am useless. I couldn't save my mother all these years. Mr. Wu Xing said bitterly. It's fine. I, your father, will save your mother. Why are you here? Gu Hai asked. Matriarch Ji wants to snatch my third brother's soul earlier. With this, we can blackmail my father in the future. Mr. Wu Xing said with hatred. Oh? Looking for Lil Tang's soul? Jiang Rulai controlled the 18 levels of hell, but he didn't know where Lil Tang's soul was. How did Matriarch Ji know? Just now, Emperor Kong went to find Lil Tang? Gu Hai's face darkened. Yes. Matriarch Ji has many strange people under her command. One of them is called Songjia. He can calculate the location of everyone in the world. Not long ago, Big Brother's location in Lingshan City was calculated by Songjia. Then Emperor Kong leaked it to Jiang Rulai. Now he can calculate Lil Tang's location with incomparable accuracy. Shocking. Mr. Wu Xing said in shock. Songjia? Calculate the location of everyone in the world? How is this possible? Even the immortal of 6 paths can't control the heavens and earth, right? Gu Hai said in shock. It's true. Unlike the immortal of 6 paths, Songjia can only calculate. Moreover, if I am not wrong, he should be a Shoushio. Mr. Wu Xing said solemnly. Shoushio. Isn't Shoushio 8 meridians? East, south, west and north meridians live and die? Could it be that he? Gu Hai was puzzled. Songjia is not one of the 8 meridians. Those 8 meridians are only inheritances on the surface. In reality, Shoushio is not limited to these 8 people. I am fortunate to be cultivating one of the Shoushio. Mr. Wu Xing explained. Gu Hai was surprised. Shoushio is Fushi's inheritance. 800,000 years ago, Fushi died. However, I have a feeling that Fushi will be resurrected. As for how he will be resurrected, it should be related to us Shoushio. Father, be careful. Mr. Wu Xing explained. Gu Hai nodded. Father, Matriarch Ji is very suspicious. You see that only Ao Ying, Emperor Kong and I are here. However, if I'm not wrong, there are people sent by Matriarch Ji waiting in the dark. Matriarch Ji is very meticulous. It is impossible that we are the only ones. Instead of letting another person get third brother's soul, it is better to let Emperor Kong get it. Mr. Wu Xing explained. You are saying that there are people hiding in the dark, watching us? Gu Hai asked in a low voice. Yes. I wonder where father found this Virokana. He is so powerful. Why would Matriarch Ji only send the 3 of us? Even if the 3 of us are only hiding in the shadows and acting as we see fit, Matriarch Ji will definitely not trust us. Moreover, even I do not know third brother's location. Only Emperor Kong knows. He is very careful. Mr. Wu Xing said in a low voice. After today you will return to Dahan with me. Gu Hai looked at Mr. Wu Xing. Mr. Wu Xing shook his head. Father, please forgive me. This child cannot leave the Great Yellow Dynasty now. This child still has important matters to attend to. Gu Hai looked at Gu Hai. In the end he nodded and did not force him. Father, this child asked Kong Di to secretly retrieve third brother's soul so that the other person sent by Matriarch Ji wouldn't be able to obtain it. This child is confident that he can borrow third brother's soul from Kong Di and exchange it for third brother's soul. Father, please help me. Mr. Wu Xing said seriously. I remember that father has a copy of third brother's soul? Mr. Wu Xing looked at Gu Hai and asked. Gu Hai did have a copy of Gu Tang's soul. Jiang Rulai had lied to him. That's right. It is in my hands. Gu Hai nodded. This child is worried that he will harm third brother's soul by force. It is not good to use force. Father, please give me the fake third brother's soul. I will find an opportunity to exchange it for third brother's soul. Moreover, with my methods I should be able to hide it from Cangjia. Mr. Wu Xing said solemnly. Gu Hai looked at Gu Ming and nodded. You are still so meticulous. This is for you. Whoosh. Gu Hai waved his hand and a jade box appeared in his palm. There seemed to be a blue energy swimming in the jade box. Thank you, father. Mr. Wu Xing immediately took it. Third brother, leave father to me. I will have to trouble father with mother's side. Mr. Wu Xing said solemnly. I will do my best for your mother. Gu Hai nodded. Also, father, you must be careful of Jiang Rulai. Especially in the second layer of hell. Jiang Rulai's nest is there. Mr. Wu Xing said worriedly. Oh. Gu Hai was puzzled. Father, you should have seen second brother, right? I heard that second brother is the reincarnation of the Holy Land of Holy Mountain. But father, have you ever heard second brother talk about the details of Holy Mountain? Mr. Wu Xing asked solemnly. Details of Holy Mountain? I don't think so. Gu Hai frowned. Because second brother himself is not clear. He is only a split body of the heavenly demon's earth soul and then reincarnated. The earth soul is divided into good and evil. The evil earth soul reincarnated into Jiang Rulai. The good earth soul reincarnated into second brother Gu Han. This is the good and evil Tathagata. However, the heavenly demon is more than this. Mr. Wu Xing said solemnly. Oh, you mean there are other Tathagatas? Gu Hai was surprised. This involved the direction of cultivation after the completion of the heavenly palace. The Tathagata demon chose the same cultivation method as the sage of the six paths, which was to separate the soul into a body. The sage of the six paths eventually turned into 10 bodies. Jiang Rulai was the same. Unfortunately, I heard from Matriarch Ji that something went wrong with his cultivation. Or perhaps this was how he cultivated. Anyway, in the end he only had 3 souls. The heavenly soul transformed into heavenly Tathagata. The human soul transformed into heavenly Tathagata. The good Tathagata and evil Tathagata. Mr. Wu Xing explained. In other words, there are 4 Tathagatas. Besides Gu Han, there are 3 more. Heavenly Tathagata, human Tathagata, and Jiang Rulai? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Yes, heavenly Tathagata and human Tathagata have never shown their faces. Second brother knows them, but he probably doesn't know what they cultivate. These two have never communicated with the good and evil Tathagata. It was only when Jiang Lianshan and the evil Tathagata formed an alliance that they began to conspire. Therefore, second brother should be isolated by them and doesn't know the details. Mr. Wu Xing explained. Oh, then you mean that besides Jiang Rulai, there are other unknown heavenly Tathagata and human Tathagata in the second layer of hell? Gu Hai said with a gloomy expression. Yes. Furthermore, Matriarch Ji doesn't know much about this secret. Everything is Jiang Lianshan's plan. Mr. Wu Xing explained. Jiang Lianshan's plan? Yes. According to Matriarch Ji, the evil Tathagata reincarnated as Jiang Lianshan's son. As a sign of allegiance, Jiang Lianshan trusted him and hid his heaven-defying capital in Jiang Rulai's place. Mr. Wu Xing recalled. Jiang Lianshan's heaven-defying capital? What do you mean? Gu Hai asked gravely. For example, this divine blood duplication belongs to Jiang Lianshan. When Jiang Lianshan was alive, Jiang Rulai could not use it. Only when Jiang Lianshan died can Jiang Rulai use it. I heard that there is another heaven-defying treasure that Jiang Lianshan hid in Jiang Rulai's place. When Jiang Lianshan was alive, Jiang Rulai could not use it. However, now it is possible. Mr. Wu Xing said with a frown. Why did he hide it in Jiang Rulai's place? Gu Hai was puzzled. Because the heaven-defying treasure's aura is too strong. He was afraid of alarming the immortal of 6 paths. If Jiang Lianshan suppressed it alone, he would not be able to do anything else. That is why he allied with Jiang Rulai. The heaven Tathagata and the mortal Tathagata are in charge of suppressing the heaven-defying treasure's aura for Jiang Lianshan. Of course, at first they could only suppress it and not use it. However, now that Jiang Lianshan is dead, the heaven-defying treasure may be used. Mr. Wu Xing said solemnly. Divine blood duplication? There's another heaven-defying treasure? Jiang Lianshan is preparing to use it in the future? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Yes. In the second layer of hell, there are still the heaven Tathagata and the mortal Tathagata. Father, you must be careful. Mr. Wu Xing explained. Gu Hai finally understood why Long Zhanghua said that Jiang Rulai's sacred mountain was only the tip of the iceberg. The heaven Tathagata and the mortal Tathagata? These two were complete souls. Each of them was equivalent to the combination of the good and evil Tathagata. Secondly, there was also the heaven-defying treasure and the divine blood duplication that Jiang Lianshan had hidden. This divine blood duplication was already an exaggeration to say that it could duplicate 5 Jiang Rulai. Could that heaven-defying treasure be even more powerful? That's also why Empress Ji was unwilling to fight head-on with Jiang Rulai even though she won the battle for the Divine Path Sorcerer's Tome. Father, you must be careful. If you can't do it, don't force yourself. There will be plenty of time for Mother's matter in the future. Mr. Wu Xing said solemnly. Chapter 996. Mr. Wu Xing's information made Gu Hai's expression turn grave. He had thought that with Mahavairakana accompanying him, he would definitely be able to capture Jiang Rulai. But now, after hearing about Jiang Rulai's concealment, Gu Hai sucked in a breath of cold air. No, it wasn't Jiang Rulai's concealment, but Jiang Lianshan's. In the Long Zhanghua era, all the light in the world was enjoyed by Long Zhanghua alone. But who knew how much power Jiang Lianshan had accumulated? Jiang Lianshan's shadow could be found in all the major powers in the world. Moreover, many of them had hidden themselves. Putting aside the Divine Path Shaman book, the divine blood duplication had shocked Gu Hai. Moreover, there was also a heaven-defying treasure. This trip wasn't going to be that simple. Father, you must be careful. If you can't do it, don't force yourself. There will be plenty of time for Mother's matter. Solemnly, Mr. Wu Xing said. Gu Hai nodded lightly. Don't worry, Father knows. But since I'm here today, Father will definitely go to the second level of hell. Your mother can't wait much longer. Mr. Wu Xing was slightly taken aback. The White Emperor once wrote to me. I got the letter and Lil Tang escaped. This means that the White Emperor was captured by Jiang Rulai. Now that we're here, if I don't rescue him, Father will feel uneasy. Moreover, Father still has a chance to fight. Gu Hai said solemnly. Mr. Wu Xing was surprised. Mr. Wu Xing had already described Jiang Rulai to be so terrifying. With his understanding of Gu Hai, he wouldn't have boasted like this if he wasn't confident. It seemed that Father was more powerful than he had imagined. Yes, Father, be careful. Mr. Wu Xing said respectfully. The outside world is almost done. Father will help you cover up so that you won't be suspected when you go out. Gu Hai said. Solemnly. No need, I can do it myself. Mr. Wu Xing said respectfully. While speaking, Mr. Wu Xing immediately flew into the sky. With a wave of his hand, a large number of stars charged towards Mr. Wu Xing. Rumble. Immediately, a large number of stars struck Mr. Wu Xing's body. Mr. Wu Xing's body was severely injured, and most of his clothes were torn. He looked miserable. Gu Hai felt somewhat worried. This Gu Ming was the one with the most extreme character of his 4 sons. This kind of self-mutilation, how could he do it so casually? Xing. Suddenly, thousands of starry blades emerged from the stars. The blade was pointed at Mr. Wu Xing. Gu Hai's face darkened. So many blades. That was too ruthless. Kill. Mr. Wu Xing shouted. Boom. Thousands of blades tore through Mr. Wu Xing's body. Mr. Wu Xing's miserable shriek came from the starry sky. The surging star storm exploded with a loud boom. The sky was filled with crushed stones, and they immediately exploded in all directions. In an instant, Kong Xian and Aoing saw where Gu Hai was. Gu Hai stepped in the air, holding the life-extinguishing saber in his hand. He looked coldly into the distance. Thousands of stars exploded, as if they were split by Gu Hai's saber. Mr. Wu Xing was washed by his own thousands of blades. In an instant, there was no place on his body that was intact. Large pieces of flesh were cut open on his arms and legs, revealing his white bones. Half of his face was also destroyed. It was a tragic sight. Mr. Wu Xing. In the distance, Ao Ying's expression changed. He wanted to pounce on him. At this moment, how could Kong Xian be willing? Ah, you want to leave? No way. Now your opponent is me. Kong Xian shouted. Boom. Kang Xian struck Ao Ying with a heavy blow and held him back. Cough cough cough. In the distance, Mr. Wu Xing coughed up blood and looked at Gu Hai in horror. In the eyes of outsiders, Mr. Wu Xing had been crippled by Gu Hai. Only Gu Hai knew that this was caused by Mr. Wu Xing's self-harm. Gu Hai did not expect Mr. Wu Xing to harm himself so thoroughly and fiercely. Gu Hai also seemed to discover for the first time that his son had an unparalleled ruthlessness. Too ruthless. There were many wounds on his body. If there were more wounds, it would hurt his foundation. But Mr. Wu Xing gritted his teeth and did not even frown. Gu Hai felt complicated. At the same time, he understood how cruel Mr. Wu Xing's current situation was. Since Mr. Wu Xing had done this, Gu Hai had to cooperate with him. Humph? Tell me, what are you doing here? Gu Hai grabbed his saber and said coldly. Cough cough cough, Gu Hai? Ha ha ha, you didn't kill me just now. Do you know that you will regret it for the rest of your life? Ah. Mr. Wu Xing laughed sinisterly. Regret it for the rest of your life? Gu Hai's face was gloomy and puzzled. Just at this moment. Bang! Suddenly, a stream of light rushed over from the entrance of the second layer of hell. It was Emperor Kong. Let's go. Emperor Kong came out and immediately threw out a reincarnation lotus. Immediately, an exit to the outside world appeared. Ao Ying's eyes lit up when he saw Emperor Kong come out. Gu Hai, just you wait. Mr. Wu Xing suddenly rushed toward the reincarnation entrance. You want to leave? Do you think it's that easy? Zhou Tian 8. Gu Hai slashed down again. Boom. A vast saber aura rushed over and was about to drown Mr. Wu Xing. Gu Hai, enough is enough. Emperor Kong shouted and threw out a golden scroll. Once the golden scroll appeared, it released thousands of golden lights that rushed toward the saber aura. Mr. Wu Xing also waved his hand. Thousands of stars condensed into a star blade that rushed toward Zhou Tian 8. Hong. With a loud bang, the starry blade instantly exploded, and the thousands of stars were instantly crushed into powder. Even Kong Di's golden scroll magic treasure exploded with a loud bang. Mr. Wu Xing was shaken by the force and spat out another mouthful of blood. He flew backward into the reincarnation lotus. Emperor Kong also staggered, but he turned around and fled into the reincarnation lotus. Ha Gu Hai, Kong Xian will meet again. Ao Ying shouted. Boom. His palm collided with Kong Xian's and countless voids exploded. Ao Ying stepped into the exit of the reincarnation lotus. The instant he stepped out, he smashed the reincarnation lotus, causing the exit to vanish. What? Kong Xian was instantly enraged. Gu Hai also looked angry. Search this place. Don't miss any corners. See if there are any other rats here. Gu Hai roared furiously. Yes. The 200,000 divine demon army answered. In a mountain forest on the divine continent. Mr. Wu Xing spat out a mouthful of blood and fell at the foot of a mountain. He was covered in blood and looked miserable. Whoosh, whoosh. Emperor Kong and Ao Ying immediately followed him out. Behind them, the hole in the void suddenly vanished. Mr. Wu Xing, how are you? Emperor Kong and Ao Ying immediately rushed forward. Puff, I won't die. Mr. Wu Xing spat out blood. Emperor Kong immediately took out an immortal medicine and fed it to Mr. Wu Xing. Ao Ying also quickly stopped the bleeding. Gu Hai is so powerful. I thought I could fight with him. Who would have thought that Gu Hai hid his strength so well? Mr. Wu Xing said miserably. That Gu Hai is indeed strange. It's a miracle that you survived. Ao Ying solemnly said. With Jiang Rulai's strength, do you think Gu Hai will die in there? Cough cough. Mr. Wu Xing said weakly. Difficult. Emperor Kong frowned. What? Is Gu Hai really that strong? Mr. Wu Xing asked in disbelief. This Gu Hai is strange. He's best at escaping from death. Have you forgotten? In the past he encountered so many difficulties. When did he not escape in the end? Even when he rebelled with the Long Zhanggua and escaped from the Immortal of Six Paths, what more this time? His Holiness saw Gu Hai's ability, so he let us take the risk to obtain Gu Tang's soul. Emperor Kong guessed. This Gu Hai is really lucky. Cough cough cough, humph, today's humiliation will be returned 100 times. Mr. Wu Xing said viciously. Mr. Wu Xing, it's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise we would not have been so successful. Emperor Kong sighed. Jiang Rulai's clone stopped Mahavarakana, and Ao Ying stopped Kong Xian. The army of gods and demons was still manageable, but Gu Hai was the most difficult to deal with. However, Sir Wu Xing faced the challenge head-on. Although he was severely injured in the end, he was still alive. All his injuries could be healed. This is what I should do. Alright, Emperor Kong, did you find Gu Tang? Gu Tang's soul. Mr. Wu Xing said expectantly. Emperor Kong smiled, of course. When has Mr. Zhang ever been wrong? That's good. We can report to His Holiness now. Mr. Wu Xing said with a smile. Yes, so it was so smooth. That Gu Tang is also smart. He actually mixed in with a group of evil spirits fighting each other. Who would have thought that it was so inconspicuous? If not for Mr. Zhang's guidance, no one would have found it. Emperor Kong sighed. Mr. Wu Xing nodded. Supreme AO, the reincarnation lotus brought us out randomly. Where is this? Let me see. AO Ying immediately flew into the sky. He began to investigate the surroundings. Cough, cough, cough. Mr. Wu Xing suddenly coughed continuously. Mr. Wu Xing, are you okay? Emperor Kong asked worriedly. Mr. Wu Xing spat out another mouthful of blood. This Gu Hai know that Gu Tang caused me so much trouble. Emperor Kong, can you let me take a look at the culprit? Mr. Wu Xing spat out blood and said angrily. Seeing Mr. Wu Xing's miserable state, Emperor Kong could not refuse. After all, Mr. Wu Xing had helped him stop Gu Hai. So what if he took a look? Don't break it. Emperor Kong flipped his hand and took out a small blue ball. There seemed to be a flow of blue light within the ball. Mr. Wu Xing took it and looked. This is Gu Tang who caused me so much trouble. Cough, cough, cough. Mr. Wu Xing suddenly spat out another mouthful of blood. It was aimed at Emperor Kong's face. Emperor Kong instinctively turned his face and dodged it. But the moment he dodged, a ray of blue light flew out of Mr. Wu Xing's tattered sleeve and entered the ball. The blue light in the ball was absorbed into Mr. Wu Xing's sleeve. This sent AO Ying away. The moment Emperor Kong turned his head, Mr. Wu Xing had already swapped Gu Tang's soul. I'm sorry, Emperor Kong. I can't stop my injuries. Mr. Wu Xing apologized. It doesn't matter. It didn't touch me. But your injuries are too serious. We have to go back quickly and let His Holiness heal you. Emperor Kong shook his head. Mr. Wu Xing nodded. He returned the ball to Emperor Kong, who immediately put it away. I found the location. Let's go. AO Ying immediately flew back. Whoosh. Under AO Ying's lead, the three turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the horizon. Chapter 997. Search every nook and cranny. See if there are any other rats here. Gu Hai roared furiously. Yes. The 200,000 soldiers replied. Gu Hai's anger also angered the 200,000 soldiers. They immediately searched the first level of hell. The first level of hell was very big, but it was also very spacious. It was very big and one could see a large area clearly. It was also very convenient to search. Who are you? Stop right there. Suddenly one of the soldiers shouted. Everyone looked over and saw a hole in the void. It was just like the hole that Emperor Kong and the others had left through. There was a reincarnation lotus spinning slowly above it. 5 figures instantly entered the hole and slapped the reincarnation lotus. Boom. The hole disappeared, and the divine demon army was left empty-handed. They were all depressed. The divine demon army continued searching. Gu Hai, who was far away, narrowed his eyes. He knew that it was the second line that Matriarch Ji had sent. Stop. Another shout came from afar. 6 people exited the first level of hell through the reincarnation lotus. Oh, Matriarch Ji actually sent 3 lines? What a suspicious heart. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes slightly. On the other side, Jiang Rulai's 5 clones were also retreating under Mahavairocana's attacks. Break. Mahavairocana suddenly raised his hand and slashed down like a sharp blade from the sky. Boom. A heavily injured Jiang Rulai clone was unable to dodge and was instantly split in half. The other 4 clones' expressions changed. They knew that things were not good. Go. The 4 Jiang Rulai clones turned around and rushed towards the entrance of the second level of hell. Whoosh. In an instant, the 4 clones rushed to the entrance. Mahavairocana's body flashed and appeared in front of the 4 clones, blocking the entrance of the second level of hell. Kong Xian also had a ferocious expression. He also wanted to stop the 4 clones. The 4 clones were anxious and could not advance or retreat. Suddenly, the 4 clones each took out a reincarnation lotus. They seemed to want to escape. Gu Hai's face darkened. Kong Xian, step aside, let them enter the second layer of hell. What? Kong Xian was surprised. The 4 replicas of Jiang Rulai also looked surprised. However, since Gu Hai had given the order, they naturally moved aside immediately. Now that the entrance had appeared, The four of them naturally had no intention of leaving the 18 layers of hell. They had to inform their main bodies as soon as possible. Oh. The four of them instantly charged into the second layer of hell. Mahavarakana was slightly curious, but he still stood at the entrance of the second level of hell and sealed the entrance. Mr. Good, did you deliberately let them leak information? Mahavarakana frowned. That's right. Gu Hai nodded. But aren't we looking for the ancient Tang Crown Prince? Kang Xian was puzzled. Don't worry, we know what to do. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. Kang Xian didn't say anything else. They waited patiently for 10 days and 10 nights. Jiang Rulai didn't come out of the second layer of hell. Gu Hai wasn't in a hurry. The 200,000 divine demon army combed through the first layer of hell and thoroughly searched. Your Majesty, there are no abnormalities. There is only one replica of His Majesty. We didn't find a second one. A general of the divine demon army came to report. Gu Hai nodded. The divine demon army is stationed at the four corners of the first layer of hell. Guard the entire first layer of hell and prevent outsiders from invading. Yes. The 200,000 divine demon army immediately dispersed. Only Gu Hai, Kang Xian, and Mahavarakana were at the entrance of the second layer of hell. It seems that it is extremely difficult to replicate His Majesty's replicas. That's why there is only one in the first layer of hell. Kang Xian smiled. Gu Hai nodded. I already know the situation of the second layer of hell. Kang Xian and Mahavarakana were slightly stunned. Gu Hai explained the situation to the two of them. Jiang Rulai? Tathagata? Tathagata? Divine blood replicas? Heaven-defying treasures? Kang Xian was shocked. Originally, he thought that capturing Jiang Rulai would be like beating a dog when it was down. However, after hearing Gu Hai's explanation, Kang Xian was shocked to discover that Jiang Rulai's foundation was so terrifying. Jiang Rulai? I didn't expect that. Mahavarakana exclaimed. Your Majesty, what do we do now? Do we still go in? Kang Xian asked solemnly. You all guard the first layer. I will go in and try. Gu Hai said in a low voice. What? Kang Xian was shocked. Mahavarakana was also shocked. You're going in alone? It's too dangerous. Don't take the risk. I have to go. My wife's soul is still inside. I can't delay and I don't dare to delay. I have to find her this time. Gu Hai said solemnly. White Emperor. But it's too dangerous down there. Your Majesty, can't we consider this at length? Kang Xian was worried. Is it worth it for you to risk your life for a woman? Mahavarakana looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Mahavarakana was the Dharmakaya of Sakyamuni. Although he had never experienced love, he still had Sakyamuni's past memories. Sakyamuni was originally a prince, and he even got married and had children. However, for the sake of cultivation, for the sake of the world, he abandoned his family and family. In Mahavarakana's opinion, Gu Hai had the Dahan imperial dynasty, and the Dahan's growth was terrifying. In the future, Gu Hai might be able to reach the same height as the Longzhangwa or even stronger. What kind of woman can't he have? He has such a bright future and he can also benefit the world. But now he is going to die for a woman? This. Mahavarakana couldn't understand for a moment. Gu Hai smiled slightly. Do you know why I started cultivating? Mahavarakana looked at Gu Hai in confusion. My greatest goal in embarking on the path of cultivation is to see my Xian again one day, and to be able to let my beloved live a carefree and happy life. So I have been working very hard. Now I can save my Xian. Should I give up my original goal for those meaningless benefits? Gu Hai said solemnly. But if you go down, are you confident that you can escape unscathed? Mahavarakana asked in a low voice. 10%. Gu Hai sighed slightly. Only 10%? Kang Xian said anxiously. Mahavarakana looked shocked. Wasn't it certain death? Gu Hai still had a 10% chance of coming back? How could that be? What was he relying on? Mr. Gu, even if there's only 10%, it's still too dangerous. Shakyamuni Buddha once said that you have the sign of destiny, and your future achievements are limitless. But in this world there are many people with the sign of destiny, but there are even more who die young. What if? Mahavarakana said worriedly. Sign of destiny? Shakyamuni Buddha thinks too highly of me. No matter what my sign is, no matter how great my future achievements are, I only know that some people are more important than the whole world. Xian is such a person, so I have to give it a try. I'll have to trouble you to stay here. Apart from me, no one is allowed to come out. Gu Hai said solemnly. Your Majesty. Kang Xian looked anxious. Mahavairakana frowned slightly. I'll go down with you. You? Mahavairakana, the second level of hell is too dangerous. What if? Guhai said worriedly. Thank you for your consideration, Mr. Good. But don't worry too much, Mr. Good. They can't kill me. Solemnly, Mahavairakana said. Oh. Guhai looked puzzled. Although I may not be able to handle them, I'm confident that I won't die. Solemnly, Mahavairakana said. Looking at Mahavairakana, Guhai nodded. Then I'll have to trouble you. Your Majesty, I'll go with you. Kong Xian said immediately. Guhai shook his head. It's too dangerous down there. You're not strong enough. Stay here and wait for my return. Kong Xian. This was the first time someone said that he was not strong enough. Kong Xian was also depressed. But since it was Guhai who said it, Kong Xian did not dare to refute. Besides, the level of danger down there was not something he could handle. Don't worry, we'll be back. Guhai said. Yes, Your Majesty. Kong Xian clenched his fist. Guhai and Mahavairakana stepped into the second layer of hell. Standing at the entrance of the second layer of hell and watching Guhai and Mahavairakana enter, Kong Xian's face showed anger. I must reach the peak of Heavenly Palace as soon as possible. I must rush up there as soon as possible. Kong Xian was depressed about his cultivation level. On the other side, Guhai and Mahavairakana had already stepped into the second layer of hell. The second layer of hell was hot and dry. The two stepped out, but they were in the sky of the second layer. On the ground below, countless evil spirits were killing each other under the murderous aura of hell. In the distance, volcanoes were spewing magma. It was the same as the last time. The only difference was that in the distance, there was a large stream of light rushing over. Buzz. The stream of light stopped not far away from Guhai and Mahavairakana. It was the clones of Jiang Rulai. They stood in the air and looked at the two coldly. Hey Guhai, Mahavairakana? We haven't had time to go to the first layer of hell to find you, and you dare to barge in? One of the clones of Jiang Rulai sneered. Guhai looked around, but his eyes narrowed. 64 Jiang Rulai? This divine blood clone is really powerful. It can create top-notch experts in batches. Even if the clones are much weaker than the original, they are still at the 9th level of Heavenly Palace. No wonder Jiang Rulai didn't clone others. It's enough to clone himself. With this kind of power, if there is no one at the peak of Heavenly Palace in the world, they can sweep the world. Mahavairakana laughed. 64? The 9th level of Heavenly Palace? No wonder the ancient witch tribe and the demon tribe could be the protagonists of the world. The human race can't withstand a single blow. Guhai said solemnly. Mr. Good, what do you think? Mahavairakana looked at Guhai. Can you handle it? Guhai asked. Yes. Mahavairakana nodded. Then make your move. Use your thunderous means. Don't tangle with him. Use your power to shake Jiang Rulai's heart. Guhai said solemnly. My Tempest Temple is thunderous. Isn't it easy to use great power? Mahavairakana laughed. Hey, you're about to die and you still dare to talk nonsense? Mahavairakana, didn't you have a hard time dealing with the 5 of us before? Let's see how you escape this time. One of the clones of Jiang Rulai roared angrily and rushed over. When the first Jiang Rulai made his move, the other Jiang Rulai clones followed closely behind. They also stretched out their hands and struck out with the Buddha's palm. With the fury of thunder, the 64 Jiang Rulai clones seemed to carry the might of the heavens, leaving Guhai and his companion with nowhere to run. The first Jiang Rulai clones had already rushed in front of Mahavairakana. However, Mahavairakana suddenly narrowed his eyes, extended his right hand and swung his long sleeves. Smack! The sound of a slap shook the heavens. The first Jiang Rulai clone that had rushed forward was instantly sent flying backward like a cannonball, shooting toward a mountain in the distance. The sudden change shocked everyone and they all turned their heads to look. They saw that the face of the Jiang Rulai clone that had been sent flying had been completely deformed. Had he really been sent flying by Mahavairakana's slap? Had he been sent flying by a slap? Chapter 998. The second layer of hell. There seemed to be a light screen above the mouth of a volcano. 3 figures sat in the light screen. The 3 of them looked exactly the same. They all had the appearance of Jiang Rulai. The one on the left wearing a kasaya was obviously Jiang Rulai. Jiang Rulai's chest was pierced by Guhai's god-destroying eye not long ago. He had mostly recovered, but he had not fully recovered. His face was still pale. The one on the right wore a yellow robe and had a golden swastika between his eyebrows. A swastika light flashed in his eyes. The one in the center was a white-robed man with a red line between his eyebrows. The three of them looked at where Gu Hai had appeared. Jiang Rulai, that's Gu Hai and Vairocana? The man in the middle asked. Yes, Rulai Tian. I was injured by Gu Hai's god-destroying light. Jiang Rulai said. The man on the right with the swastika symbol frowned. You were defeated by him? Jiang Lianshan's fate and Spirited Mountain's fate were all destroyed by him? Rulai Tian, this Gu Hai is sinister and cunning. Jiang Rulai said bitterly. Alright, what's done is done. Don't pursue it anymore. Rulai Tian said. Yes. Rulai Tian and Jiang Rulai answered. Is that Vairocana beside you? His strength is on par with yours? Rulai Tian asked. Jiang Rulai's face darkened. I still had some tricks up my sleeve. Gu Hai ambushed me. That's why I was heavily injured. Defeat is defeat. There is no reason or excuse. The god-destroying eye is only a small part of your injuries. Most of it was caused by Vairocana. How long have you been here? You haven't fully recovered? Rulai Tian said. Yes. Jiang Rulai had a bitter expression on his face. Heavenly Rulai, I feel that what Jiang Rulai said is true. After all, the 5 clones of Jiang Rulai were able to tangle with the Mahavairocana for so long. It's obvious that the Mahavairocana isn't all that impressive. Mortal Rulai sneered. Jiang Rulai looked into the distance and said, yeah, his strength should be at the peak of Heavenly Palace. I was too cautious in the past. With the 64 of us attacking, Gu Hai and Mahavairocana will be easily captured. I'm very confident in my divine blood replication. Tathagata also said confidently. A deafening sound came from afar. They saw the first clone that charged forward being slapped by Mahavairocana and sent flying. As it flew out, its entire face caved in and became crooked. Boom. The first Jiang Rulai clone was like a cannonball, smashing into a mountain and shattering it. Mortal Rulai. Jiang Rulai. Heavenly Rulai. Slapping the clone's face was like slapping Mortal Rulai's face. He was just looking down on Mahavairocana, but in the blink of an eye, he was slapped until his face was deformed. He launched a sneak attack. Continue to attack. Immediately, another clone roared. Immediately, the 63 clones pounced again. Smack. 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 A series of deafening sounds came. The sky was filled with Mahavairocana's palms. In an instant, the clones were sent flying like cannonballs. Gu Hai didn't make a move. He just watched. In a short while, the 30 clones smashed one volcano after another like scattering flowers. Magma sputtered, and the sky was filled with a rain of fire. The remaining clones paused, their expressions ugly. In the distance, Heavenly Rulai, Mortal Rulai, and Jiang Rulai's expressions darkened. This Mahavairocana doesn't seem like what you said. Heavenly Rulai said indifferently. He does have some ability. Jiang Rulai, it's not an injustice that you lost to him. Mortal Rulai said indifferently. Jiang Rulai. In the distance, Mahavairocana displayed his might. Although the clones were all at the 9th level of the Heavenly Palace, they were still no match for one palm. All the clones were on guard. Mahavairocana, I think I see them. Gu Hai suddenly narrowed his eyes. Following Gu Hai's gaze, he turned his head and suddenly saw the light and shadow of a volcano crater in the distance. In the light and shadow, the 3 Heavenly Rulai demons were sitting cross-legged. Among them, Mortal Rulai suddenly put his palms together and chanted, Great formation of 18 Buddhas. Suddenly, a burst of golden light appeared around the 18 clones. Then they surrounded Gu Hai and Mahavairocana in a strange formation. At the same time they struck with the Buddha's palm. When they struck, they didn't charge at Gu Hai and Heavenly Rulai. Instead they gathered in the void. The 18 Buddha's palms instantly condensed into a giant palm in the void and pressed down on Gu Hai and Heavenly Rulai. Great formation of 18 Arhats? Mahavairocana's face darkened. He instantly recognized the formation and punched toward the sky. Boom. Mahavairocana's fist collided with the giant Buddha's palm, and a superstorm suddenly appeared in the void. Oh, he blocked it? Mortal Rulai's face darkened. Open. Mahavairocana shouted. The power of the punch skyrocketed. Poof. The 18 clones of Jiang Rulai immediately spat out a mouthful of blood as if they were about to be defeated. Some cracks appeared on the giant Buddha's palm, and it was about to be broken by Mahavairocana. Double, great formation of 18 Buddhas. Mortal Rulai said again. Whoosh. Another 18 clones formed a similar formation outside the formation. The Buddha's palm struck out and instantly infused the giant Buddha's palm that was about to shatter. Boom. Under the pressure of the huge force, Mahavairakana suddenly paused. He was clearly being suppressed. At this moment, the clones that had just been slapped crawled out from the ruins. They looked at Mahavairakana, who was being suppressed by the double formation, in shock and anger. Triple, great formation of 18 Buddhas. Mortal Rulai said again. Whoosh. The third formation was arranged, and all the clones suddenly infused all their power into the giant Buddha's palm. Boom. The power of the giant Buddha's palm exploded again, and it instantly suppressed Mahavairakana's punch force as if it was about to be completely crushed. Once the punch force was crushed, the giant Buddha's palm, which was formed from the power of 54 clones, would completely smash onto Guhai and Mahavairakana. Mortal Rulai sneered. That's all you got? That's not right. The two of them don't show any signs of fear, Mahavairakana said in a low voice. Mahavairakana's voice seemed to reach the ears of Guhai and Mahavairakana in the distance. Mahavairakana smiled. The three of you, do you really think that we are at the end of our rope? Jiang Rulai didn't tell you about my understanding of Buddhism, did he? Jiang Rulai's expression suddenly changed. Oh no, he knows about the great formation of 18 Buddhas too? Mortal Rulai was slightly taken aback. What I know he knows too. He definitely knows the weakness of the great formation of 18 Buddhas. Jiang Rulai's expression changed. Mahavairakana in the distance moved. The punch force that was about to collapse suddenly rushed up. As it rushed up, it turned into a palm and the palm blade slashed through the sky. It was like a heavenly sword that instantly pierced through the gaps between the fingers of the giant Buddha's palm. Hong! With a loud bang, the giant Buddha's palm was cut in half and exploded. The huge recoil instantly rushed into the 54 clones of Jiang Rulai. Boom boom boom. Puff. The 54 clones instantly spat out a mouthful of blood. The formation was broken and they were sent flying. The remaining 10 clones that hadn't set up the formation wanted to help, but it was too late. They were swept away by an invisible force. You. How did you know the weak point of the formation? The clones wiped the blood from the corners of their mouths and said in shock. Mahavairakana ignored them and displayed his ferocious might in this battle. 64 replicas couldn't even withstand a single blow from him. Mr. Good, how should we deal with these clones? Mahavairakana asked. There's no point in keeping them. Kill them. Guhai said in a low voice. All right. Mahavairakana nodded. He waved his hand and a spinning golden fog appeared in his palm, forming a huge vortex. Immediately, a strong suction force rushed toward the 64 clones. Buddhist nation in a palm? Mortal Rulai's expression darkened. Ah. The 64 clones that had just been severely injured screamed as they were sucked into the air and flew toward Mahavairakana's palm. Umph. Mortal Rulai snorted. Tathagata extended his right hand, and as his right hand struck out, a swirling golden mist appeared in his palm. Half of the clones that flew toward Mahavairakana's Buddhist nation in a palm instantly flew toward Mortal Rulai's palm. Buddhist nation in a palm too? Mahavairakana said in surprise. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, the 64 clones disappeared. Half of them entered Mahavairakana's Buddhist nation in a palm, and the other half entered Mortal Rulai's Buddhist nation in a palm. Mahavairakana? What a profound Buddhist dharma. Mortal Rulai said coldly. Same here. You are? Mahavairakana said in a low voice. You can call me Mortal Rulai. Mortal Rulai said lightly. Mortal Rulai? So this one in the middle is Tian Rulai? Mahavairakana said with a serious look in his eyes. Tian Rulai's expression was calm. Oh, you know about us? Looks like Mr. Good was right. Jiang Rulai, how are your injuries? Mahavairakana said lightly. Guhai. Tian Rulai looked at Guhai with narrowed eyes. You don't have to worry about my injuries. Jiang Rulai looked at Mahavairakana coldly. Tian Rulai, Mortal Rulai, and Jiang Rulai? I have a son Guhan. All three of you should be familiar with him, right? Guhai said in a low voice. Good Rulai? He was originally evil but he turned into good. He doesn't fit in with the crowd and is an anomaly. He is facing the wall and reflecting on his mistakes. What? Do you want to speak up for him? Tian Rulai said lightly. It's not that I want to speak up for him. It's just that Guhan is my crown prince and has some history with all of you. I have no grudges with all of you. It wasn't my intention to meet you on the battlefield today. Guhai said in a low voice. It wasn't your intention? It wasn't your intention to destroy my Spirit Mountain's providence? Jiang Rulai shouted with a ferocious expression. You killed hundreds of millions of my people and even imprisoned my son, Gu Tang, and my wife's reincarnation. Do you think I will let you off so easily? Gu Hai said in a low voice. Jiang Rulai snorted coldly. The three of you came with Mahavairakana today because of my wife's reincarnation. White Emperor, where is the White Emperor? Gu Hai said solemnly. White Emperor. Ha ha ha, the White Emperor is in my mystic realm, the Celestial Dome. Do you have the guts to come in? Jiang Rulai laughed coldly. Chapter 999. White Emperor. Ha ha ha, the White Emperor is in my mystic realm, the Immortal Dome. Do you have the guts to enter? Jiang Rulai sneered. Mahavairakana looked at Gu Hai. Mr. Good, Jiang Rulai's injuries are about 80% healed. That Rulai Ren beside him seems to have a more profound understanding of Buddhism than Jiang Rulai. My Buddhist kingdom in a palm is also at my fingertips. Of course, I think the most dangerous one is Rulai Tian. I can sense an aura from him that makes my hair stand on end. Mahavairakana frowned. I have to go in. Do you want to stay here? Gu Hai looked at Mahavairakana. Looking at Gu Hai, Mahavairakana smiled bitterly and said, Mr. Good, I didn't say that because I was afraid. I just wanted to tell you about their level of strength. Don't worry, I said that they can't kill me so they can't kill me. Since you really want to go in, I'll accompany you. However, I can't guarantee that I'll always protect you. Thank you. Gu Hai smiled. Mahavairakana nodded. Gu Hai looked at Jiang Rulai in the distance and said, If that's the case, then you open the mystic realm, the Immortal Dome. I want to see the White Emperor. Jiang Rulai in the distance narrowed his eyes. He was just mocking Gu Hai. He didn't expect Gu Hai to really want to enter. You're asking for it? Ah. Rulai Ren sneered. Jiang Rulai and Rulai Ren looked at Mahavairakana together. Mahavairakana looked at Gu Hai and Lu Li in the distance in confusion and finally nodded. All right, Gu Hai, since you want to die, then come in yourself. Jiang Rulai sneered. As he spoke, he waved his hand. Whoosh! A six-colored light curtain suddenly appeared in front of the three silhouettes. The light curtain was stacked on top of each other like a space entrance. Gu Hai and Mahavairakana flew in front of the six-colored light screen. He paused for a moment. Gu Hai's eye of life and death suddenly opened, and a heavenly aura spread out. At the same time, a section of the six-colored light screen was captured. He was analyzing the entrance to the immortal firmament mystic realm. When the eye of life and death opened, Tian Rulai, who was not far away, raised his eyebrows. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. What? Gu Hai, are you regretting it? Are you afraid to come in? Jiang Rulai sneered. Gu Hai withdrew his eye of life and death and shook his head. Jiang Rulai, I hope you are not lying to me. Jiang Rulai frowned. If the White Emperor is still alive, I will give you a quick death. If the White Emperor is no longer here, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Jiang Rulai's heart trembled when he saw that trace of ruthlessness. After trembling, Jiang Rulai immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. To think that Gu Hai threatened me? A fate worse than death? Let's see who will suffer a fate worse than death later. Jiang Rulai said coldly. Gu Hai did not say anything more. He stepped forward and entered the immortal firmament mystic realm. Mahavairakana followed closely behind. Whoosh! He stepped into the immortal firmament mystic realm. Suddenly he entered a new huge world. In the sky of this world, there were rolling scarlet blood clouds. The churning blood clouds instinctively gave people a great sense of oppression. Mahavairakana looked at the blood clouds in the sky and frowned. Obviously he was extremely vigilant. Once they entered the immortal firmament mystic realm, the entrance behind Gu Hai and Mahavairakana suddenly disappeared. The two of them had no way back. But at this moment, a huge wave of murderous intent surged. They saw that not far away there were three mountains towering into the sky. On each mountain peak sat a person. Tathagata Ren, Tathagata Tian, and Jiang Rulai. The three of them sat on each mountain peak and looked coldly at the two people who had entered the immortal firmament mystic realm. Not far from Tathagata Ren, there was a rolling golden fog. In the fog, there seemed to be the roar of a ferocious beast. Roar! Under the loud roar, it shook one's soul and instantly attracted the attention of Gu Hai and Tathagata Tian. Next to the golden fog, there were huge transparent spherical heads that were the height of two people. The spherical heads were golden in color, like huge insect eggs. In each of those huge insect eggs, there was a figure that seemed to be in deep sleep. They were Jiang Rulai's clones. There were as many as 3,000 of them. 3,000 insect eggs, and in each egg was a clone of Jiang Rulai. These clones were originally in deep sleep. When the two of them stepped into the immortal firmament mystic realm, Tathagata Ren waved his hand gently. Whoosh! It was as if a strong wind blew past the 3,000 insect eggs. Suddenly they trembled. In the insect eggs there was a clone of Jiang Rulai. With a shudder he seemed to wake up. The moment he woke up, he opened his mouth and sucked. Slurp. The huge insect eggs were immediately sucked into his mouth, and the clone was immediately exposed in front of them. Slurp. Slurp. One after another, the 3,000 insect eggs were swallowed by the clones of Jiang Rulai. Then one after another they woke up. 3,000 Jiang Rulai? Greetings to the original body. The 3,000 clones said respectfully to Jiang Rulai. Jiang Rulai smiled in satisfaction. Then the 3,000 clones suddenly bowed to Tathagata Ren. Greetings to the Lord. Tathagata Ren nodded in satisfaction. As he nodded, Tathagata Ren looked at Gu Hai and Tathagata Tian with a cold smile. Looking at the 3,000 Jiang Rulai clones, Mahavairocana's eyelids twitched involuntarily. 3,000? 3,000 Jiang Rulai? Tiske. Mahavairocana gasped. Against 5, Mahavairocana could hide his strength. Against 64, Mahavairocana could still handle it with ease. But 3,000? 3,000 of them? This was not the divine Tao territory. They were all illusory clones. These were real clones. They were all at the 9th level of the heavenly palace. With this strength, if they appeared on the divine continent, most of the leaders of the factions would be scared to death. Other than the Wansho Taoism, the Great Yellow Dynasty, and the Great Yen Celestial Empire, the other factions would definitely surrender when they saw this lineup. What was there to fight? These clones were all at the 9th level of the heavenly palace. What was there to fight? Wasn't this courting death? Mahavairocana's methods were outstanding. But when he saw this, he still gasped at Jiang Rulai's concealment. He turned his head and looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai was also shocked when he saw the 3,000 Jiang Rulai. No wonder the Longzhonghua said that the spiritual mountain Holy Land was only the tip of the iceberg. These 3,000 Jiang Rulai could basically sweep through both the realms of Yin and Yang. Where is the White Emperor? Gu Hai asked in a low voice. Rulai and Jiang Rulai narrowed their eyes. The two were prepared to watch Gu Hai make a fool of himself. But Gu Hai recovered after a moment of shock? He was not afraid? Impossible. Gu Hai, this time Mahavairocana can't protect you. He just broke the great array of 18 Buddhas. But can he break the great array of 500 Buddhas? Rulai sneered. Not far away, Mahavairocana frowned. You're talking about the great array of 500 Buddhas? The great array of 500 Buddhas is perfect and has no flaws. It can't be broken without strength. It's good that you know. I wonder how many of the great array of 500 Buddhas you can handle? Rulai sneered. Mahavairocana's face was gloomy. He obviously knew how dangerous it was. Even he might not be able to handle it. Where is the White Emperor? Gu Hai shouted again. Jiang Rulai frowned and turned to look at Rulai. Rulai sneered. I thought it would be difficult to force you to submit with the White Emperor. Who would have thought it would be so easy? Aha, I didn't need to threaten you and you barged in yourself. Once you enter this place you will definitely die. But since you're here I'll show you. As he spoke, Rulai opened his mouth and inhaled. Whoosh. The golden fog area next to the roaring beast was immediately sucked into Rulai's mouth, revealing the scene inside. What he saw was a huge pool with a diameter of 10,000 miles. The pool was filled with golden liquid, and there was a grand and holy aura coming from it. There was even a faint chanting of sutras coming from it. Is that a sea of Buddhist chi? Mahavairocana was surprised. Buddhist chi? Gu Hai was surprised. That's right. As expected, Jiang Rulai and the others also want to create a whirling world, a pure Buddhist world. The birth of a Buddhist world requires billions of Buddhist chi. In the past, when the Nirvana collapsed, the Buddhist chi scattered all over the world. Shakyamuni Buddha walked all over the world, collected billions of Buddhist chi, recruited countless believers, and finally gathered the Buddhist chi of the whirling world. It's similar to this. Mahavairocana said in a deep voice. A sea of Buddhist chi? Gu Hai was surprised. But where did that beast roar come from? Boom. A huge tsunami suddenly appeared in the sea of Buddhist chi, and a monstrous beast roar came from inside. Roar. The roar shook the sky and the entire void trembled. Slowly, a huge beast emerged from the bottom of the sea of Buddhist chi. 100,000 feet? This was the first time Gu Hai saw such a huge beast. Even Kong Xian's ancestral peacock was not that big. Whoosh. In the sea of Buddhist Qi there were 10 chains that shackled the beast. The beast seemed to be struggling violently, but it could not break free. This ferocious beast is an ant? Gu Hai said in shock. A golden ant that was 10,000 feet tall? The ant roared and the void trembled. The 3,000 replicas of Jiang Rulai on the shore suddenly knelt down in front of the golden ant. The ant struggled but could not break free, but it slowly stretched its butt to the shore. Bam! Bam! 10 huge ant eggs suddenly spat out from its butt. The ant eggs landed on the shore. Wasn't the inside of them Jiang Rulai's replicas? Divine blood replication? So it was done through this giant ant? It replicated everything? Mahavairakana was surprised. You guessed it? It doesn't matter. Anyway, this is the last time you see it. In the ancient witch tribe, there was a lineage that specialized in venomous insect techniques. Haha, this lineage was originally unremarkable and relied on the protection of other lineages. However, ever since they raised venomous insect kings, things changed. Generation after generation of venomous insect kings killed each other, resulting in a stronger venomous insect king. Snakes, scorpions, toads, centipedes, and spiders, the strongest 5 venomous insect kings in the past were all defeated by this divine blood venomous ant, in the end. This divine blood venomous ant ate them and became the king of venomous insects. It's so powerful that it can replicate its original form with just a drop of blood and be reborn. You used the sea of Buddhist Qi to raise the divine blood venomous ant and controlled its intelligence for your use? Mahavairakana's face darkened. Mahavairakana smiled coldly. So what? How long can you live? Gu Hai, do you see it? There's a barrier platform above the divine blood venomous ant's head. The White Emperor is inside. Do you see it? The White Emperor? Gu Hai's expression changed as he exclaimed. Chapter 1000. Divine Continent. Holy Grounds of Spiritual Mountain, Entrance of the Hall of Great Strength. Gao Xinji Ao Sheng, and the 200,000 soldiers of the God-Demon Army were guarding the 5 million disciples of Spiritual Mountain. Gao Xinji was interrogating the past Buddha in the Hall of Great Strength. Past Buddha, what's the use of hiding things now? Spiritual Mountain must have more spirit stones than this, right? Where are the spirit stones? Gao Xinji asked coldly. Now that the past Buddha's cultivation base was sealed and he was a prisoner, he cooperated. Other than the past Buddha himself, there were also some disciples of Spiritual Mountain who were in charge of guarding the spirit stones. The spirit stones were taken out separately. In the blink of an eye, 50 billion upper-grade spirit stones were taken out. He stored them in his storage bracelet and slowly filled up the entire flying ship. 1 flying ship, 2 flying ships. Other than the spirit stones, there were all sorts of treasures that were taken out by Gao Xinji one after another. Under the martial law of the 200,000-strong God-Demon Army, the surrounding civilians stayed far away. At the same time, the Spiritual Mountain was shrouded in fog. Naturally, no one could see the countless spirit stones. The civilians could not see the God-Demon Army in the fog. But there was one person who could see it. It was a restaurant in a corner of Spiritual Mountain City. Spirit Mountain City had long been in chaos, but this restaurant was rather quiet. There were servants guarding the restaurant, so no rioting citizens could get close. The guards were all expressionless and solemn. There was a window above the restaurant that had a great view. A man in white robes sat there, holding a glass of wine and sipping it gently. Occasionally he would look at the peak of Spiritual Mountain. There was also a group of extremely respectful people standing in the restaurant. If Long Shenying were here, he would definitely recognize one of them. It was his missing son Long Outyen. Long Outyen and the others stood there respectfully, looking at the man in white robes who was drinking alone. Dragon Shenying knew this man as well. He was the ancestor of the zombies who had given the Long brothers a drop of blood 800,000 years ago. The leader of the witch race, Jiang Chen. Allah, we have been watching for a long time. That spirit mountain has been completely destroyed. Long Outyen looked at the spirit mountain in the distance and said with a frown. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. That's right. They're plundering spirit stones and treasures. The Dahan Empire has given me quite a pleasant surprise. Surprise? Did Allah borrow Dahan's hand to destroy Spirited Mountain? Long Outyen asked doubtfully. Exterminating Spirit Mountain? Do I still need to borrow the hands of others? Jiang Rulai isn't worthy? Jiang Chen said calmly. Yes. Long Outyen nodded. In today's world there are 2 people whom I value very much. What a pity, what a pity. If they weren't so troubled by love, I might be able to bring them back from the dead. Jiang Qin sighed slightly. Allah, may I ask which two people in the world you value? Long Outyin asked curiously. One is Long Zhonghua. He is extremely talented and his cultivation is superb. He has great perseverance and great talent. He understands people and the world. He is a genius. In the past, when he felt that his cultivation was not enough, he abandoned his own cultivation and started from scratch. This kind of desire to win is hard to find in the world. Jiang Qin said. My grandpa Xing. Long Outyin sighed and nodded. The other is old man Guanxi. Although I didn't participate in the battle 800,000 years ago, it was amazing. Although his personal strength was not enough, he was able to gather the power of the world and use it for his own use. The power he created was not much less than Long Zhonghua's. Jiang Qin said solemnly. You want to resurrect them? You want to take them as your subordinates? Long Outyin was shocked. Subordinates? With their personalities, it is impossible for them to be your subordinates. Jiang Qin shook his head and took a sip of wine. But if you don't want to take them as your subordinates, why do you want to resurrect them? Long Outyin was shocked. There are some things that you don't understand. My ambition is not to rule the world. The more powerful people appear in the world, the happier I am. Jiang Qin said calmly. Yes. Long Outyin nodded. Jiang Qin looked at the fog above Spirited Mountain and smiled. It seems that the interrogation is almost over. Let's go. Jiang Qin threw down his wine cup. Yes. His subordinates answered. Jiang Qin did not fly. Instead he walked step by step. His subordinates followed closely behind him. In the midst of the chaos in the city, this line of troops seemed especially out of place. Jiang Qin walked at the front while everyone followed behind him respectfully. They slowly walked to the stairs at the foot of Spirited Mountain. Many people looked at them strangely as they stepped on the stairs to Spirited Mountain. Step by step, they walked toward the Great Strength Hall at the top of Spirited Mountain. Stop. This place is under the control of the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. Leave now. A divine demon army shouted. Jiang Qin looked at the divine demon army and smiled. He ignored them and continued to walk up the mountain. Second level of hell, Jiang Rulai's immortal dome mystic realm. Rulai retracted the fog, revealing a vast sea of Buddhist aura. In the sea of Buddhist aura, huge divine blood poisonous ants were surging. 3,000 replicas of Jiang Rulai were bowing to the divine blood poisonous ants. The divine blood poisonous ants roared at the sky, causing the void to tremble. Do you see it? There is a barrier platform above the divine blood poisonous ants' heads. The White Emperor is inside. Do you see it? Rulai sneered. The White Emperor? Gu Hai's expression changed as he exclaimed. There was a platform above the divine blood poisonous ants' heads. The platform was like a swamp and there were hundreds of people inside. Only their heads were above the surface. From afar, it looked like hundreds of human heads were floating above the divine blood poisonous ants. These heads all had horrified expressions on their faces. Some were already scared to death. One of them, whose eyes were listless, suddenly had his head sink into the swamp as well. There was no sign of life. No, Buddha, please let me go. I was wrong. I will never betray you again. Buddha, please spare me. My Emperor dynasty will be loyal to you in the future. We won't betray you. Please spare me. Ah, my soul hurts. Once the soul is poisoned, it is beyond redemption. Buddha, please spare me. The begging was endless. However, since Jiang Rulai had brought them here, he had no intention of letting them go. Among the heads there was one that Gu Hai recognized. It was the White Emperor. The White Emperor's hair was disheveled and his face was pale. However, when he saw Gu Hai he was still shocked. Gu Hai? How is that possible? The White Emperor was shocked. As he spoke, the White Emperor trembled slightly. Then he smiled bitterly and said, Qin Xian'er? You won. This Gu Hai is really willing to give up his life for you. The White Emperor looked at Gu Hai with jealousy and bitterness in his eyes. He was jealous that Qin Xian'er had a lover who would sacrifice himself for her. However, he was also bitter. This Qin Xian'er's soul was himself. A self that he didn't want. In the past, the White Emperor's willpower suppressed the willpower of Qin Xian'er's soul. Everything was peaceful. However, recently Qin Xian'er's willpower was getting stronger and stronger. It even had the tendency to suppress the White Emperor's willpower. This made the White Emperor worried and helpless. However, at this moment, Qin Xian'er's willpower suddenly became extremely strong. A strong emotion suddenly overwhelmed the White Emperor's willpower. She shouted in panic. Husband, leave quickly. Don't worry about me, leave quickly. The White Emperor suddenly shouted. That shout made Gu Hai tremble. Haha, husband? White Emperor, don't you want to kill Gu Hai the most? Why are you shouting husband? Jiang Rulai sneered. Only Gu Hai knew that the shout just now was definitely from Chen Xianer's soul. Xianer? Gu Hai clenched his fist. Gu Hai, White Emperor is right here. Do you want to come over? Jiang Rulai mocked. Even Mahavarakana would have to flee if he saw 3,000 copies of Jiang Rulai, let alone Gu Hai. Jiang Rulai had suffered a lot of resentment at Gu Hai's hands during this period of time. Now that he had exploded, he naturally had to ridicule him. Okay, I'll come over. I want to see the White Emperor. Gu Hai said solemnly. Oh. Jiang Rulai and Ren Rulai raised their eyebrows. This Gu Hai didn't know what was good for him? Mahavarakana, I'll have to trouble you to wait here. Gu Hai looked at Mahavarakana. You don't want me to go with you? Mahavarakana asked in surprise. Even I don't dare to barge into these 3,000 copies of Jiang Rulai. You want to face them alone? Yes, I'll have to trouble you to wait here. This time I'll have to do it myself. Gu Hai said solemnly. Gu Hai was worried that with Mahavarakana accompanying him, Jiang Rulai would be nervous. If that happened, he would immediately destroy the White Emperor. Gu Hai wanted to make sure that before he caught the White Emperor, he couldn't let the White Emperor get hurt. Mahavarakana seemed to have guessed Gu Hai's thoughts and nodded. You have to be careful. Gu Hai nodded. Stepping forward, Gu Hai flew in the direction of the Buddhist Sea of Qi. Whoosh! The faces of the 3,000 copies of Jiang Rulai immediately darkened, as if they were about to attack and destroy this reckless Gu Hai. In the distance, Human Tathagata, Heaven Tathagata, and Jiang Rulai all revealed curious expressions. Was Gu Hai really willing to give up his life for the White Emperor? He didn't even want Mahavarakana to accompany him and barged in alone? If Gu Hai flew closer, he would be a dead man. The 3,000 copies were rather surprised. Meanwhile, Gu Hai passed through the 3,000 copies and slowly flew into the Buddhist Sea of Qi. He even slowly flew toward the divine blood poisonous ant. The divine blood poisonous ant had a soul-stirring aura. This aura made even Gu Hai's heart skip a beat when he approached it. Whoosh! Gu Hai's speed was very fast. He instantly arrived on that huge platform. The White Emperor was right in front of him. Gu Hai floated above the swamp and touched the White Emperor's face with one hand. You shouldn't have come. The White Emperor cried with red eyes. I finally found you. Gu Hai said with slightly red eyes. In the distance, Human Tathagata sneered. Since you're here, don't leave. Become nourishment for the divine blood poisonous ant's poison gland. Human Tathagata waved his hand. Boom. Suddenly, 100 copies of Jiang Rulai rushed toward Gu Hai. Buddha's palm. 100 copies attacked at the same time. 100. In the distance, Mahavarakana's expression changed. Mr. Good, be careful. Even Mahavarakana had to be on guard against 100 Buddha's palms. With such a huge force, Gu Hai's cultivation would not be able to withstand it no matter how heaven-defying he was. Jiang Rulai sneered, but there was still some dissatisfaction in his eyes. Killing Gu Hai so easily was too easy for him. Be careful. The White Emperor looked terrified. Gu Hai stroked the White Emperor's face with his right hand. Without turning his head, he extended his left hand and waved his sleeve. Whoosh! It was as if a strong wind had swept up. The 100 copies of Jiang Rulai suddenly disappeared into thin air, as if they had been swept into Gu Hai's sleeve. Disappeared into thin air just like that? The 100 Tathagata divine palms that were struck out also suddenly disappeared. What? Everyone's expression changed. In the 18 levels of hell, Gu Hai had never fought with the copies of Jiang Rulai. He thought that Gu Hai would not be able to defeat the copies of Jiang Rulai. But what was in front of him? With a wave of his hand, 100 copies of Jiang Rulai disappeared? How was this possible? Chapter 1001. With his face behind his back, Gu Hai waved his sleeve. The 100 Buddha's palms and the 100 Jiang Rulai clones instantly disappeared. What? Everyone's expression changed as they revealed looks of disbelief. They had thought that Gu Hai had sought Mahavarakana's help because he wasn't strong enough. However, even Mahavarakana wouldn't dare to underestimate the 100 Jiang Rulai clones. Gu Hai hadn't even turned his head, and they had all been wiped out with a flip of his hand? Mahavarakana's jaw dropped slightly. He instantly understood why Gu Hai had the confidence to say that he was 10% confident. Impossible. Human Rulai's expression darkened. Is it the ancient celestial dome? Impossible. How can the ancient celestial dome trap 100 heavenly palaces in the 9th level? Jiang Rulai was also shocked. After dealing with the 100 Jiang Rulai clones, Gu Hai immediately wanted to pull the White Emperor out of the swamp on top of the sacred blood ant's head. "Ah no!" the White Emperor suddenly cried out in pain. "What's going on?" Gu Hai didn't dare to continue. "Poison lines. There are poison lines from the sacred blood ant in this swamp. They've already pierced my skin, my soul, and even the soul in my head. If you pull me out by force, my soul will be cut into pieces like a knife." "Ah, it hurts." The White Emperor cried out in pain. Gu Hai's expression changed. Poison lines? Pierce the soul? If that was the case, Gu Hai wouldn't dare to pull the White Emperor out by force. Turning his head, Gu Hai looked at Jiang Rulai. Jiang Rulai released the White Emperor. "You and I can talk in silence." "Ah ha ha, talk in silence? Do you think I'll still talk to you now?" The White Emperor didn't know what was good for him and let Gu Tang's soul go. Then she would take Gu Tang's place and suffer here. Do you think you can run away? You can use the immortal firmament of the ancients to trap those 100 replicas. I don't believe that your immortal firmament can trap more. All clones, listen up. Capture Gu Hai immediately and kill him without mercy. Jiang Rulai ordered. Yes. Jiang Rulai, who numbered close to 3,000, shouted. Not good. Mahavairakana's expression changed. Oh. Stepping forward, Mahavairakana rushed out. Mahavairakana quickly understood what was going on. It should be the celestial dome of the ancients. Although he did not understand why the celestial dome of the ancients had become so powerful, it could only trap 100 of them. Could not trap 3,000 of them. With so many clones, their strength was so strong that they could even break apart the immortal dome from the inside. Even he couldn't handle 3,000 copies of Jiang Rulai, let alone Gu Hai. If the immortal dome was broken, he would definitely die. Mahavairakana instantly rushed toward Gu Hai. Mahavairakana? I told you not to be impulsive, and you're still not satisfied? Rin Tathagata snorted. Oh. In an instant, Rin Tathagata's figure flashed and disappeared from the peak of the mountain. The next moment, he appeared in front of Mahavairakana and struck a palm toward him. This was not the Buddha's palm, but the Buddhist kingdom in a palm. Once the Buddhist kingdom in a palm appeared, it immediately produced a monstrous suction force, as if a world was forcibly grabbing Mahavairakana. Mahavairakana's expression changed. Get lost. As he spoke, Mahavairakana stretched out his hand, and a Buddhist kingdom in a palm appeared. The two Buddhist kingdoms in a palm met in the void. Boom. The huge movement shook the entire immortal dome of the mystic realm. In the middle of their palms, it was as if two worlds were stirring and colliding with each other. Both of them had ferocious expressions as they attacked each other. However, at this moment their strength was actually equal. What a Mahavairakana, to have such strength. Rin Tathagata said with a gloomy expression. Obviously, Mahavairakana's strength had exceeded Rin Tathagata's expectations, and Mahavairakana was extremely anxious at this moment because he could not do anything to Rin Tathagata. This put Gu Hai in danger in the distance. This group was all replicas of the 9th level of Heavenly Palace, and their speed could be reached in an instant. He was in a stalemate with Rin Tathagata, and they were all in front of Gu Hai. It was the same Buddha's palm. There were more than 3,000 of them, and when they slammed down, the center was like a blazing sun that pierced the whole world. This palm was something that even the great perfection of Heavenly Palace could not block. Gu Hai, it's over. Jiang Rulai, who was not far away, sneered. Mr. Good. Mahavairakana was anxious. This was because at this moment Mahavairakana could not save him, and everyone thought that Gu Hai was dead meat. However, they saw Gu Hai's eyes narrow, and the sleeve that he had just swung was swung again. Whoosh! A strange gust of wind blew past in an instant. Nearly 3,000 replicas of Jiang Rulai were all gone in an instant. The 3,000 Buddha's palms also suddenly disappeared. Gone? All gone? That's impossible. Jiang Rulai exclaimed. Rin Tathagata and Mahavairakana both widened their eyes, revealing a trace of disbelief. Even Tian Tathagata's pupils suddenly shrank, and he revealed a look of surprise. The ancient celestial dome was just a small celestial dome. How could it withstand the impact of 3,000 replicas of Jiang Rulai? This was impossible. Even the celestial dome of the vast freedom heavenly demon could not do it. Ha ha, Mr. Good, Shakyamuni Buddha was right, you do have the sign of the mandate of heaven. Mahavairakana laughed. I don't believe it. Jiang Rulai stepped forward and instantly arrived at Gu Hai's place. Then he sent a palm strike towards Gu Hai. That palm grabbed at Gu Hai, and the void in front of Gu Hai seemed to be crushed. It was about to grab Gu Hai. The huge void distorted, making White Emperor feel uncomfortable. The other imprisoned heads next to him even cried out in pain. Gu Hai's face darkened, and he instantly blocked in front of White Emperor. Humph! A cold snort. He flicked his sleeve. Whoosh! A strong wind blew past and Jiang Rulai disappeared. What? Tian Tathagata and Ren Tathagata were both surprised. That was Jiang Rulai, not a replica. How could he disappear? For the first time, everyone looked at Gu Hai with strange eyes. That was the great perfection of Heavenly Palace. Jiang Rulai disappeared in an instant? Just like before, he was dragged into the ancient celestial dome. As soon as he entered the ancient celestial dome, Jiang Rulai appeared above a starry sky. The ancient celestial dome now had the Godao nomological laws, and Gu Hai's mastery of the Godao nomological laws was the best in the world. At this moment he mobilized the Godao nomological laws and immediately formed a Super Go matrix. When the 35 Worlds array appeared, it immediately formed a vast starry sky. The starry sky was vast, and more than 3,000 replicas of Jiang Rulai were trapped. As soon as Jiang Rulai entered the starry sky, he saw his replicas in the distance. They were there. What are you doing? Gather here quickly. Jiang Rulai shouted. Wait. Yes. All the replicas answered bitterly. Whoosh. The replicas gathered towards Jiang Rulai. However, as they flew, they strangely deviated from their original positions. Not only did they not fly in front of Jiang Rulai, but they also moved further and further away from Jiang Rulai. Surging stars danced in the surroundings. The group of Jiang Rulai replicas seemed to have lost their way. They moved further and further away, gradually vanishing from the starry sky. Gone. Aside from Jiang Rulai's startling eyesight, which allowed him to see, the other replicas were all lost in the starry sky. Lost? I Godao ritual array? Jiang Rulai's expression changed. The lost replicas were all horrified. Initially they could still see others. However, they were the only ones left in the starry sky. Alone? No! One of the replicas exclaimed in shock and anger. Boom. That replica flipped his hand and struck the void. A medium-sized black hole immediately appeared in the void. However, with the Godao nomological laws, this void recovered very quickly, returning to normal in the blink of an eye. The group of replicas did their best to strike the void. However, they could not keep up with the speed of the ritual array's restoration. In the distance, Jiang Rulai felt depressed. Your forces are too scattered. If you could gather them in one place, even if this is the ancient celestial dome, you would be able to shatter it in an instant. Jiang Rulai anxiously flew towards one of the replicas. However, the more he flew, the further he went. With the Godao ritual array, Jiang Rulai could not get close to the replicas at all. I Godao ritual array? I understand now. If it were just the ancient celestial dome, trapping 10 replicas would be the limit. After all, the ancient celestial dome could not possibly endure the joint attacks of 10 replicas. However, the Godao ritual array is too powerful. It separated all the replicas, preventing them from working together. Without a joint attack, they could not break the ancient celestial dome. 1 replica and 3,000 replicas are actually the same. Bastard. Jiang Rulai felt depressed. Just as Jiang Rulai felt depressed, the entire Godao ritual array suddenly gathered a strong energy, turning into an astral saber that chopped down on Jiang Rulai. Shing. The astral saber was ferocious, containing the might of the Godao nomological laws and boundlessly vast. Humph. Even if you have a Godao ritual array, I am a consummation Heavenly Palace Great Perfection Gautama Divine Palm. Jiang Rulai shouted. Boom. The Gautama Divine Palm clashed with the astral saber, causing the surrounding space to tremble. This energy was too strong, so strong that it blasted open a massive black hole in space. This black hole caused the entire ancient celestial dome to tremble as if on the verge of shattering. Outside, Gu Hai's face sank. He knew that this stalemate could not continue. Otherwise, even his ancient celestial dome would be destroyed. Whoosh. With a swing, Jiang Rulai was flung out. He's out. Rulai Rin, Mahavarakana, and Rulai Tian were slightly stunned. Fortunately, the ancient celestial dome was not so horrifying that it could deal with a consummation Heavenly Palace Great Perfection. Jiang Rulai was trapped for only a moment and he came out. After coming out, Jiang Rulai looked at Gu Hai, and his expression changed. That astral saber earlier was too strong, causing Jiang Rulai's original injuries to worsen. Gu Hai. Jiang Rulai said with a hateful expression. The immortal dome couldn't trap Jiang Rulai, but Jiang Rulai was still very wary of it. On the other side, Gu Hai could not do anything to Jiang Rulai for the time being, but he did not have time to care about this. Perhaps the movement of the 3,000 clones was too loud and scared the sacred blood poisonous ant, which let out a roar. Roar. He raised his head and roared, causing the entire immortal dome of the mystic realm to shake violently. Then the swamp area on the head platform wriggled, and as it wriggled, the heads were instantly sucked into the swamp. Don't. Ah. One by one heads were sucked into the swamp. Clearly they were dead. The trapped White Emperor was also shocked. Gu Hai's expression changed and he quickly grabbed White Emperor's head. Hurry up and leave, don't worry about me. White Emperor screamed. The White Emperor was going to be swallowed by the sacred blood poisonous ant? Gu Hai's expression changed. How could he let this happen? In that case, enter the immortal dome of the ancient celestial dome then. Gu Hai shouted with a ferocious expression. Boom. A strong wind blew. Gu Hai wanted to put the entire sea of Buddha aura and the sacred blood poisonous ant into the immortal dome of the ancient celestial dome. You dare. Jiang Rulai, Rulai Ren and Rulai Tian roared at the same time. Chapter 1002. If that's the case, then enter the immortal dome as well, divine blood poisonous ant. Gu Hai shouted with a ferocious expression. Boom. A strong wind blew. Gu Hai was going to put the entire sea of Buddha aura and the divine blood poisonous ant into the immortal dome. How dare you? Jiang Rulai, Tathagata Ren, and Tathagata Tian roared at the same time. The three of them were enraged at the same time. Jiang Rulai and Tathagata Ren were the first to rush forward. But at that moment Mahavairakana suddenly laughed. Ha, Mr. Good, hurry up and move the divine blood poisonous ant. I'll hold off the three of them. Mahavairakana suddenly put his palms together. Whirling world, the world descends. Mahavairakana shouted coldly. As he shouted, the entire immortal dome was suddenly filled with the sound of countless scriptures chanting. Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva, after walking the deep Prajna Paramitha for a long time, saw that the 5 skandhas were all emptiness, transcended all suffering, the Saraira. Thus I heard, for a time the Buddha was in the country of Shiwei, the tree was given to the Garden of Solitude and the great Bhikkhu. Suddenly, countless Buddhist chants burst out, and a great Buddhist will fill the entire world. Tathagata Ren and Jiang Rulai, who were about to rush toward Gu Hai, suddenly changed their expressions. Even Tathagata Tian's face darkened. However, they saw Mahavairakana standing in front of Gu Hai, sitting cross-legged on the 9th grade golden lotus. His palms were placed together and his expression was solemn. Behind him, beams of light appeared. Within the light, a figure that seemed both real and illusory appeared. They were all figures of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. Guanyin Bodhisattva, Samantabhadra Bodhisattva, Manjushri Bodhisattva, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, Pugwang Buddha, Puming Buddha, Pujing Buddha. The light shadows of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas appeared one after another. Each of them was 1,000 feet tall and majestic, and there were more than 1,000,000 of them. They bowed to Mahavairakana and chanted Buddhist scriptures. The Buddhist scriptures gathered in the void and slowly formed a huge golden symbol. It floated in the air as if it was a world. A fearful aura was emitted. Whirling world, the world descends. Jiang Rulai's expression changed, but he immediately rushed over. Be careful. Rulai shouted. However, the millions of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas suddenly revealed cold expressions. As Mahavairakana waved his hand, the millions of Buddhas suddenly attacked Jiang Rulai simultaneously. It was as though the void was collapsing. The palm strike from the millions of gods and Buddhas was like the might of heaven. Boom. Jiang Rulai was sent flying backward like a cannonball, crashing into a distant mountain peak without slowing down. Jiang Rulai continued to fly backward. His right arm was badly mangled by the explosion, and blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. His face was filled with shock. Bus. Tian Rulai appeared behind Jiang Rulai and slapped him on the back. Only then did he slowly dispel all the power in his body. The whirling world? Rulai Tian said in surprise. Tathagata's countenance changed as well. To think that you've already created a Buddhist Tao world before I had the time to create one? No, this is just the world you visualized with your mind. This isn't the whirling world. The real whirling world isn't here? The millions of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas were chanting sutras. That massive scene instantly stunned the 3 heavenly demons of Tathagata. At this moment, Gu Hai also attacked with all his might. Boom. The entire Buddha energy sea and the divine blood poisonous ant were suddenly uprooted and were about to be stored in the immortal dome of antiquity. How dare you? Rulai Tian glared as though he was about to attack. But at this moment, the divine blood poisonous ant seemed to feel threatened. It suddenly struggled and a powerful wave of energy surged out. Bam, bam, bam. Out of the 10 chains that bound the sacred blood poisonous ant, 3 of them suddenly broke. This powerful struggle shook the immortal dome of antiquity. Walala. A large area of the immortal dome of antiquity crumbled. It was about to be torn apart. What? Gu Hai's countenance changed and he immediately reached out to stop it. Whoosh. The Buddha energy sea and the divine blood poisonous ant returned to the ground, but they didn't enter the immortal dome of antiquity. The divine blood poisonous ant was still roaring. Under its furious roar, the entire world was shaking. How powerful is this divine blood poisonous ant? Why is it so much stronger than Jiang Rulai? Gu Hai was shocked. The divine blood poisonous ant's roar shook the sky, but it was still not stored in the immortal dome of antiquity by Gu Hai. The 3 sky fiends secretly sighed and then relaxed. Mahavairakana looked anxious. Mr. Good, is it still not enough? Not enough. No, it wants to swallow the White Emperor. Even if I have to dig, I will dig out a piece of meat from it. Gu Hai reached out and took out the Life Slayer saber. Boom. The saber brazenly struck the divine blood poisonous ant's head. Clang. There was the sound of metal hitting stone. The Life Slayer saber only left a shallow mark on the ant's head, and this mark instantly recovered. It's so hard? Without a shield, the Life Slayer saber can't cut through it with just its body? Gu Hai was shocked. Cough cough cough. Haha, you want to break through the divine blood poisonous ant's defense? You're still not good enough. Even I can't break through it, let alone you. Jiang Rulai said as he coughed up blood. Husband, don't worry about me. Hurry up and leave. The White Emperor said sadly, with only half of its head left outside. If I don't bring you along, I won't leave. Gu Hai shouted anxiously. The eye of life and death suddenly opened. On the other side, Mahavairakana's face darkened. Mr. Good, do you need my help? Humph, Mahavairakana, you should think about yourself. The whirling world? It's not like this is the real whirling world. You're just using the divine Tao to visualize and restore it. If you can set up the whirling world, so can I. Mahavairakana shouted. Huh. Mahavairakana was stunned. Grade 9 Golden Lotus. Mahavairakana shouted. Jiang Rulai reached out and took it out. Mahavairakana stepped onto the Grade 9 Golden Lotus and confronted Mahavairakana. The source of the whirling world is the swastika. Swastika. I've already prepared it. Mahavairakana shouted. Mahavairakana put his palms together, and the golden swastika between his eyebrows suddenly left the Mahavairakana. It instantly flew into the sky and became 10,000 feet tall. It faced the swastika that was chanted by the millions of Buddhas in the whirling world. Sacred mountain of spirited mountain, my disciples listen to my command. Recite my Buddhist scriptures and focus on the Buddha realm. Mahavairakana said in a deep voice. Sacred mountain of spirited mountain, my disciples listen to my command. Recite my Buddhist scriptures and focus on the Buddha realm. Jiang Rulai also shouted at the same time. Bus. The Grade 9 Golden Lotus trembled, and Jiang Rulai's voice strangely traveled into the sacred mountain of spirited mountain in the outside world. In the outside world, in the sacred mountain of spirited mountain, at the entrance of the Hall of Great Strength. The 5 million disciples of Spirited Mountain had their cultivation sealed. Their faces were ashen as they sat cross-legged in the square of the Hall of Great Strength. Suddenly Jiang Rulai's voice sounded in their ears. The voice of the Buddha? The 5 million disciples suddenly trembled and revealed a look of surprise. Then they revealed a look of ecstasy. What's going on? Gao Shinji's face darkened at the side. However, the disciples of Spirited Mountain ignored her and suddenly chanted scriptures. Is this the voice of the Buddha? The Buddha wants me to chant scriptures? Be captured by Gu Hai and become his prisoner? Or follow the Buddha's resistance and return to the peak of power? Is there a need to choose? In the past, FOE took the lead, and all the disciples of Spirited Mountain quickly chanted scriptures. As I have heard, the 10,000 methods of Spirited Mountain will deliver all living beings from torment. One by one, the disciples of Spirited Mountain chanted softly. As they chanted, everyone seemed to have entered a dreamland. They didn't cause much of a commotion, but they kept chanting scriptures in their dreams. It was as if they were possessed. What are you chanting? Stop. Gao Shinji shouted. However, the 5 million disciples of Spirited Mountain entered the dreamland and kept chanting. They had no intention of stopping at all. Ao Xing said, "Lady Gao, let them chant scriptures. Their cultivation has been sealed and they can't resist anymore. What are you worried about? Moreover, even if they chant scriptures, there's no other movement. Didn't His Majesty say to treat them well? After all, they are to be left for Crown Prince Guhan." Gao Xinji frowned slightly and shook her head. It's definitely unusual for so many people to chant scriptures together. His Majesty once taught me not to let go of any unusual details. In the immortal dome of the mystic realm, as the scriptures were continuously chanted, the consciousnesses of the 5 million disciples of Spirited Mountain suddenly appeared around the Buddha under the guidance of the 9th-grade golden lotus. Under the illumination of the swastika golden symbol, the consciousnesses of the disciples of Spirited Mountain evolved from ordinary disciples into the light shadows of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. In an instant, 5 million light shadows of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas appeared around the Buddha. A panicked Buddhist aura rushed straight toward Mahavairakana. The whirling world, the prototype of consciousnesses. Mahavairakana's expression changed. Yours is the whirling world and mine is also the whirling world. Yours is only the visualization of consciousnesses, but mine is the gathering of consciousnesses. Although it's only the prototype, they are all my most devout disciples. Their power is greater than yours. The Buddha shouted. As he shouted, the Buddhas in the whirling world rushed toward the Mahavairakana's whirling world. Mahavairakana's expression changed. Amitabha. In the Mahavairakana's whirling world, 1 million Buddhas also rushed toward Jiang Rulai. Hong. The two whirling worlds collided, and billions of black holes appeared in the void. The entire world was collapsing. At this moment, only two places were intact. One was Guhai and the divine blood poisonous ant, who were being protected by Mahavairakana. The other was the blood clouds that filled the sky. Mahavairakana, haha, looks like you've completely cut off your connection with your whirling world? You can't borrow power from the real whirling world under your consciousnesses? In that case, how can your visualization be compared to my 5 million thoughts? Your whirling world looks like it's going to break. The Buddha shouted proudly. However, the Buddha's whirling world had the upper hand and suppressed Mahavairakana in all aspects. Outside, at the entrance of the great Buddha's hall, Gao Xinji looked worriedly at the 5 million spiritual mountain disciples chanting sutras. She didn't know what to do. However, at this moment, a divine demon army soldier suddenly said anxiously, "My lord, there's a group of people at the foot of the mountain. We can't stop them at all." "Who are they?" Ao Sheng's expression darkened as he looked down the mountain. When he saw the foot of the mountain, Ao Sheng's expression suddenly changed. "Isn't that the portrait that His Majesty showed me? Is that Jiang Qin?" "Jiang Qin." Gao Xinji was slightly stunned and didn't seem to believe it. "That's right, it's him. Only he has such a strong aura. However, why is he walking up the mountain?" Ao Sheng was shocked. Gao Xinji's expression changed. His Majesty had ordered him to command this place and guard the 5 million spiritual mountain disciples. Gao Xinji was already worried when the spiritual mountain disciples suddenly started chanting sutras like crazy. Now Jiang Qin was at the foot of the mountain? Gao Xinji decisively shouted, "All divine demon army soldiers, listen up. The spiritual mountain disciples are not obedient and deserve to die. Kill them." "What?" Ao Sheng was shocked. This was what His Majesty wanted to leave for Crown Prince Guhan. Merciful people don't command troops. Although I don't know what they are doing, it's definitely not something good. I am the most powerful here. I will take responsibility for everything. Kill them." Gao Xinji said with a fierce look in his eyes. "Yes." The 200,000 divine demon army soldiers answered. In an instant, the 200,000 divine demon army soldiers swung their swords. Boom. In almost an instant, 10 million swords slashed through the 5 million spiritual mountain disciples. The moment the swords slashed through their heads, all the spiritual mountain disciples regained consciousness. They looked at the swords in confusion. Even the past Buddha had already been stabbed in his brain when he regained consciousness. He no longer had the chance to resist. No. Countless spiritual mountain disciples only cried out in panic before they fell silent. At this moment, countless disciples of Spirited Mountain were filled with regret. They regretted that they should not have resisted and listened to the Buddha's chanting. The moment the 5 million spiritual mountain disciples were killed, all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas in the Saha world of the living Tathagata suddenly trembled and disappeared. Just as they were about to destroy the Saha world of the living Tathagata, The Saha world of the living Tathagata suddenly collapsed first. What? Chapter 1003. The entrance to the first and second levels of hell. Kang Xian was waiting anxiously. My lord, the entrance to the second level is shrinking, a divine demon army soldier suddenly exclaimed. The entrance is shrinking? Kang Xian's expression also changed. His Majesty once said that it will only open for 2 hours and close for 11 hours. Doesn't that mean that it will close for close to 1,000 years before it opens again? And in the second level of hell, His Majesty will have to wait for 2,000 years before he comes out again? A divine demon army soldier asked anxiously. Kang Xian's eyelids twitched violently as he kept looking at the second level of hell. However, he couldn't see anything at all. My lord, should we go down and inform His Majesty? The divine demon army soldier asked worriedly. Kang Xian's expression changed and he finally shook his head. His Majesty also knows the attributes of the 18 levels of hell. Just wait for him to come out. But what if? The divine demon army soldier said worriedly. There's no what if. Don't tell me that His Majesty doesn't consider things as thoroughly as you? Kang Xian said solemnly. Yes. The divine demon army soldier stopped talking and continued to watch the surroundings. Kang Xian looked anxiously at the shrinking entrance. Your Majesty, you have to hurry. Otherwise, you will have to stay in there for close to 2,000 years. In the Mystic Realm's immortal dome, the Saha world controlled by the mortal Tathagata was about to defeat the Mahavairakana's Saha world. However, at this moment, Gao Xianji, who was in the outside world, gave the order and killed all the disciples of Spirit Mountain. This caused the mortal Tathagata's Saha world to fall short of success and collapse instantly. Om Mani Padme Hum. 1,000,000 Buddhas in the Saha world roared. At the same time they struck out with their palms. Hong. With a loud bang, the golden swastika symbol in the Saha world in the sky shattered, and a huge force rushed into it and went straight for Rin Tathagata. T. Rin Tathagata's expression changed, and he could only use the rank 9 golden lotus to protect himself. Buddha's light illumination. Under Rin Tathagata's control, the rank 9 golden lotus released billions of rays of light and blocked the heavy attack. Boom. There was no way to block it at all. With a loud bang, the 9th grade golden lotus exploded, turning into dust that scattered in all directions. Of course, the 9th grade golden lotus absorbed most of the power, leaving only a small portion that landed on the Rulai. Even so, the human Tathagata was instantly sent flying. In midair, his skin exploded and blood splattered everywhere. The human Tathagata spat out a mouthful of blood as he crashed into a mountain and shattered it. Mahavairakana won once again. Stepping on his 9th grade golden lotus, the 1,000,000 Buddhas seemed to form a human wall, blocking the 3 skyscraping demons outside, leaving Gu Hai to deal with the divine blood poisonous ants at the back. Amit Ba Buddha. Mahavairakana chanted the name of Buddha as his body emitted boundless golden light. As Tathagata climbed out of the ruins, Jiang Rulai and Tathagata immediately approached him. How are your injuries? Jiang Rulai asked in a low voice. However, Tathagata looked at Jiang Rulai angrily. It's all your fault. You can't even protect the Spirit Mountain sacred ground. If the Spirit Mountain disciples were still around, then Mahavairakana would already be a dead man. Jiang Rulai was also seriously injured. He wanted to refute, but he didn't know where to start. Jiang Rulai also didn't expect Gu Hai's men to be so ruthless. They were 5 million Spirit Mountain disciples, and all of them were killed in an instant? Tathagata, we can only rely on you now. Both Tathagata and I are seriously injured. Jiang Rulai looked at Tathagata. Tathagata nodded and looked at the huge whirling world in the distance. With the whirling world in the way, the 3 of them couldn't get close to Gu Hai at all. They could only see Gu Hai on the divine blood poisonous ants' heads. White Emperor is dead for sure. Only his nostrils are outside. He's going to die soon. Gu Hai, let's see what you can do, Jiang Rulai said with a ferocious expression. In the distance, on top of the divine blood poisonous ants' heads, except for White Emperor who was being dragged by Gu Hai, everyone's heads had sunk into the poisonous swamp pool. White Emperor was only left with his nose and mouth outside. You don't have to drag me anymore. Husband, go quickly. Xian Er has troubled you. Husband, I beg you, go quickly, go quickly. White Emperor cried. Gu Hai didn't dare to forcefully drag White Emperor away. If he did, he would tear apart White Emperor's soul. That would be the end of them. But now there was nothing he could do. The divine blood poisonous ants were impenetrable. Even in this poisonous swamp pool, The Life Slayer saber could only reach 1 foot deep. How could that be? Xian was right in front of him. How could Gu Hai give up? The eye of life and death opened. Immediately, Gu Hai saw the outline of White Emperor's body. In the poisonous swamp pool, dense poisonous lines pierced into White Emperor's body like countless steel needles. They even pierced into his soul. The eye of life and death could see the trajectory of things. It had helped Gu Hai many times. But this time he couldn't see through it. These black and white lines had no pattern. They were densely packed and completely black. In other words, any one of the black lines could kill White Emperor. Gu Hai was anxious, but he didn't know where to start. What if I replace White Emperor with my body? Maybe I can use the great compassion poem of heaven and earth. Gu Hai's eyes suddenly widened. Mr. Good, are you okay? Mahavairakana shouted. But at this moment, Gu Hai made an extremely important decision. Mahavairakana, protect yourself well and wait for me to come back. Gu Hai shouted. While they were talking, Gu Hai immediately jumped into the poisonous swamp pool. Bang! Reaching into the poisonous swamp pool, Gu Hai hugged White Emperor and sank into the poisonous swamp pool. What? Mahavairakana exclaimed. In the distance, Tathagata, who was about to make a move, also widened his eyes. He was obviously shocked by this scene. Is Gu Hai crazy? Jiang Rulai exclaimed. Reincarnating into the poisonous swamp pool means entering the poisonous glands of the sacred blood poisonous ants. Is he crazy? If he goes in, he will definitely die. Tathagata was also surprised. The sudden change made everyone think that Gu Hai was courting death. In this short period of time, Gu Hai had completely entered the poisonous swamp pool with White Emperor. No one could see them anymore. They had all gone in. Roar! The sacred blood poisonous ants roared as if they were extremely satisfied. Gu Hai is crazy for Chen Xian. He's actually willing to die for her. Jiang Rulai said with a strange expression. Tathagata, however, looked at Jiang Rulai with disdain. Did you see that? Did you see that? Is that easy to deal with Gu Hai? You could have forced Gu Hai to his death with the White Emperor, but you went through so many twists and turns and even went bankrupt. Stupid. Jiang Rulai couldn't refute. Who would have thought that it would be so easy to kill Gu Hai? Mr. Good. Mahavairakana turned his head anxiously, as if he wanted to investigate. Humph, Mahavairakana, Gu Hai is already dead. Why aren't you running? Since you're not running, you can stay here. Tathagata said coldly. As Tathagata's voice sounded, Mahavairakana instinctively felt the threat of death fill his entire body. Of the 3 Tathagata demons, Mahavairakana feared Tathagata the most. He was about to make a move. But the scarlet line between Tathagata's eyebrows suddenly split open. As it split open, the rolling blood clouds in the sky also suddenly split open, a thin slit in the center. Boom. Crack. The moment the slit split open, a terrifying force rushed down. Obviously, the thin line between Tathagata's eyebrows controlled the blood clouds in the sky. Under the pressure of the blood clouds, Mahavairakana's expression changed, and the entire Saha world trembled. Even the sacred blood poisonous ants were strangely quiet at this moment. The sacred blood poisonous ants slowly sank into the sea of Buddha aura. But Mahavairakana was instantly on guard. As the slit grew bigger and bigger, the powerful pressure also grew stronger. The entire Saha world seemed to be trembling. Jiang Lianshan's heaven-defying treasure? Mahavairakana seemed to have guessed something. You know quite a lot. Jiang Rulai sneered in the distance. It was useless even if he knew. Mahavairakana knew that he had encountered something terrifying. As the slit opened, a trace of red light slowly seeped out. The red light accumulated but was not released, giving Mahavairakana a destructive aura. In the Saha world, 1,000,000 Buddhas were chanting faster and faster, louder and louder. Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva, when walking deep in the Prajnaparamita, saw that the 5 skandhas were all empty, transcended all suffering, the Saraira. Thus I heard, for a time Buddha in the nation of Shiwei gave the tree to the garden of solitude and the great Bhikkhu. The Buddhist chants were loud and the Saha world was getting stronger. But Mahavairakana still felt his hair stand on end. 1,000,000 Buddhas greeting. Mahavairakana reached out his hand toward the sky. 1,000,000 Buddhas attacked at the same time. The 1,000,000 Buddhas greeting, the most powerful force in the entire Saha world, rushed toward the red light in the slit. But at this moment, the slit between Mahavairakana's eyebrows suddenly opened. Buzz. A blood-red third eye suddenly appeared between Mahavairakana's eyebrows. At the same time, the slit in the blood-red clouds in the sky also suddenly opened. When it opened, the heavenly might from before suddenly increased by more than 100 times. A huge blood-red eye that was 10,000 miles long suddenly appeared above the blood-red clouds. It was like the eye of the heavens, and its deterrence went straight to one's heart. The moment the blood-red heavenly eye opened, the red light that was previously contained in it instantly rushed toward the Saha world, colliding head-on with the power of the million Buddhas greeting. Honk. There was a deafening sound. The palms of the million Buddhas instantly exploded. Then the huge golden swastika symbol suddenly exploded. Then the million Buddhas soared into the sky and instantly exploded into pieces. The entire whirling world collapsed in an instant. The remaining power of the red light rushed toward Mahavairocana. Mahavairocana's expression changed, and he controlled the 9th grade golden lotus to meet the attack. Hong. The 9th grade golden lotus instantly exploded into pieces. Everything that was enveloped by the Saha world was completely washed away by the red light. The huge force even hit a huge hole in the entire immortal dome of the mystic realm. Then the second level of hell shook violently. Under Mahavairocana's control, the immortal dome of the mystic realm quickly recovered. All traces of Mahavairocana's previous location were completely destroyed by the blood-red heavenly eye. The blood-red heavenly eye left in the sky coldly scanned the entire immortal dome of the mystic realm. What a powerful blood-red heavenly eye. That Saha world was actually not a match for it and was instantly destroyed. Jiang Rulai gasped. This is what Jiang Lianshan prepared to use to defy the heavens. How could it be bad? Mahavairocana? Good for him to die. Mahavairocana sneered. Chapter 1004. The entrances to the 18 levels of hell were slowly closing. It looked like they were all closing. Kang Xian stood at the entrance to the first level of hell and looked at the second level of hell, looking for Gu Hai. But at this moment, Gu Hai was in the immortal dome of the mystic realm and could not see him. He could only see countless evil spirits wandering around. Your Majesty, where are you? The entrances are about to close. Kang Xian shouted anxiously. But it was very quiet. Kang Xian looked for a while and did not dare to stay. He sighed and prepared to return to the first level of hell. At this moment, a red light suddenly pierced the sky in the distance. It was the red light released by the blood-colored heavenly eye. A huge light beam pierced through the immortal dome of the mystic realm and hit the ground of the second level of hell. Hong. The red light entered the ground, and the entire second level of hell suddenly shook. Countless volcanoes erupted at the same time, burning the entire world. It was chaos. Countless evil spirits were drowned in lava, and a destructive aura was born. The power of the red light made even Kang Xian's hair stand on end. What's going on? Kang Xian shouted. He wanted to investigate, but it was too late. He could only return to the first level of hell anxiously. Boom. The moment he returned to the first level of hell, the entrances to the 18 levels of hell were all closed. In the second level of hell, in the immortal dome of the mystic realm. Under the control of Rulai Tian, the immortal dome of the mystic realm was quickly repaired. In the sky, the blood-colored heavenly eye searched for a while again, but there was no trace of Vairocana. Buzz. Suddenly, the blood-colored heavenly eye above the blood cloud suddenly disappeared. The third eye between Rulai Tian's eyebrows also closed instantly. It is indeed a heaven-defying treasure. The whirling world was destroyed in an instant. Gu Hai's god-destroying light is too weak compared to the blood-colored heavenly eye. Jiang Rulai said confidently. Rulai Tian stepped into the place where Vairocana was destroyed. Rulai Jiang and Rulai Ren also began to investigate the surroundings carefully. However, everything in the Saha world had been destroyed. There was not a single trace of it. Annihilated? Rulai asked curiously. After carefully inspecting for a while, Tian Rulai's eyes suddenly narrowed. He stepped onto a rocky ground and slowly picked up a signature pen from the ground. If Gu Hai were here, he would recognize this pen at a glance. It was the magical treasure of 30 lackeys on earth. 30 sealed the rules of time and could help these lackeys to seal the memories of others as they traveled the world. It was sealed with a wisp of time precepts. However, there was no longer any time rule in the signature pen. What is this? The relic of Mahavairocana? Jiang Rulai laughed. Tian Rulai frowned slightly as he looked around. He closed his eyes and sensed for a while. Tian Rulai, what are you worried about? That Mahavairocana is already dead. The human Tathagata laughed. Tian Rulai frowned slightly. Completely dead? But I have a feeling that he's not dead yet. What? That can't be. Jiang Rulai said in surprise. I'm not sure, but this feeling is quite strong. Mahavarakana should be dead, but why do I have this feeling? Tian Rulai also frowned. Maybe Guhai and Mahavarakana gave us too many shocks. The human Tathagata said. Tian Rulai nodded. Maybe. The three of them looked carefully again. They couldn't find any trace of Mahavarakana being alive, so they looked at the sea of Buddha's chi. The sacred blood poisonous ants were already hiding in the sea of Buddha's chi. Guhai is dead for sure. That's the poison gland of the sacred blood poisonous ants, the most dangerous part of their bodies. Don't worry. In ancient times, the perfect celestial palace level was used to put in this poison gland to nourish the sacred blood poisonous ants. No matter how strong Guhai is, he's only at the early stage of celestial palace. Tian Rulai nodded. You two heal first. I'll continue to refine this blood-colored eye. Tian Rulai ordered. Yes. The two answered. Kang Xian flew back to the first level of hell the moment the entrances to the 18 levels of hell closed. My lord, His Majesty didn't come out? The divine demon army asked anxiously. Kang Xian looked at the entrance with an ugly expression. I didn't see His Majesty, but he's definitely fine. Guard the first level of hell according to His Majesty's instructions before he left. Yes. The army of gods and devils replied. The divine demon army guarded the first level of hell, and Guhai would have to wait for thousands of years before he could come out. Although Kang Xian told the divine demon army to relax, he was still worried. After all, the impact of the red light just now was too terrifying. The entire second level of hell should have been destroyed. The entrances to the 18 levels of hell were closed, but the one opened by the reincarnation lotus was still intact. Kang Xian went to the exit and used the Guqin statue to send a message to the infinite celestial capital. Soon, Mo Yike's voice came from the Guqin statue. The infinite celestial capital's Qi is intact. His Majesty is safe. Lord Kong, follow His Majesty's arrangements. Don't make any mistakes. After hearing the Guqin statue's words, Kang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Thank you, Lord Mo. I'm relieved that His Majesty is fine. Wait for our good news. Kang Xian said to the Guqin statue. After keeping the Guqin statue, Kang Xian entered the first level of hell again. The moment he entered, he heard a loud explosion from afar. Countless divine demon army screamed. Kang Xian's expression changed. Although he went out for a short while, he had been in the first level of hell for at least a month. What happened in the first level of hell? Kang Xian immediately flew to the center of the battlefield. It was a Jiang Rulai who wanted to smash 10 divine demon army soldiers into pieces. Die. Jiang Rulai said with a sinister expression. Kang Xian's expression changed. He instantly appeared in front of Jiang Rulai and sent a palm strike forward. Boom. After a loud explosion, everyone was blown away by the huge airflow. When the two palms met, the void trembled. Rulai Jiang and Kang Xian exchanged palms, but they were evenly matched. The two paused and retreated 100 zhang. Kang Xian? Jiang Rulai said with a sinister expression. Jiang Rulai? Aren't you in the second level of hell? Kang Xian said in surprise. He saw a thin crack on Jiang Rulai's face that was slowly recovering. Lord Kong, he's the clone that was killed by Mahavarakana. Mahavarakana cut him in half. He should be dead. Who would have thought that he would revive? One of the divine demon army soldiers said anxiously. Oh, Jiang Rulai's clone? Kang Xian narrowed his eyes. He recalled that when he first entered the first level of hell, Mahavarakana fought against 5 clones of Jiang Rulai. At that time, one was killed and the other 4 escaped to the second level of hell. Then, no one paid attention to the one that was killed. I got it, Kang Xian said, his expression grim. I almost forgot. The 18 levels of hell have the ability to heal everything. As long as you're injured here, you'll be healed. Even if you're dead, you'll be healed. At Kang Xian, you know a lot? But I didn't expect that I could revive. Haha, Guhai and Mahavarakana entered the second level of hell? Then he's dead for sure. Now that I've revived, it means that you're all dead for sure. Jiang Rulai said coldly. Dead for sure? We still don't know who will live and who will die. Kang Xian said coldly. All God Devil Army, get out of the way. I'll kill this Jiang Rulai clone. Kang Xian barked. Yes. The God Devil Army responded in unison. While speaking, Kang Xian waved his hand and released his divine Dao domain. Green light burst out in all directions as Kang Xian's clones stepped out one after another. A peacock god's projection floated high in the air. Divine Dao Domain, do you think you're the only one who knows how to use it? Jiang Rulai's clone sneered. Jiang Rulai also waved his hand. Buzz. Golden light spread out in all directions. Jiang Rulai's clone also split into 10,000 clones. Jiang Rulai's Divine Dao Domain opened, and above the domain, a giant golden cicada's projection appeared. Golden cicada god? It turns out that the true form of the heavenly demon is a cicada demon. Aha, cicada demons, my peacock tribe eats cicada demons. Kong Xian laughed loudly. While speaking, the clones of Kong Xian and Jiang Rulai collided with each other. Boom. Divine continent, spiritual mountain, holy land. At Gao Xinji's command, all 5 million spiritual mountain disciples were killed in an instant. Ao Sheng was slightly worried at the side, but Gu Hai had given the order to listen to Gao Xinji. Gao Xinji's orders were the emperor's orders, and no one dared to go against them. He had just killed 5 million spiritual mountain disciples. On the other side, boom. With a loud bang, more than 10 soldiers of the Divine Demon Army were sent flying into the sky. They were sent flying by the impact. Ao Sheng's face turned cold. The soldiers of the Divine Demon Army turned cold and looked at the fog at the foot of the mountain. At this moment, Jiang Chen led a group of followers to the top of the mountain and to the entrance of the Great Strength Hall. Long Outyin was the one who had sent the army of gods and demons flying. The soldiers of the Divine Demon Army were about to attack, but Gao Xinji shouted, "Stop!" The soldiers of the Divine Demon Army were confused and retreated. Gao Xinji's eyes were filled with uncertainty. Others might not know how terrifying Jiang Chen was, but Gao Xinji, as a core member of the Dahan Empire, naturally knew. Jiang Chen? The leader of the ancient witch tribe. 800,000 years ago, he gave a drop of blood to the Dragon Brothers and helped them reach the peak. The ancestor of Jiang Chen's zombie tribe. All these titles made Gu Hai list him as one of the strongest people in the world. He was even more dangerous than Matriarch Ji, Bai, and Yuanshi Tianzuan. Just like that, he walked over alone. The Divine Demon Army was going to fight him? What a joke. As soon as Jiang Chen stepped into the Grand Hall's plaza, he glanced around. Looking around, a trace of satisfaction appeared on his face. Not bad. The Holy Land of Spiritual Mountain is indeed a treasure trove. This land is suitable for me to live in. Dahan Empire's first army general, Gao Xinji, greets Mr. Jiang Chen. Gao Xinji bowed to Jiang Chen politely. Dahan Empire's national beast dragon tribe, Ao Sheng, greets Mr. Jiang Chen. Ao Sheng also bowed slightly. As the two of them spoke, the soldiers of the Divine Demon Army stood at the side and were extremely cautious. Jiang Chen's gaze was drawn back by the two of them. Looking at Gao Xinji, Jiang Chen nodded. All right, you guys can leave. This place is mine. Gao Xinji was slightly stunned. Jiang Chen looked at the 20 flying ships floating in the air. These were all the spirit stones and treasures that Gao Xinji had confiscated from the spiritual mountain disciples. They were going to be transported to the infinite celestial capital to fill the national treasury. These 20 flying ships are mine. It's also mine, said Jiang Chen calmly. His tone was calm, but there was no room for rebuttal. It was especially domineering. Chapter 1005. These 20 flying ships are mine too. It's also mine, said Jiang Chen calmly. His tone was calm, but there was no room for rebuttal. What? No. Ao Sheng glared at him. Others might not know, but Ao Sheng was very clear on the significance of these 20 flying boats. The flying boats were filled with storage bracelets. There were more than 90 billion spirit stones on them and countless treasures on them. The spiritual mountain sacred ground had 800,000 years of heritage. Why should I give it to you just because you said so? Ao Sheng was unwilling. Jiang Chen looked at him coldly. Ao Sheng, shut up. Gao Xinji shouted. Ao Sheng looked at Gao Xinji in confusion. Gao Xinji bowed to Jiang Chen and said, Mr. Jiang Chen, farewell. Jiang Chen's expression softened. He looked at Gao Xinji and smiled. Everyone, follow me back to the imperial court. Gao Xinji shouted. Yes. The Divine Demon Army answered unwillingly. Unwillingly? There was nothing unwillingly. Gao Xinji knew that preserving their strength was the most important thing. None of them were Jiang Chen's match. If they stubbornly resisted, they might even create a huge enemy for the Dahan imperial dynasty. Treasures? So what if they had many treasures? They had to be alive to take them. If they were capable, they could just take them back in the future. His Majesty had once taught him that if he kept the treasure, he would lose the treasure. If he kept the treasure, he would lose the treasure. Gao Xinji stepped forward and left with everyone. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, Gao Xinji, Ao Sheng, and the 200,000 divine demon army were gone. Seeing Gao Xinji and the rest leave, Ao Tianlong coldly sneered. Long Outyin sneered, I used to think that this Gao Xinji was powerful, but now it seems that he's just a coward. Jiang Qin looked at the departing crowd and shook his head. Gao Xinji? He was truly a good general. He made a prompt decision without the slightest hesitation. In an instant he had killed 5 million Spirit Mountain disciples and immediately saved Mahavairakana. Now that he was leaving, was he preserving his strength for Guhai? Not bad. Save Mahavairakana? Long Outyin looked confused. However, Jiang Qin did not explain. He looked at the corpses of the 5 million Spiritual Mountain disciples on the ground and then looked at the rioting citizens of Spiritual Mountain City. Some people were still rushing up the Spiritual Mountain. Return my spirit stones. Buddha, you liar. My spirit stones. Why don't you just kill me? What am I going to do without my spirit stones? Cries and shouts sounded at the foot of the Spiritual Mountain. The hearts of the people were scattered. True Lord, the Spiritual Mountain's terrain is not bad, but it seems to be a dangerous place. Long Outyin said worriedly. However, Jiang Qin smiled slightly. He looked at Spiritual Mountain City and then at the world around him. All citizens of the former Spiritual Mountain Sacred Ground, listen up. Jiang Qin said softly. Without the golden dragon of Luck's voice transmission, Jiang Qin's voice strangely spread to the 2,000 cities of the Spiritual Mountain Sacred Ground in an instant. It did not reach the ears of the citizens, but hovered above the 2,000 cities. Jiang Qin's voice was not loud, but when it spread to every city, it exploded like thunder. This explosion caused countless commoners to tremble, and all of the rioting came to a halt. From now on, I, Jiang Qin, will take over the Spiritual Mountain Sacred Ground. I will also take over your 2,000 cities. Jiang Qin's voice exploded in every city again. The Spiritual Mountain Sacred Ground was destroyed? Was taken over? The 2,000 cities were slightly stunned and looked confused. However, in the next moment, their faces were filled with indignation. Jiang Rulai ran away with the money. What about my spirit stones? What should we do now? The citizens were shouting in shock and anger. From now on, I will make up for the spirit stones that you lost. Jiang Qin's voice spread to the 2,000 cities again. Countless citizens were stunned. The rioting citizens looked as if they had been hit by the body freezing spell and were shocked. Who is so rich? How many spirit stones? One city was worth 1 billion high-grade spirit stones. 2,000 cities, wouldn't that be 2 trillion high-grade spirit stones? Who is this Jiang Qin? Is he going to make up for us? Although they did not believe it, the citizens were looking forward to it. Take your contracts and exchange them for spirit stones according to the contracts. All local officials, do the statistics and exchange them for spirit stones immediately. Jiang Qin's voice was heard again. What? Official statistics? That official just now? He's already been beaten to death. If I had known, I wouldn't have beaten him to death. How do we exchange them? Countless citizens were anxious. After all, they saw a glimmer of hope. At this moment, as long as they could exchange for spirit stones, the riots would be stopped. However, those officials had already been beaten to death. At the entrance of the great Buddha's hall, Jiang Qin stretched out his right index finger and gently pressed it. A drop of blood was immediately forced out from the tip of his finger. As soon as that drop of Jiang Qin's blood came out, it immediately bloomed with billions of red light. As soon as the red light appeared, it seemed to illuminate the entire world. The entire sky of Spirit Mountain was blood red. Jiang Qin threw that drop of blood into the sky. Immediately, countless water vapor gathered from all directions and diluted it. However, no matter how diluted it was, the water clouds were still blood red. It was as if a blood-red sea had appeared in the sky. Jiang Qin waved his hand and the sea was divided into more than 2,000 parts. Jiang Qin waved his right hand. Boom. More than 2,000 parts of the lake instantly turned into 2,000 streams of light and rushed in all directions. Rumble. In just a few breaths, the 2,000 parts of the lake turned into rolling blood clouds in the sky above. In Spirit Mountain City, countless citizens looked at the blood clouds in the sky in horror. Blood clouds? What is that? Is it the work of demons? What a terrifying blood cloud. The citizens screamed in horror. Walala. Suddenly, it began to rain heavily in the 2,000 cities. The rolling blood rain burst out and fell on some of the flattened corpses. The surrounding citizens screamed in horror. "Ah, look at that corpse. That corpse is wriggling and changing. Is it recovering? The corpse is recovering. Is this a monster?" Amidst the citizens' screams, all the corpses that were beaten beyond recognition slowly returned to their original state. In just a short while they suddenly opened their eyes in horror. Buzz. As soon as the eyes opened, the surrounding citizens dodged in horror. "Zombies coming back to life?" someone exclaimed. Of course, most of the people in the 2000 cities were cultivators. Although zombies came back to life, they were not so scared that they fled in all directions. All the people who came back to life had traces of red light in their eyes and two fangs slowly appeared in their mouths. Not zombies but zombies? This blood rain has the effect of turning the dead into zombies? Zombies? All the city lords and city guards who were killed turned into zombies? Amidst the shock of the citizens, the zombies who came back to life suddenly stood up and retracted the fangs in their mouths. Then they knelt together in the direction of the sacred ground of Mount Ling. "Greetings, true lord." When the blood rain was completely scattered, all the corpses had turned into zombies. The zombies in the 2000 cities all knelt in the direction of Mount Ling. At the entrance of the Great Buddha's Hall, the 5 million disciples of Mount Ling were all killed under Gao Xinji's order. At this moment, all of them were turned into zombies by the blood rain. Then they bowed respectfully to Jiang Chen. "Greetings, true lord." The 5 million disciples of Mount Ling said respectfully. The citizens of the 2000 cities were shocked. All the people who were killed in a blood rain were all resurrected? Just how many tricks does this Jiang Chen have up his sleeve? Long Outyin was even more shocked. Long Outyin saw with his own eyes that Jiang Chen only used 1 drop of his blood? Just 1 drop of blood and 5 million disciples of Mount Ling were resurrected? Even the countless officials in the 2000 cities? He even turned them into zombies and made them pledge their loyalty to him? One should know that ordinary people would lose a lot of blood in a bloody battle, but Jiang Chen only used 1 drop. Long Outyin followed Jiang Chen and knew how powerful Jiang Chen was. However, this was the first time he had a direct understanding of Jiang Chen's power. Since they are resurrected, start counting the spirit stones. Calculate the exact number and distribute it immediately. Jiang Chen's voice spread through the 2000 cities again. Yes. The zombies in the 2000 cities answered. The citizens were slightly afraid of these resurrected zombies, but when it came to their money, they could only muster up their courage and go forward to file the records. They also politely formed a long line. At the entrance of the Great Buddha's Hall. "True Lord, 2000 cities of spirit stones seems to be too much. Can we?" Long Outyin was worried. Mount Ling City had 1 billion upper-grade spirit stones. How much would 2000 cities be? However, he saw Jiang Chen waving at the flying ship beside him. Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, the spirit stones on the flying ship and in the storage bracelet were taken out like a flood and rushed into the sky. In an instant, there was a sea of spirit stones in the sky above Mount Ling. There were more than 90 billion upper-grade spirit stones. Not enough. Long Outyin smiled faintly. Jiang Chen smiled and looked around. Then he stretched out his right hand and waved gently at the sky. Rumble. Within the territory of Mount Ling, the 2000 cities were in the territory of Mount Ling. Suddenly, the ground started to shake. Then many mountains and mountains suddenly exploded. Boom, boom, boom. The mountains exploded and countless spirit stones rushed into the sky like a long river. They rushed from the ground to the sky and at the same time, flew quickly in the direction of the Great Buddha's Hall. Long Outyin saw a river of spirit stones emerging from the ground in the distance. The spirit stones were flowing madly. Is that a spirit stone mine? True Lord can take out all the spirit stones in the mine with a wave of his hand? Long Outyin was shocked. The resurrected past Buddha also looked into the distance in shock. He then said respectfully, "True Lord is mighty. That mine has never been discovered before. True Lord can take it out with a wave of his hand. True Lord is mighty. True Lord is mighty." The disciples of Mount Ling were shouting in admiration. Countless people in Mount Ling City were shocked because they could see the sea of spirit stones in the sky above Mount Ling from afar. Originally, the sea of spirit stones was big enough. However, it seemed to be gathering from all directions. Thousands of spirit stones in the rivers gathered in the sea. The sea of spirit stones was getting bigger and bigger. In the sky above Mount Ling, the spirit stones had reached a shocking level. True Lord is mighty. The people of Mount Ling City shouted excitedly. Chapter 1006. The second level of Hell within the secret realm of the Celestial Dome. In the previous battle, Rulai and Jiang Rulai had both been severely injured. The two of them sat cross-legged, healing their wounds. Rulai also sat on the peak of the mountain, continuing to refine the blood-colored heavenly eye between his eyebrows. Mahavairakana was nowhere to be seen. In the sea of Buddhist Qi not far away, Gu Hai and White Emperor were already dead in the eyes of the three heavenly demons. But in reality, Gu Hai was not dead. The moment he entered the poisonous swamp pool, a large amount of poisonous threads surged into Gu Hai's body. Not only did Gu Hai not resist, but he also used the great compassion poem of heaven and earth and began to absorb the countless poisonous threads. Within the poisonous threads was poisonous gas, and it was the most powerful poison in the world. In the past, the Wu tribe had a branch that specialized in the art of poisonous insects. It could be said that they had gathered all the poisonous insects and plants in the world and cultivated the 5 poisonous insect kings. The toad poison king, the spider poison king, the snake poison king, the scorpion poison king, and the centipede poison king. The 5 poisonous insect kings dominated the world, and their poison was unstoppable. But in the end, they were defeated by the sacred blood ant. It was clear how famous the sacred blood ant was. The most poisonous in the world, the sacred blood ant. And the source of the sacred blood ant's poison was its poison gland. This was the purest and most powerful poison in the world. Poisonous gas? Heavenly Palace cultivated qi. Few cultivators in the world cultivated with poisonous gas, because if they were not careful they would be poisoned to death. But Gu Hai was not afraid. Gu Hai had the great compassion poem of heaven and earth. The poison only caused Gu Hai's skin to fester at the beginning, but it quickly became a tonic for Gu Hai. Poison could damage the nerves, so absorbing the poisonous gas was Gu Hai's greatest challenge so far. The pain surpassed all of Gu Hai's hard work in the past. But Gu Hai still forced himself to grit his teeth. This was because as he continued to absorb the poison thread that had pierced into the White Emperor's body slowly shifted its direction and surged towards Gu Hai. Around them, the others had already been corroded by the poisonous gas in the swamp's poisonous pool. White Emperor was not much better off. At this moment his whole body was a bloody mess. Fortunately, Gu Hai's forceful absorption of the poisonous gas had prevented the White Emperor's soul from suffering from countless poisons. Inhale, inhale, inhale. Under the great compassion fu of heaven and earth, Gu Hai's cultivation level rose rapidly. Buzz. The poisonous gas in the swamp swarmed into Gu Hai's body like a black hole. The sacred blood poisonous ant suddenly felt uncomfortable. The sacred blood poisonous ant was too large and poisonous. Even though Gu Hai tried his best to absorb it, he could only absorb a little. The sacred blood poisonous ant felt uncomfortable and just twisted its body. It caused the Buddha Sea of Qi to churn. Tian Tathagata, Jiang Rulai, and Rin Tathagata all opened their eyes and looked at it in confusion. However, the sacred blood poisonous ant soon calmed down. The three did not think much of it. Until 10 days later, the sacred blood poisonous ant finally felt something was wrong. The discomfort grew stronger. Roar. Suddenly, the sacred blood poisonous ant roared and twisted crazily. For a moment, huge waves surged in the Buddha Sea of Qi. The sacred blood poisonous ant violently twisted its body and rushed out of the sea. Whoosh. The remaining chains pulled, but it was useless. The sacred blood poisonous ant was still struggling irritably. Bang. One of the chains suddenly broke. No, the sacred blood poisonous ant is resisting again. Rin Tathagata, what's going on? Jiang Rulai said anxiously. Tian Tathagata was in charge of the blood celestial eye, while Rin Tathagata was in charge of the sacred blood poisonous ant. At this moment, the ant was roaring inexplicably, which made Rin Tathagata very serious. We used Buddhist Qi to Buddhaize the sacred blood poisonous ant. Now the sacred blood poisonous ant is struggling. Could it be that its consciousness is active again and it wants to break free from our control? Rulai frowned. Rin Tathagata had guessed correctly. The discomfort made the sacred blood poisonous ant's consciousness start to resist. It wanted to break free from the control of the Buddha aura. It thought that as long as it could break free it would feel comfortable. Look, the abdomen of the sacred blood poisonous ant is turning black. Jiang Rulai's eyes widened. No, it has already broken free. Jiang Rulai, hurry up and control the Buddha aura with me. We need to speed up the control of the Buddha aura. Rin Tathagata said anxiously. Jiang Rulai answered. The two quickly cast their spells. All the Buddha aura in the Buddha aura suddenly surged toward the sacred blood poisonous ant. The Buddha aura rolled into the ant's body. Instantly, the black abdomen of the sacred blood poisonous ant slowly turned golden again. Clearly, the sacred blood poisonous ant was originally black. It only turned golden after being Buddha aura. Only after being filled with the Buddha aura did the sacred blood poisonous ant calm down. Phew. It's finally settled down. Rin Tathagata let out a long sigh. Jiang Rulai nodded. This beast is really troublesome. If it wasn't for the fact that we need to use it to clone experts, we would have killed it long ago. Don't be impatient. Continue healing. Tian Tathagata said lightly. Yes, the two answered. The Buddha aura rolled into the sacred blood poisonous ant's body. At the same time, some entered the poisonous gland. Gu Hai was absorbing the poisonous gas when a gust of Buddha aura suddenly flowed into Gu Hai's body. Buddha aura? Gu Hai was slightly taken aback. If he could absorb the poisonous gas, he could naturally absorb the Buddha aura too. Moreover, this Buddha aura was extremely gentle. Once it entered Gu Hai's body, it immediately alleviated the damage done to his nerves by the poisonous gas. I'll absorb as much as you give me. Gu Hai's eyes were filled with determination. Rumble. Two black holes seemed to form around Gu Hai's body. One was crazily devouring the poisonous gas, while the other was crazily devouring the Buddha aura. He would absorb as much as the two Chis gave him. The three heavenly Tathagata demons closed their eyes and adjusted their breathing for only 3 days. Roar. The sacred blood poisonous ant immediately roared in discomfort again. It floated to the surface and started stirring up trouble. Again? Jiang Rulai's expression changed. Oh no, this beast's abdomen and back have turned black. The Buddha aura is overflowing. Why is it struggling? Rin Tathagata said anxiously. Quick, continue. Jiang Rulai shouted. Inject more Buddha aura. Rin Tathagata nodded. The two quickly moved, urging the Buddha aura into the sacred blood poisonous ant's body. As the Buddha aura surged in, the sacred blood poisonous ant calmed down again. However, to Gu Hai, no matter how much Buddha aura there was, Gu Hai could absorb it. Absorb, absorb, absorb. Although using the sacred blood poisonous ant as a medium wasn't as fast as directly being in the sea of Buddha aura, and it was much slower, it didn't matter to Gu Hai. Now that he was in the second level of hell, he had plenty of time. A day in the outside world was 2,000 years here. Gu Hai slowly absorbed. The sacred blood poisonous ant would go on a rampage every once in a while. This time Jiang Rulai and Rin Tathagata were having a hard time. They would get up one moment and the next moment they would have to activate the Sea of Buddha aura. How were they going to treat their injuries? Set up a formation. Tian Tathagata couldn't stand it anymore. Alright, let's set up a formation. The formation will automatically send Buddha aura into the sacred blood poisonous ant. As long as the sacred blood poisonous ant expels some Buddha aura, it will automatically replenish it. Rin Tathagata nodded. Jiang Rulai was also in charge of setting up the formation. A few days later, a golden net-like formation appeared in the sea of Buddha aura, suppressing the sacred blood poisonous ant to the bottom of the sea. The three Tathagata could finally treat their injuries and cultivate in peace. What the three of them didn't know was that the sacred blood poisonous ant's Buddha aura didn't decrease because its consciousness struggled out of its body. Instead, it was still in its body and had entered Gu Hai's body. In the poisonous gland, Gu Hai desperately absorbed the poisonous gas and Buddha aura. At the side, White Emperor's body had already rotted away, leaving only his soul. His soul was also damaged to a certain extent. However, with Gu Hai's body wrapped around it, the White Emperor's soul was able to escape the poisonous gland. Husband, are you okay? The wisp of soul asked worriedly. Xian'er? You're Xian'er? Gu Hai asked in surprise. The wisp of soul answered, It's me. I'm Xian'er. Husband, Xian'er isn't worth it. Not worth it? No, for you, anything is worth it. Xian'er, I've already found your heavenly soul and human soul. When we get out, I'll definitely help you revive. Xian'er, you're finally back. Gu Hai's eyes were filled with tears. Husband Xian'er. Xian'er's voice was choked with sobs. Where's White Emperor? Gu Hai's expression changed. White Emperor's heavenly soul and human soul. Just now, White Emperor's two souls were injured to protect my earthly soul. I don't know what White Emperor's will is thinking. It seems like he's helping me and protecting me. Her two souls were heavily injured, and now her will is in a deep sleep. It seems like she'll be annihilated at any moment. My will is controlling the three souls. Xian'er smiled bitterly. What? White Emperor's will sacrificed itself to save you. Gu Hai was shocked. Yes. Qin Xian'er answered. Gu Hai was silent for a while. He didn't know why White Emperor would do that. No matter what, White Emperor's will was heavily injured to protect you. In the future, if I have the ability, I'll definitely revive her. Gu Hai said. Qin Xian nodded. Gu Hai took out a jade box. This is your heavenly soul and human soul. Come in, I'll help you revive in the future. Xian Er's earthly soul wrapped around the White Emperor's two souls and entered the jade box. After closing the jade box, Gu Hai sat cross-legged and started to cultivate again. Although this place was dangerous, it was a good place to cultivate. With the poisonous gas and Buddhist energy in his body, it wouldn't take long for his cultivation to increase. Moreover, this time it would definitely be 2 levels. Gu Hai sat cross-legged and cultivated. 1 year later. Boom! A loud sound came from Gu Hai's body. His cultivation broke through 1 level. The poisonous gas had condensed into a dark green poisonous gas pill. Poisonous gas pill? The 5th level of the Heavenly Palace. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with excitement. Although he was at the 5th level of the Heavenly Palace, Gu Hai didn't stop absorbing the poisonous gas. The remaining poisonous gas could be stored around the poisonous gas pill as the God-destroying light. At this moment, the consciousness of the divine blood poisonous ant seemed to have broken free from some people's control. It could already reach here and stop Gu Hai from absorbing the poisonous gas. However, the great compassion poem of heaven and earth was too overbearing. Even if it was stopped, Gu Hai could still continue to absorb the poisonous gas. At most it would slow down a little. 10 years later. Boom! Another loud sound came from Gu Hai's body. A golden Buddhist energy pill had condensed. The 6th level of the Heavenly Palace. Buddhist energy pill? Great! Gu Hai said excitedly. Not only the Buddhist energy pill, but the poisonous gas had also gathered and stored a dark green poisonous God-destroying light beside the poisonous gas pill. The 6th level of the Heavenly Palace? Gu Hai wasn't satisfied. There was still a lot of Buddhist energy and poisonous gas. The great compassion poem of heaven and earth was fully activated. Absorb, absorb, absorb. Chapter 1007. The First Layer of Hell. 200,000 gods and demons formed a formation. Kang Xian and Jiang Rulai clashed fiercely. Although the clone couldn't defeat Vairocana, he was still an expert at the peak of the 9th layer of Heavenly Palace. Otherwise, Jiang Rulai wouldn't have used himself as a blueprint to continuously replicate him. Although Kang Xian had a few fortuitous encounters with Gu Hai and his strength had increased tremendously, he was still in the middle of the 9th layer of Heavenly Palace. He was indescribably ferocious, but he couldn't defeat Jiang Rulai immediately. The two fought for 10 days and 10 nights. Every corner of the first layer of hell had become their battlefield. Both of them were riddled with scars and wounds. Break! Jiang Rulai's clone shouted. A powerful force blasted apart Kang Xian's 6-colored divine light and slapped Kang Xian's shoulder. This is the moment I've been waiting for. Kang Xian's body was covered in blood, but he revealed a sinister smile. Suddenly, a pair of peacock claws grabbed Jiang Rulai's clone. Pooh! Jiang Rulai slapped down and Kang Xian spurted out a mouthful of blood. However, Jiang Rulai was also caught by Kang Xian. After Kang Xian finished vomiting blood, he suddenly opened his mouth. Absorb! As soon as he opened his mouth, rolling black winds came out of nowhere and engulfed Jiang Rulai. Jiang Rulai had just used up all his strength and hadn't recovered yet. He staggered and couldn't resist Kang Xian's scheme. Huff! Following the momentum, Kang Xian swallowed him into his stomach. Kang Xian immediately closed his mouth and transformed into a 3,000 feet large peacock. His body emitted a monstrous demonic aura that dyed the entire first layer of hell black. My lord is invincible! The group of gods and demons shouted excitedly. However, Kang Xian did not care about anyone because the battle was not over yet. In the past, Kang Xian had swallowed Jiang Rulai once. At that time, Jiang Rulai actually broke open Kang Xian's stomach and came out. This time, although it was just a copy of Jiang Rulai, Kang Xian was still very careful. Boom boom boom. A series of rumbling sounds came from Kang Xian's stomach. Clearly, it was the resistance of Jiang Rulai's clone. Kang Xian waited patiently for a while before finally revealing a sinister smile. Jiang Rulai, this time you won't be able to come out, right? Just wait for your death. I will refine you completely and use your death to increase my cultivation. Kang Xian, let me out if you dare. Jiang Rulai's clone roared angrily from his stomach. Let you out? You don't know, right? In ancient times, the cultivation of my peacock race was to devour the heavens and earth. The more we devoured, the stronger we became. Let you out? Dream on. Enjoy the furnace in my stomach. Ah. Kong Xian laughed loudly. Rumble. Loud noises came from his stomach, but Kong Xian did not care. A month later, the noises finally came from his stomach. Kong Xian understood that Jiang Rulai's clone had been refined. In the past, Kong Xian's cultivation increased very slowly when he devoured those weaker than him. He did not even feel the increase. However, after devouring Jiang Rulai's clone who was stronger than him, he finally felt the obvious increase in his cultivation. In the Peacock God's inheritance, it says that only by devouring those stronger than me can I increase my cultivation by a large amount. Sure enough, at my level, the best cultivation method is to eat. However, this is not ancient times. How can there be so many strong people for me to devour? Kong Xian was anxious. Peacock still remembered Gu Hai's words before he left. He had been brooding about it, hoping to enter the peak of Heavenly Palace as soon as possible. However, without food he could only rely on cultivation. He did not know how long he would have to wait. On Spirited Mountain. Endless spiritual stones, like a surging river, rushed straight and slowly expanded the original spiritual stone sea by more than 10 times. 2 trillion high-grade spiritual stones? Must have been there. The underground spiritual stone vein has the ability to nourish earth, dragon and chi. It's about time. I can't waste any more. Jiang Qin said lightly. As he spoke, he pressed down with his right hand. Wong. There were no more spiritual stones coming from all directions. The huge spiritual stone sea was vast and endless. Everyone listen up, I will place the spiritual stones in the sky above your cities. Register according to the contract and line up to exchange for spiritual stones. Jiang Chen's voice instantly spread across 2,000 cities. Spiritual stones? Countless people were stunned. However, they saw Jiang Chen wave his hand to the sky. Swoosh! The spiritual stone sea was suddenly divided into 2,000 portions, and then with a wave of his hand, it turned into streams of light and rushed straight to the 2,000 cities. Rumble. In just a short time, 1 billion high-grade spiritual stones floated in the air above the 2,000 cities. The people of the major cities were suddenly in an uproar. Suddenly, everyone had a feeling that Jiang Chen's ability was much more powerful than the Buddha's. The spiritual stones were spread out in the sky, and the outer layer seemed to be covered by a light membrane enchantment, preventing them from falling. Many people were so excited that they bowed 3 times to Allah. However, the eyes of some people suddenly turned red with envy. 1 billion high-grade spiritual stones, this was a total number. Among these spiritual stones, there were middle-grade spiritual stones and low-grade spiritual stones. The black mass of spiritual stones made countless people jealous. I only put in 10 high-grade spiritual stones. If I were to rob, I would definitely be able to get 100 or even 1,000 high-grade spiritual stones. What is there to exchange for? Jiang Qin is not around. What should I be afraid of? Moreover, the previous riot had already explained everything. As long as someone took the lead, many people would soon follow, and they could fish in troubled waters to get more benefits. Thinking of that, some people with evil intentions were excited. They looked at the people who were bowing to Jiang Qin, sneered, and immediately rushed into the sky. Golden Mountain City. 10 people with evil intentions rushed into the sky and prepared to rob a large number of spiritual stones with their storage bracelets. How dare you? Suddenly, countless people shouted in anger. Haha, I dare? It belongs to whoever gets it. Why are you still waiting in line? Hurry up and take it. The person who rushed in front of the crowd said to the people. The people panicked. Just as the people were struggling, the first person had already reached the enchantment that wrapped the spiritual stones and reached out to grab them. Boom! Above the enchantment, bolts of lightning suddenly struck down, and the 10 people who rushed into the sky were instantly struck by the lightning. Bam! 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 The 10 people instantly fell to the ground, creating a cloud of smoke and dust. Retribution. Ah, good job. Are they dead? They're all burnt. The 10 people died in an instant and the anxious people immediately cheered. At the same time, no one dared to go into the sky to rob anymore, and they lined up obediently. The same thing happened not only in Golden Mountain City, but also in the 2,000 cities. People with evil intentions used their lives in exchange for everyone's rules. Spiritual Mountain Pass. Jiang Qin seemed to have seen everything that was happening in the 2,000 cities. He smiled faintly then ignored them. He turned his head and looked at the majestic Grand Hall. Jiang Rulai sure knows how to enjoy. Grand Hall? Jiang Qin smiled. While smiling, he waved his hand, and the words Grand Hall on the plaque instantly changed to God-Seizing Hall. Look at the God-Seizing Hall. Jiang Qin's eyes flashed and he was very satisfied. He stepped into the God-Seizing Hall. His subordinates followed closely behind. Great Yellow Dynasty, Xinyuan City. In the upper study room. There was a group of people with special abilities in the upper study room. Since Mr. Wu Xing was heavily injured, there was naturally someone to help treat his injuries. Mr. Wu Xing was lucky enough to be treated in the upper study room. On the other side, Ao Ying and Emperor Kong were reporting to Matriarch Ji about the trip to hell. Mr. Wu Xing fought Gu Hai alone? It must have been hard on you. Matriarch Ji sighed. His Holiness did not disappoint you. Gu Tang's soul. Emperor Kong took out a small blue ball with satisfaction. Matriarch Ji looked at Song Jie, and Song Jie carefully took it. At the side, Mr. Wu Xing's eyelids twitched slightly, and he seemed a little worried. Song Jie checked carefully for a while and finally nodded. It's Gu Tang's soul, but his soul is injured. He seems to have lost his memory. He must have been tortured by Jiang Rulai and the others. I understand now. He was not mixed in with a group of evil spirits. He has already forgotten who he is. Emperor Kong's expression changed. That's good. Matriarch Ji took the blue ball and carefully kept it. After confirming that it was Gu Tang, Mr. Wu Xing revealed an undetectable smile. His Holiness, the 2,000 cities in the spiritual mountain are in chaos. Are we not going to take them now? Li Mu said anxiously. That's right. His Holiness, Gu Hai and Jiang Rulai are fighting in the netherworld. There should be a result soon. It's fine if Gu Hai wins, but if Gu Hai dies, Jiang Rulai will return. What if he has some other secret technique? A man who looked like a general said. Matriarch Ji frowned slightly. At the side, Emperor Kong smiled and said, those 2,000 cities are already in the hands of the Great Yellow Dynasty. What is there to be worried about? Who dares to compete with the Great Yellow Dynasty? That's right. Since they are the cities of the Great Yellow Dynasty, there is no need to rush. We can wait for them to finish before we take them. Another official said with a smile. Just as everyone was discussing how to deal with the 2,000 cities, a guard suddenly rushed into the study. Matriarch Ji frowned slightly. Reporting to His Holiness, there is a report from the 2,000 cities of the spiritual mountain. A person called Jiang Qin boasted shamelessly and threatened to take over the 2,000 cities of the spiritual mountain. He seems to have planned this from the start. He used a sound amplification array in the cities and used a zither to transmit his voice to the 2,000 cities. The guard said respectfully. What? In the study, the officials exclaimed in shock. Matriarch Ji's face sank. Jiang Qin? It was one thing for this guard not to know Jiang Qin, but how could she not know? Jiang Qin was competing with her for the western position of the divine continent? Take over? He is just one person. How can he take over? Matriarch Ji said with a gloomy expression. There are rumors from various places. We don't know if it is true or not, but it is said that a rain of blood fell from the sky. All the officials who were killed by the rioters were revived and turned into zombies. They worship Jiang Qin. The guard said respectfully. What? All the officials who were killed turned into zombies? They are loyal to Jiang Qin? Doesn't that mean that there is a manager for the 2,000 cities? Emperor Kong's expression changed. Even if there is a manager, the 2,000 cities are in chaos. Can Jiang Qin stop the rioters? Another official said in disbelief. Unless he has 1 trillion high-grade spirit stones. However, other than the Dahan Imperial Dynasty, who else can take out that much? Chapter 1008. Xinyuan City. At the entrance of the upper study room, Empress Ji looked at the sea of spirit stones on the spiritual mountain in the distance, and her heart turned cold. With a wave of his hand, he drew countless spirit stones from the ground and scattered them in the air above the 2,000 cities. This was Jiang Qin. Who was Jiang Qin? He was the commander of the sorcerer tribe in the ancient era. During the war of the sorcerer tribe, there were many more peerless experts than there were today. At that time he was the commander of the main force. It was obvious how powerful he was. The group of officials behind her followed her out of the upper study room. When they saw the ugly expression on Empress Ji's face, they were shocked. Song Jie described what he saw to everyone, and everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Is it that Jiang Qin? Emperor Kong asked with an ugly expression. It was obvious that these people with high authority knew about Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin used spirit stones to buy the people's hearts. He will definitely be supported by the 2,000 cities. With the zombie officials in charge of the cities, these 2,000 cities will be impregnable. Li Mu said with an ugly expression. West of the divine continent? We can't go any further. His Holiness. Song Jie sighed. Everyone was stunned. They stopped just like that? Empress Ji narrowed her eyes and nodded in the end. Compared to Jiang Qin, Empress Ji would rather deal with Yuanshi Qianzuan. However, Yuanshi Qianzuan was also not to be trifled with. He was a cold-blooded lunatic. Divine Seizing Palace? Why did Jiang Qin name it Divine Seizing Palace? Does Mr. Song Jie know? Empress Ji looked at Song Jie. Song Jie shook his head lightly. I don't know. Jiang Qin's origin is mysterious. According to the records in my hands, this Jiang Qin appeared before the sorcerer tribe. No one knows what his purpose is. For tens of thousands of years he has never fought for the world. According to the ancient records, in the war between the witches and demons, the witches' tribe could have won a great victory and exterminated the demons. However, at the last moment Jiang Qin stopped the war. The other witches' tribe members were unwilling to let him go and continued to pursue the demons. In the end, both sides suffered great losses and perished together because Jiang Qin did not participate in the last battle. And from the very beginning, he had been living in God-seizing palace. I don't know why it was named that way. Song Jie frowned. Seize the divine palace? Seize. This showed that he was ambitious and wanted to fight for something. But if it wasn't for the world, what was he doing it for? Since your heart isn't with the world, why did you come out? Matriarch Ji frowned. No one could understand. However, this was not good news for the Great Yellow Dynasty. Only by seizing the position of the divine continent can we influence, command, and unify the world. Now, in the south there is Yuanshi Qianzuan and in the west there is Jiang Qin. Although the Great Yellow Dynasty is not afraid, if we fight now both sides will suffer losses. This goes against the goal of the Great Yellow Dynasty. However, the Great Yellow Dynasty is in the southwest of the divine continent. Now we are in a dilemma. Our Great Yellow Dynasty has reached a bottleneck. How should we break through? Matriarch Ji looked at Song Jie. Song Jie was silent for a while before saying, His Holiness, actually, we have neglected a third place. Matriarch Ji was puzzled. Seizing the position of the divine continent, influence, command, and unify the world? This is a gradual process, but the position of the divine continent is not just north, south, east, and west. Song Jie said in a low voice. Matriarch Ji's eyes narrowed. Mr. You mean? The center of the divine continent. The position of the great righteous. Song Jie said solemnly. The second level of hell, the immortal dome, the Buddha Aura Sea. When Gu Hai first entered, the Buddha Aura Sea was shrouded in a layer of golden fog. At this moment, it was also shrouded in golden fog. However, as time passed, some Buddha aura seeped out and surrounded the Buddha Aura Sea. Tian Rulai closed his eyes and continued to refine the blood-red heavenly eye. Jiang Rulai and Ren Rulai's injuries were slowly recovering. However, in the previous battle, the two of them had exhausted a lot of energy. Jiang Rulai's 9th-grade golden lotus was destroyed, and the reincarnation pool was gone. The swastika golden symbol on Ren Rulai's forehead was also destroyed. Although his injuries had recovered, he was still cultivating bitterly. The three of them sat quietly on the peaks of the three mountains. They were like three petrified statues not moving at all. 1,800 years passed in the blink of an eye. However, the Buddha Aura Sea shrouded in golden fog had undergone a drastic change. This was because the entire Buddha Aura Sea had almost completely disappeared. Only a little bit of fog was left to maintain the outside world. However, this fog clearly could not last for long. In the huge pit, 90% of the sacred blood poisonous ants' bodies had turned black. Only a small portion was dyed gold by the Buddha aura. The reason why they were no longer roaring and struggling was because the consciousness of the sacred blood poisonous ants was in a battle with Gu Hai. The poisonous swamp pool? At this moment, almost all the poisonous gas had been sucked dry by Gu Hai. No matter how the sacred blood poisonous ants fought, they could not compare to the dominance of the great compassion poem of heaven and earth. At this moment, Gu Hai's cultivation had reached the 6th tier of the heavenly palace. In his heavenly eye, there were even 200 beams of God-destroying light, of which 50 were formed by poisonous gas, and 150 were formed by Buddha aura. Stepping into the swamp, Guhai was not afraid of the consciousness of the sacred blood poisonous ants at all. Brr. A colorful light shadow of a 100-foot ant was spitting poisonous gas at Guhai. Poisonous gas? Poisonous gas? It's useless against me, isn't it? Guhai sneered and slashed with his saber. Boom. The light shadow of a 100-foot ant immediately retreated in fear. It was Guhai using the Life Ender Saber. When the Life Ender Saber was drawn, rolling black fog immediately appeared. The small skeleton in the black fog dealt great damage to the light shadow of the ant. Squeak. The ant retreated in pain. This is your divine soul, right? Unfortunately, you can't control your body. Your tricks are useless. Guhai sneered. Bzz. 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 Suddenly, countless spikes emerged from the poisonous swamp pool and rushed at Guhai, trying to pierce Guhai into a sieve. 9 cycles saber path field. Guhai said coldly. Bang. Countless saber chi appeared around Guhai. The saber chi surrounded Guhai, forming a world of saber chi. The surrounding spikes were immediately blocked by the saber chi. Guhai quickly chased after the light shadow of the ant. You want to run? You can't. Divine blood venomous ant, I know you are capable. If we were outside, I would definitely not be your match. However, you are trapped by Jiang Rulai and the others using Buddhist techniques. You can't control your body and can't hurt me. I patiently waited for you for more than 1,000 years before I lured your divine soul out of your Naiwan palace. Now, do you think I will let you go back? Guhai sneered as he chased after the venomous ant's divine soul. Boom. The Life Ender Saber slashed out. The surroundings were filled with black fog. The skeleton in the black fog charged at the divine blood venomous ant's divine soul, gnawing at it. Roar. The divine blood venomous ant roared as it retreated to the Naiwan palace. Guhai pursued closely. Guhai knew that the Buddhist aura in the Buddhist aura sea was almost depleted. Previously, the divine blood venomous ant was controlled by the Buddhist aura and could not control its body. Now that the Buddhist aura was gone, it could control its body again. At that time, if it counterattacked, Guhai would definitely die. Guhai did not give up. Everywhere he went, he cut down everything in his way. Guhai chased everywhere for 3 days and 3 nights. He also caused a lot of damage to the divine blood venomous ant's body. Of course, even a lot of damage was limited. After all, the divine blood venomous ant's body was too strong. It was extremely tough. There were many places where even the Life Ender Saber could not cut. Finally, after chasing for a long time, they reached a huge space that looked like a cave. What is this place? Guhai said in shock. Why was there an empty cave in the divine blood venomous ant's body? In the center of the cave, a huge balloon hung down from the ceiling. The balloon gave off a faint blue light that flashed eerily. Squeak. The divine blood venomous ant's divine soul suddenly screamed excitedly and pounced toward the balloon. Oh no, that's the Naiwan palace? I can't let it go back. Guhai's expression changed. He stabbed the Life Ender Saber into the ground. Boom. Suddenly, countless bone spikes appeared from the ground and blocked the divine soul of the venomous ant from returning. However, the divine soul of the venomous ant was not weak. It immediately broke through the bone spikes. It was only a little slower and was about to enter the Naiwan palace. Life Ender Saber. Guhai shouted. The Life Ender Saber appeared in his palm. When the Life Ender Saber appeared, a dazzling red light illuminated the entire cave. There was a murderous illusion in the red light. As soon as the illusion appeared, it had an unexpected effect. The divine soul of the venomous ant trembled and froze for a moment. That moment was enough for Guhai to get close. Die. Guhai shouted. The Life Ender Saber suddenly stabbed into the divine soul of the venomous ant roar. The divine soul of the venomous ant woke up, but it was too late. The Life Ender Saber entered its body, and countless small skeletons immediately devoured its divine soul. Brr, brr, brr. The divine soul of the venomous ant struggled in pain but to no avail. In the end, it seemed to know that it was about to be destroyed and suddenly self-destructed. Oh no! Guhai waved his hand and sent the divine soul of the venomous ant into the celestial dome of antiquity. Boom! The celestial dome of antiquity exploded with a deafening sound. What a strange divine soul of the venomous ant! If it had not been killed by the Life Ender Saber, it would have crawled out of the celestial dome of antiquity by itself. This time you're finally dead. Guhai sighed. In the outside world, the Naiwan palace trembled. It seemed to have sensed that the divine blood venomous ant's divine soul was about to be destroyed. It suddenly dimmed. It seemed to be about to be destroyed. The divine blood venomous ant was about to be destroyed? What a pity. If only this divine blood venomous ant was mine. It's a pity that without its divine soul, no matter how strong its vitality is, it's useless. Wait, divine soul? Gu Hai's eyes suddenly lit up. Whoosh. With a flip of his hand, Gu Hai took out a jade box and opened it. Husband. Chen Xianer's voice came from the jade box. Xian, all three of your divine souls are still here, right? I'll help you extract the other two souls of the White Emperor. You can enter this Naiwan Palace and control the divine blood venomous ant as your main body. What do you think? Gu Hai said with a hint of expectation. The White Emperor's heaven soul and mortal soul? Husband, I might not be able to extract them. In order to save me, she was seriously injured. Once she leaves my earth soul, her two souls will collapse. Chen Xianer's voice came. Huh? Gu Hai frowned slightly. Husband, you found a body for me? How about this? I will reincarnate with the two souls of the White Emperor, and use this body to nurture the two souls. Only then can her two souls slowly recover. Furthermore, husband, don't worry, my soul power is stronger than hers, I won't be possessed by her. Chen Xianer's voice sounded again. Okay. Be careful. Gu Hai nodded. Okay. Chen Xianer answered. Gu Hai carefully put the jade box near the Naiwan Palace of the divine blood venomous ant. In the jade box, Chen Xianer's heaven soul, earth soul, and mortal soul entered the Naiwan Palace of the divine blood venomous ant instantly with the White Emperor's heaven soul and mortal soul. The Naiwan Palace lit up again. Chapter 1009. As soon as Chen Xianer entered the bulbous Naiwan Palace, a rainbow light burst out of the bulbous Naiwan Palace. The balloon immediately blossomed with a rainbow-like brilliance. The brilliance was boundless, illuminating the entire cave. Gu Hai thought that it was a normal possession, but soon it was different. He saw streaks of black light flowing into the bulbous Naiwan Palace from the poisonous ant's body. What's going on? Xian, are you okay? Gu Hai asked worriedly. I'm okay? But it's different from possession. Chen Xianer's voice came from the bulbous Naiwan Palace. What's different? Gu Hai asked worriedly. This doesn't seem to be the Naiwan Palace. No, it seems to be. It's so strange. Chen Xianer said curiously. Not the Naiwan Palace? Then what is it? Gu Hai asked in surprise. I feel that the bulbous Naiwan Palace is an egg. Is helping me rebuild my body. There seems to be a source of precepts in the bulbous Naiwan Palace. It's creating a body of precepts for me. Chen Xianer said in shock. Rebuilding a body? If that's the case, it wouldn't be a possession. What if? Gu Hai panicked. Husband, don't worry. I'm fine. I'm very comfortable. There's a passage here. Chen Xianer's voice came. Passage? Why is it in the Naiwan Palace of the divine blood poisonous ant? What does it say? Gu Hai exclaimed in shock. Poison path body sculpting technique? Chen Xianer read aloud. What technique? Gu Hai was confused. It says that the ancestor of the ancient witch tribe, who specialized in venomous insects, created this technique. He collected all the venomous insects in the world and refined them into the divine blood poisonous ant. The divine blood poisonous ant is not a treasure but a container. This container contains the great path of poison and the precepts of poison. However, it's too complicated to be used. However, the Naiwan Palace was refined into a container. It can extract the precepts of poison and reconstruct a body of precepts. A body of great path? From then on, it will be immortal and indestructible. Chen Xianer said as she read the passage. Body of the great Tao? The great Tao of poison? Immortality? Gu Hai asked in shock. Good, it's great that you're fine. Be careful. Gu Hai said worriedly. Don't worry, husband. Chen Xianer said. Who? Inside the balloon, a brighter light burst out. The essence of the huge sacred blood poisonous ant was quickly absorbed by the balloon. Worried about the outside world, Gu Hai immediately returned to the swamp and flew out of the sacred blood poisonous ant's body to protect Xianer. In the outside world, the Buddha's sea of qi was almost depleted, and the golden fog was about to disappear. He could vaguely see the three Tathagata heavenly demons cultivating in the distance. Gu Hai's face darkened as he waved his hand. Who? Immediately, Gu Hai activated the remaining Buddha's sea of qi and turned it into fog, covering the sacred blood poisonous ant again. The giant sacred blood poisonous ant twitched rapidly. Gradually, its dark shell became transparent, as if all its essence had been sucked out. 3 days later, the sacred blood poisonous ant became completely transparent. In the outside world, one could see a glowing balloon inside its transparent shell. Great Path Body? The Great Path of Poison? This ancient shaman race really has capable people coming out in large numbers. Gu Hai exclaimed. Crack. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the sacred blood poisonous ant's shell. One should know that the sacred blood poisonous ant's shell was so hard that even the Life Terminator saber could not break it. Who could compare to an impenetrable shell that was impervious to weapons and water and fire? However, at this moment, a crack appeared on it. And that crack instantly split and split again. Crack, 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 crack. In just a short while, billions of cracks appeared on the sacred blood poisonous ant's shell. Like a spider web, it shattered completely. Crash, crash, crash. The sacred blood poisonous ant's body turned into pieces all over the ground. Then the pieces dried up and turned into a mountain of impurities. With a gentle breeze, they disappeared. The huge sacred blood poisonous ant was gone just like that? Only the balloon was left. The balloon jumped and jumped. Gradually, it seemed that the essence was gathering towards the center. Slowly, it became transparent like a water ball. In the center of the water ball was a beauty with long hair fluttering in the wind. She was naked and curled up in a ball. She was sleeping quietly. Xian. Gu Hai was overjoyed. In the water ball was Chen Xian, the girl he had been thinking about day and night. Had her body been rebuilt? Xian's body glowed with a glimmer of light. She looked extremely holy. She's alive? Ah! 2 streams of hot tears flowed from Gu Hai's eyes. Gu Hai extended his hand, wanting to touch that ball of water. Husband, no. Suddenly, a voice came from the water ball. Chen Xian suddenly opened her eyes, looking terrified. What's wrong? There's poison on the water ball. Husband, don't touch it. Chen Xian shouted. Gu Hai's hand paused. Xian, is your body all healed? Gu Hai asked. Yes, it's all healed. It's just that I'm not familiar with it yet. I've just rebuilt my body and the rules in my body are still beating. Xian wants to familiarize herself with it first. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll hurt husband if I walk around recklessly. Chen Xian said worriedly. Ah, good. You're familiar with it. Gu Hai laughed. As he spoke, he waved his hand. A fog enveloped the water ball. Then he waved his hand and the water ball entered the celestial dome of ancients. Although he didn't know what was so special about Chen Xian's great Tao body, as long as Chen Xian was alive, everything was fine. The sacred blood poisonous ant had turned to dust. Gu Hai didn't feel any pity. Compared to Xian, what else was there to care about? Whoosh. As time passed, the golden fog above the sea of Buddhist aura grew thinner and thinner. There was no more Buddhist aura to cover the surroundings. Gu Hai saw the 3 heavenly demons outside the fog again. The 3 of them were cultivating with their eyes closed. They seemed to have forgotten everything. Gu Hai didn't try to sneak up on them. Although the 3 of them seemed defenseless, Gu Hai could vaguely sense a murderous intent shrouding them. Looking up, the sky was covered in blood clouds. Clearly, the 3 of them were under the surveillance of the heavenly eye. Mahavairakana is no longer here? Gu Hai showed a trace of worry. He didn't know whether Mahavairakana was dead or alive. It's about time. The entrances to the various levels of the 18 layers of hell should be open by now, right? It's more important to get out first. Gu Hai's expression changed slightly. Gu Hai closed his eyes and then opened them again. The eye of life and death opened. Immediately, the world before him revealed its existence. Before coming in, I paused for a moment to study the entrances and exits. The entrances and exits just need to change the arrangement of these black and white lines. Gu Hai stretched out his hand and gently moved them. Bus, bus, bus. Suddenly the void rippled slightly. An entrance to the immortal dome mystic realm suddenly appeared. The instant Gu Hai opened the entrance to the immortal dome mystic realm, rumble. The blood clouds in the sky seemed to sense something and suddenly roared. Ha! The 3 heavenly demons opened their eyes at almost the same time. The moment they opened their eyes, they happened to see Gu Hai, who had already stepped out of the immortal dome mystic realm, through the thin fog. The 3 of them shuddered at almost the same time. Gu Hai? You're not dead? Jiang Rulai exclaimed. Where's the Buddhist aura sea? Where's the sea of Buddhist aura? Gu Hai, you bastard, give me back my Buddhist aura. Heavenly Rulai roared in shock and anger. Where are the divine blood poisonous ants? Even the divine blood poisonous ants are gone? Guhai, what did you do? Heavenly Rulai exclaimed. Where do you think you're going? Buddhist kingdom in a palm. Heavenly Rulai was the closest and was the first to explode. Hulong Long. A palm that contained a world suddenly struck toward Guhai, who was halfway out. Guhai's face turned cold. But at this moment, another golden palm suddenly appeared behind Guhai. This palm seemed to have crossed the void and appeared suddenly. Buddhist kingdom in a palm. Another palm that contained a world went toward Heavenly Rulai's Buddhist kingdom in a palm. Mahavairakana? Guhai was pleasantly surprised. How could Guhai forget this voice? Mahavairakana seemed to have walked out of the void and appeared strangely, and his palm went toward Heavenly Rulai. Hong. A loud sound rang out and the entire world shook violently. Mahavairakana, you're not dead? Heavenly Rulai was shocked and furious. He had thought that Guhai and Mahavairakana were dead for sure, but why were they still alive and well? Heavenly Rulai and Jiang Rulai immediately went berserk. Mahavairakana and Heavenly Rulai exchanged palms and grabbed Guhai. Let's go. Whoosh. The two followed the exit that Guhai opened and rushed into the second level of hell. Where are you going? Heavenly Rulai and Jiang Rulai roared. Give me back my Buddhist aura. Give me back my divine blood poisonous ants. The two chased out of the immortal dome almost at the same time. Tathagata's expression was cold as he stepped out of the immortal dome of the mystic realm. With a wave of his hand, the entire immortal dome of the mystic realm flew into his palm. Then he quickly chased after Mahavairakana and Guhai. The three heavenly demons were mad. Not only were they fooled, but the Buddhist aura that they had collected over tens of thousands of years and the divine blood poisonous ants were also stolen by Guhai. How could they not be angry? They would not give up until they killed Guhai and Mahavairakana. Go quick to the entrance and lead them to the corpse tomb world. Guhai said. Okay. Mahavairakana led Guhai and flew quickly. Mr. Good, did you save your wife? Mahavairakana asked curiously. Yes, I did. Mahavairakana, where have you been all these years? Guhai asked curiously. Do you still remember the memory sealing pen? I also brought one with me. It has a trace of time rule in it. I almost died earlier, so I hid in the gap of time and recuperated there. I only came out when you opened the exit of the immortal dome and caused the space-time to become unstable. Luckily I came out in time. Mahavairakana laughed. You came in time. The unborn man should be waiting anxiously, right? They were the ones who ambushed us. Now it's our turn to ambush them. Guhai sneered. The two rushed to the entrance of the first level of hell in an instant. At the entrance, Kong Xian's eyes lit up when he saw the two flying over. Chapter 10:10. The moment the entrances to the different levels of hell opened, Kong Xian immediately rushed down. However, the second level of hell had already returned to normal. There was still no sign of Guhai. Kong Xian was anxious. Just as he was anxious, whoosh! A ray of light rushed over. Your Majesty? Kong Xian was overjoyed. Guhai waved his hand. Kong Xian, don't struggle. Whoosh! In an instant, Kong Xian was sucked into the immortal dome of the ancients. Guhai and Mahavairakana immediately rushed into the first level of hell. Stop right there. The three heavenly demons chased after them. When Guhai stepped into the first level of hell, the countless divine demon army saw him. Your Majesty, you are finally out. The divine demon army immediately surrounded him. Spread out, spread out. Guhai shouted anxiously. The divine demon army nearby was sucked into the immortal dome of the ancients. The divine demon army further away didn't know what was going on, but they stopped charging at Guhai and scattered. Guhai flew towards the entrance of the 18 levels of hell. Whoosh! The three heavenly demons chased after him. All of them had a ferocious expression, as if they had nowhere to vent their anger. Those are Guhai's divine demon army? I'm going to kill them. Jiang Rulai said with a ferocious expression. They're too far away. Don't waste any more time. Kill Guhai. Tian Tathagata said. They got off too easy. They are so far away from me. Tian Tathagata said angrily. Whoosh! The three quickly chased after him and soon arrived at the entrance of the 18 levels of hell. The unborn man had been waiting at the entrance. Unborn man, quick, open the netherworld passage. Guhai shouted as soon as he came out. The unborn man responded and waved his hand. The netherworld passage suddenly opened. The moment it opened, waves of Yin Qi rushed towards them. Unborn man, hide in the immortal dome of ancients for now. Gu Hai waved his hand and the unborn man and the surrounding god-devil army entered the immortal dome of the ancients. Gu Hai and Mahavairakana instantly stepped into the netherworld. At this moment, Tian Ren and Jiang Rulai instantly stepped out of the 18 levels of hell. You want to hide in the underworld? Don't even think about it. Jiang Rulai's expression was ferocious as he stepped in. Wait. Rulai wanted to stop him but it was too late. Not only Jiang Rulai, but Tathagata also stepped into the netherworld. Forget it. Tian Rulai sighed softly and stepped in as well. Oh. The entrance to the two realms of Yin and Yang suddenly disappeared. As soon as the three of them stepped into the netherworld, their expressions changed drastically. Not only was there boundless Yin energy around them, there were even a large number of stars. The surrounding environment seemed to be slightly distorted. Where is this? Jiang Rulai's expression stiffened. It's the Corpse Mound realm. There's a Godao ritual array. We fell into an ambush. Rulai's expression sank. An ambush? Jiang Rulai and Tathagata's expressions changed. The two of them knew that Gu Hai's Godao was incredible. Wherever there was Godao law, Gu Hai possessed the power of the world. As expected of Rulai's wisdom. Unfortunately, it's already too late. Suddenly, a voice seemed to come from the sky. The three of them looked up and saw Gu Hai and Mahavairakana standing high in the sky, looking down at them coldly. Gu Hai, you bastard! Return my Buddhist aura. See. Jiang Rulai's expression turned cold as he prepared to charge over. However, Gu Hai gently flung his sleeve. Whoosh! Countless meteors immediately washed over Jiang Rulai and disappeared into the vast starry heavens. A Godao ritual array? Tathagata's expression turned unsightly. Although Tathagata had heard Jiang Rulai mention how incredible Gu Hai's Godao was, he was still shocked when he saw it for the first time. In the world of Godao laws, Gu Hai was like a god. With a wave of his hand, he tossed Jiang Rulai into the depths of the starry heavens. The Corpse Mound world? Godao laws? Gu Hai, the Godao ritual array is not omnipotent. Rulai said coldly. I know it's not omnipotent. However, it's enough to deal with you all. Gu Hai sneered. As he spoke, he waved his hand. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, thousands of disintegration lights appeared in the surroundings. 800,000 years ago, Gu Hai used the Godao law to condense disintegration lights to destroy 3 of the 7 immortal slaying swords. He even used this to deal with Rokudo Shinkuan. At this moment, the disintegration lights reappeared, making Rulai's hair stand on end. Go! Gu Hai shouted. Boom! Like thousands of arrows, the disintegration lights instantly shot towards Rulai and Rulai. In his panic, Rulai showed a ferocious expression as he charged at Gu Hai and Mahavairakana. You all can die first. Rulai threw a palm strike. Rulai's palm strike seemed to be close to Gu Hai. However, in the Godao ritual array it was so close yet so far. Rulai's palm strike was strangely deflected in another direction. What? Rulai exclaimed. Rulai could not even touch Gu Hai in the Godao ritual array. However, at this moment the thousands of disintegration lights were already near the two. It looked like they would be destroyed soon. Rulai's eyes turned cold, and the thin line on his forehead suddenly split. Boom. Crack. A beam of red light suddenly shot down from the sky. As the beam of red light passed, all the disintegration lights instantly turned to dust, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Surging blood clouds immediately covered the Corpse Mound realm. A pressure akin to the might of heaven surged out, shaking the ritual array that Gu Hai had set up. Layers of spatial ripples appeared around Gu Hai and Mahavairakana. The red light just now came from the blood cloud. This is... Gu Hai's expression sank. Mr. Good, you need to be careful. This is that heaven-defying treasure. It can suppress the might of laws. Although my whirling world is something that I visualized, it is still extraordinarily powerful. However, before this heaven-defying treasure, it cannot withstand a single blow. Mahavairakana said with an ugly expression. Gu Hai, your Godao ritual array is indeed powerful. However, it is not invincible. What if your ritual array is suppressed? Rulai sneered. Gu Hai's expression sank. He extended his hand to activate the Godao ritual array, wanting to throw the two into the depths of the ritual array. It's too late. Rulai said with a sinister smile. The rift in the crimson cloud abruptly parted, and the heavenly eye opened abruptly. In the instant that it opened, a beam of red light that was over 100 times more powerful than before fell from the sky. It was like a heavenly saber that was slicing through the entire chess formation with devastating force. Boom. Crack. 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 The massive 35-line pair world ritual array suddenly shattered. The red light pierced the ground, causing the entire corpse mound realm to shake intensely. Jiang Rulai, who was trapped in the ritual array, trembled as he struggled. Then he saw his surroundings clearly. The ritual array is gone? Jiang Rulai guffawed. Whoosh. In an instant, Jiang Ru arrived at Tian Tathagata's place. The Scarlet Heavenly Eye has opened. Gu Hai, you have nowhere to run this time. Jiang Rulai said with a sinister smile. Gu Hai's and Mahavairocana's expressions sank. The two looked up at the Scarlet Heavenly Eye and felt the Scarlet Heavenly Eye lock onto them. Now, the situation has returned to how it was before. Gu Hai, can the two of you still block us? Jiang Rulai said coldly. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Mahavairocana looked like he was facing a great enemy. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Amateus Buddha, Father is not just two people. There is still me. A loud shout came from below. Everyone turned their heads to look. They saw the Eternal Buddha Pagoda suddenly open. Creak. The doors opened and a bright golden light burst out from within, illuminating the entire corpse mound realm in gold. Gu Hai showed some worry. Clack. Gu Han stepped out of the Eternal Buddha Pagoda. A golden wheel of light appeared behind his head, looking like a blazing sun, giving off a bright golden light. Benevolent Rulai? Jiang Rulai's expression changed. Qin Zibai and Bodhisattva Lian Sheng followed behind Gu Han. The two also had light wheels behind their heads, just smaller than Gu Han's. Congratulations to Crown Prince Gu Han for cultivating the Buddha body of boundless merit. Mahavairocana said as he pressed his palms together. Amateus Buddha, Senior must be the Mahavairocana that Father mentioned. Senior, please excuse my ignorance. Gu Han pressed his palms together and bowed slightly. Amit Ba. Mahavairocana bowed slightly. Gu Han? You actually managed to cultivate the golden body of merit and return to consummation? That's impossible. How did you do it? Jiang Rulai said in disbelief. I purified all the resentful spirits in the corpse mound realm. Naturally, the heavens blessed me with kindness, Gu Han said unhurriedly. That's impossible. How long has it been? How many resentful spirits are there? Jiang Rulai said in disbelief. Master, the withered lamp Buddha, turned his body into the Eternal Buddha Pagoda. One day outside the pagoda is 10,000 years inside the pagoda. I am not very talented, which is why I only came out of closed-door cultivation today, Gu Han said indifferently. As Gu Han spoke, he led Qin Zibai and Bodhisattva Lian Sheng into the air, arriving at Gu Hai's place. Father, this child has a great grudge with Jiang Rulai. Just leave Jiang Rulai to this child, Gu Han said solemnly. Good and evil will fight. I'll leave Jiang Rulai to the three of you to deal with, Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. Gu Han, Qin Zibai and Bodhisattva Lian Sheng answered. Mahavairocana and Mortal Gautama know the Buddhist nation in the palm and even tried to create the whirling world. I believe he is your match. I'll leave this person to you to deal with. What do you think? Gu Hai asked. That would be best. However, what about Heavenly Gautama? Mahavairocana asked worriedly. Leave Heavenly Gautama to me. Just focus on dealing with Mortal Gautama, Gu Hai instructed. All right. Mahavairocana answered. Gu Hai. How bold of you to fight me alone. Heavenly Gautama revealed a cold smile. Heavenly Gautama possessed a heaven-defying treasure, the Scarlet Heavenly Eye. Heavenly Gautama's Scarlet Heavenly Eye was the strongest of the group of Gautama sky demons. However, in Heavenly Gautama's eyes, Gu Hai was the weakest. This was especially so after Heavenly Gautama broke the Go Dao ritual array. How could Gu Hai be qualified to fight with him? Gautama Sky Demon? Don't fight with me. Let me kill this Gu Hai. Suddenly, a teeth-gnashing voice rang out in the sky. Everyone looked up. However, they saw a person with a hateful expression standing in the air. The corpse bug Sky Demon? Bodhisattva Lian Sheng's expression changed. Back then, the corpse bug Sky Demon was trapped in the 35-line pair world ritual array. Now that the ritual array was broken, the corpse bug Sky Demon was naturally saved. Now that it was saved, it wanted to tear Gu Hai into pieces with the overwhelming resentment it had accumulated over the past few days. Gu Hai alone against two consummation Heavenly Palace cultivators? Everyone had worried looks on their faces. Chapter 10:11. After waiting for so long in the first layer of hell, Kang Xian was worried that Gu Hai would be in danger. Not long ago there was a Jiang Rulai clone. That was a Heavenly Palace 9th-tier pinnacle powerhouse. Could His Majesty deal with them? In the second layer of hell there was still Jiang Rulai and 4 clones. Even if Jiang Rulai could hold His Majesty back, there were still 4 Jiang Rulai clones. How could His Majesty deal with them? Kang Xian was worried, so he couldn't wait to enter the second layer. However, there was no sign of Gu Hai. Kang Xian was very worried. At this time, Gu Hai suddenly appeared and told him not to struggle. Kang Xian instantly understood that Gu Hai and Mahavarakana were being hunted. What about the 4 Jiang Rulai clones? Kang Xian wanted to tell Gu Hai that he could help deal with one. Just now, although both sides had suffered great losses, he had also eaten a copy of Jiang Rulai. He wasn't as weak as His Majesty said. However, when Kang Xian was sucked into the immortal dome of the ancients, all the words on the tip of his tongue stopped. Because Kang Xian saw a lot of clones. He was floating in the starry sky. Perhaps he was too tired from struggling for more than 1,800 years. He simply sat cross-legged and started to cultivate. More than 3,000 Jiang Rulai clones. More than 3,000? Kang Xian immediately blushed because he was about to speak proudly. He dealt with one and both sides were injured. They even fought for 10 days and 10 nights. How could he share His Majesty's burden? His Majesty said he was weak and he didn't admit it? Look at His Majesty's clones, 3,000, 3,000? This terrifying number made Kang Xian's scalp tingle. This wasn't a divine Dao domain but a real body. Kang Xian blushed and immediately calmed down. Huff huff huff. Batch after batch of soldiers were sent into the immortal dome of the ancients, and the unborn man quickly followed suit. After entering, everyone looked at the 3,000 Jiang Rulai clones sitting cross-legged in the sky and gulped. Lord Kang, what do you think is more terrifying than the 3,000 Jiang Rulai clones in the second layer of hell? A young general of the Divine Demon Army asked with a stiff expression. Kang Xian shook his head and didn't want to say anything. Xiao, 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 xiao. In the immortal dome of the ancient immortal, 4 beams of sword light shot out and reached the crowd in the blink of an eye. Greetings, Lord Kang. The 4 of them bowed slightly. Zhang Sanfeng, Dongfang Bubi, Duguqiubai, Shimenchueshue? Have your cultivations recovered to the Middle Celestial Palace? Kang Xian's eyes were sharp and he instantly saw through them. The 4 nodded. Zhang Sanfeng smiled and said, His Majesty has passed down countless cultivation techniques. In order to strengthen our foundation we have delayed for a long time. That's why we have only reached the Central Heavenly Palace today. Countless cultivation techniques? Kang Xian was surprised. Yes. Sword Dao, Buddhist Dao, Demon Dao, Confucian Dao, Witchcraft Dao, Ghost Dao, Immortal Dao, all kinds of cultivation techniques. If you want you can take a look. Zhang Sanfeng smiled and said. Thank you. The crowd nodded. Kang Xian, the unborn man, and the others walked over curiously. Fushi's innate 8 trigrams diagram? The unborn man was shocked. The unborn man saw a cultivation technique. It was created by Fushi from Earth. This is not right. How can it be used like this? The unborn man was shocked. His Majesty will not harm us. It is impossible for there to be a wrong cultivation technique. Dongfang Bubi said in disbelief. The unborn man looked at the cultivation technique and found it strange. But after a while he could not move his eyes away. Although Earth's Fushi and the 6 Dao Immortal Vault's Fushi were not the same person, there were some similarities between their cultivation and understanding. For example, both Vairocana and Tathagata had mastered the Buddhist kingdom in the palm and the Buddha's palm. At this moment, the cultivation technique left by Fushi from Earth inspired the unborn man deeply. He did not want to leave. Kang Xian looked around and saw countless cultivation techniques. But Kang Xian understood that the most important thing was to find the one that was suitable for him. He found the cultivation technique of Mahamayuri King. But compared to his own inheritance of the Peacock tribe, it was much weaker. 4 of you, can we see the outside world? His Majesty has encountered a great enemy. I'm very worried. Kang Xian said worriedly. A day in the outside world is 10 years in the inside world. However, His Majesty has set up a time reversal hall that can synchronize time with the outside world. At the same time, with His Majesty's permission, the time reversal hall can see the outside world. Zhang Sanfeng said. Oh, then we will go immediately. Kang Xian said anxiously. The Divine Demon Army did not hesitate to go and see His Majesty immediately. Clearly they were very concerned about Gu Hai. No matter how powerful the cultivation technique was, it could not tempt them. Only the unborn man was currently hugging the cultivation techniques left behind by Fuxi and the cultivation techniques left behind by Fuxi's descendants, continuously comprehending them. Zhang Sanfeng and the others led the group to a large hall. The walls of the large hall were covered in light, and they could see the outside world instantly. When the group entered, they happened to see the corpse mound world's scarlet heavenly eye open. When the scarlet heavenly eye opened, the heavenly might even surged out of the image. Everyone was shocked and did not dare to breathe. Corpse mound world? The Godao formation can't be used? 3 Tathagata heavenly demons? Kang Xian's expression changed. I feel that Tathagata heavenly demon is the most dangerous, the most horrifying. Dongfang Bubi's expression sank. Crown Prince Guhan? Consummation of the heavenly palace? Kang Xian raised his eyebrows and clenched his fists. Although Kang Xian was not jealous of Guhan, he still felt upset. Originally, he was the strongest expert of the Dahan imperial dynasty. He was fully deserving of being the strongest in terms of personal strength. Now Guhai surpassed him. Kang Xian could only accept that Mahavairakana surpassed him. That was an outsider, so he did not count for now. However, now, a crown prince also reached consummation of the heavenly palace? Am I really too weak? While Kang Xian felt upset, the other divine demon army soldiers cheered. With this, His Majesty only needed to deal with one Tathagata heavenly demon. However, another person appeared in the image. The corpse bug heavenly demon? Kang Xian's expression changed. I nearly forgot. The corpse bug heavenly demon was trapped in the Godao formation. Now that the Godao formation was destroyed, the corpse bug heavenly demon naturally came out. Another consummation of the heavenly palace? Guhai was going to fight 2 consummation of the heavenly palace at the same time? Everyone felt worried. At the same time they felt resentful that they could not help. I am indeed too weak. Kang Xian dug his fingernails into his flesh. I was the strongest expert of the Dahan imperial dynasty. Now I can only watch. If I were a consummation of the heavenly palace, wouldn't I be able to help His Majesty delay the corpse bug heavenly demon? Kang Xian was unwilling to accept this. Outside, the appearance of the corpse bug heavenly demon made Guhan and Mahavairakana worry. The corpse bug heavenly demon cannot be underestimated when dealing with Guhai. Didn't you fall at his hands once? He is not that simple. Tian Tathagata suddenly laughed. The corpse bug heavenly demon frowned as it looked at Tian Tathagata. You and I have the same goal. Why do we need to go first? We can just attack together, Tian Tathagata said indifferently. You want to work with me to attack Guhai? The corpse bug heavenly demon exclaimed in shock. What's wrong? Am I not worthy? Tian Tathagata asked indifferently. The corpse bug heavenly demon shook its head. Then it said with some surprise, of the 12 summits of the heavenly demon holy land, I rank 11th and you rank 7th. My ranking is lower than yours. Naturally, I have no objections to your suggestion of a joint attack. However, to deal with Guhai who does not have a Godao formation, isn't this a little too extravagant? It's not extravagant. He has ruined many of my plans. With just this ability, no matter how big the formation, it is not extravagant. Tian Tathagata looked at Guhai with a cold expression. Father. Guhan said worriedly. Mr. Good. Mahavairakana also said worriedly. Follow the original plan. Guhai said gravely. But the two felt anxious. Finish off the opponent as soon as possible. Just come over and help me. It is not easy to deal with them. I will do my best to delay them. Guhai said seriously. Yes. The two could only answer. An intense battle was about to begin. Guhan and Mahavairakana showed ferocious expressions. They wanted to deal with Jiang Rulai and Ren Tathagata immediately. Although the battle had not started yet, the forces were already tilting toward the Mahavairakana heavenly demon. Just as everyone was about to fight, gu-gu-gu. Suddenly, gurgling sounds came from the distance. The sound was very loud, sounding like heavenly thunder. There are more people. Guhan's face sank. More people from the heavenly demon holy land arrived? Mahavairakana also felt worried. They already could not deal with the current situation. Now more enemies arrived? The Mahavairakana heavenly demon and the corpse bug heavenly demon also showed doubtful expressions. They looked over and saw that the gurgling sounds were coming from the nearby corpse pit. Go-go-go. Go-go-go. The sounds rang out. Suddenly, a beam of golden light burst out from the corpse pit. Bang! Suddenly, a 10-meter-tall golden egg flew out. That is. Mahavairakana Heavenly Demon said in shock. The corpse bug Heavenly Demon also looked at this golden egg in shock. I have never seen it before. I have entered the corpse pit at least 100 times, but I have never seen this golden egg before. The corpse bug Heavenly Demon said, feeling confused. As Mahavairakana Heavenly Demon spoke, he waved his hand. Boom. The ground at the center of the corpse pit suddenly split open. The corpse bug Heavenly Demon sent a beam of light into the depths of the corpse pit. The light illuminated everything below. What? Where are the corpses? Why are there no corpses at all? The corpse bug Heavenly Demon exclaimed in shock. All the corpses from the ancient war between the liches and demons were buried here. Where are the corpses? Mahavairakana Heavenly Demon exclaimed in shock as well. That egg? The corpse bug Heavenly Demon's expression changed. Suddenly, that huge egg started spinning faster and faster. Boom. With a loud bang, the giant egg suddenly exploded, turning into thousands of golden mists that scattered in all directions. However, in the next moment the golden mist strangely shrank back, and instantly shrank back into a dazzling golden figure. It was Shangguan Hen, who was completely naked. Shangguan Hen opened his mouth and inhaled, swallowing all the golden mist into his stomach. His whole body shone with golden light as if his skin was golden to begin with. At the same time, Shangguan Hen exuded a powerful aura that caused the void to tremble violently. With a wave of his hand, Shangguan Hen put on a set of clothes and instantly appeared in front of Gu Hai. Shangguan Hen greets your majesty. Long live your majesty. Shangguan Hen knelt on one knee in the void and kowtowed to Gu Hai. Under the kowtow, the void around Shangguan Hen trembled slightly, as if it was extremely unstable. Mighty void fusion? This is the consummate level of Heavenly Palace? Kong Xian of the ancient celestial dome suddenly exclaimed. Why is Supreme Shangguan here? This is great. The army of gods and demons was excited. Only Kong Xian felt empty in his heart. Shangguan Hen has surpassed me? Chapter 10-12. Might in the Void. Shangguan Hen had clearly just reached the great fulfillment and had yet to properly control his power. However, so what if he had just reached it? He was still at the great fulfillment of the Heavenly Palace. Ha, Supremacy Shangguan, you've come out of seclusion just in time. Mahavairakana laughed. Thank you, Your Majesty, for placing me in such a good place. I've just broken through one tier and reached the great fulfillment of the Heavenly Palace. Your Majesty, please give me orders. Shangguan Hen shouted. Broke through one tier? The 71st tier of the 9 mystic arts? Mahavairakana is right. You've really come in time. Since you're here, you can deal with the corpse bug Heavenly Demon. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes. Shangguan Hen replied. Shangguan Hen turned his head and looked at the corpse bug Heavenly Demon. The corpse bug Heavenly Demon and the Tathagata Heavenly Demon's faces darkened. At this time, Gu Hai had another great fulfillment subordinate? Humph, the Heavenly Palace? The Heavenly Palace is also divided into levels. You've just entered the Heavenly Palace and you want to be my enemy? The corpse bug Heavenly Demon shouted coldly. With a cold shout, the corpse bug Heavenly Demon charged forward. Whoosh! Shangguan Hen revealed a ferocious look and rushed out. The two of them seemed to want to test each other's strength. In the void their fists met. Dong! With a loud bang, the void where their fists met exploded into countless pieces. The two of them separated. Shangguan Hen retreated 100 feet, while the corpse bug Heavenly Demon retreated 100 feet. In a battle of strength, Shangguan Hen actually had the upper hand? Shangguan Hen was also slightly surprised. The others were even more shocked. How could someone who had just entered the great fulfillment be more powerful than the corpse bug Heavenly Demon? As expected of the 9 mystic arts, the pinnacle of the physical body. Where we come from, no one has cultivated to the pinnacle. Perhaps we can see it from Shangguan Hen. Mahavairakana exclaimed. Impossible. You just reached the great perfection realm. How can you have so much power? The corpse bug Heavenly Demon said in shock. Shangguan Hen said coldly, Hey, in the demon race you're just a worm that has attained the Tao. I'm the supreme being of the Xuanwu race. In ancient times, you weren't even qualified to carry my shoes. Ha ha ha, Supreme Xuanwu? The era of Supreme Xuanwu had long passed. Insects? Today I'm going to eat you, Paragon Xuanwu. Enraged, the corpse bug Heaven Devil lunged forward. Shangguan Hen was surrounded by boundless golden light. He was fearless and rushed out again. Boom, boom, boom. The two Perfection Heavenly Palace cultivators began to fight fiercely. For a time, the void shattered into countless pieces. The two of them fought further and further away, heading into the distant starry sky. When Jiang Rulai saw the suppressed corpse bug Heaven Devil in the distance, his expression turned unsightly. Had he known that this day would come, he would have destroyed Guhai back then. Amit Ba. Rulai, both our worlds are destroyed. Come, let me see your Buddhist nation in a palm. Vairocana took a step forward. Humph. Vairocana, I don't know where you came from, but you actually have so many things in common with me. However, after today I will make you spill everything. Rulai shouted coldly. Boom. The two of them brazenly threw palm strikes. Immediately, large patches of void shattered. When the Buddhist nation in a palm clashed, Buddhist chanting seemed to resound in the void. The two of them faced each other with their palms, purposely giving up this battlefield to the remaining people. Jiang Rulai, it is time to resolve our grudges. Guhan stepped forward. Qin Zibai and Bodhisattva Lian Sheng followed closely behind. Good Rulai, you were the master of the spiritual mountain's holy land in the past. To think that you actually reincarnated as the son of an imperial dynasty. You are really lowering your status. Jiang Rulai said coldly. Likewise, let me see your Gautama divine palm. Guhan extended his hand and threw a palm strike. Buzz. A swastika golden talisman immediately appeared in Guhan's palm. The swastika golden talisman gave off a bright golden light that seemed to carry the chanting of countless Buddhist scriptures as it flew towards Jiang Rulai. Jiang Rulai also executed a Gautama divine palm, using the same move against Guhan. I created the Gautama divine palm back then. You and I shared the same body, so you know how to use it. However, do you know that the activation of this Gautama divine palm does not rely on the magic energy in the body but on the benevolent heart? You still do not understand the mysteries. Guhan smiled. The two Gautama divine palms clashed. Boom. Crack. 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 Clearly, Guhan's Gautama divine palm was stronger. How can this be? Jiang Rulai exclaimed in shock. Last time I lost because you sneak attacked me. This time you won't have a chance to sneak attack me. Furthermore, I still have 3 generations of Buddha's intent. Break. Guhan shouted. Boom. The shockwave knocked Jiang Rulai back, his face flushing red. Guhan and the other two quickly gave chase. The 3 battlefields went far away one after another, each giving off a loud boom. Now, only Guhai and Tian Rulai remained. Above the two was that huge scarlet heavenly eye. Facing Tian Rulai alone, Guhai no longer worried. It was not that he was too confident in his strength. Instead, Guhai's trump cards were already sufficient to deal with Tian Rulai. Vairocana came over from Earth because Righteous Dharma swapped places with him. The 2 immortal dominions were still in equilibrium. In other words, if Guhai opened the passageway to the immortal dome, he could invite one more person out. However, Guhai did not. He would only invite another person out as a last resort. Facing Tian Rulai, Guhai still wanted to give it a try. Guhai, actually, I quite admire your courage. Even Vairocana does not dare to touch this heaven-defying treasure of mine. Yet you dare to stay here alone? Tian Rulai looked coldly at Guhai. Heaven-defying treasure? Ah, with this scarlet heavenly eye? Guhai sneered. Buzz. Guhai's forehead suddenly trembled. Then it instantly separated, revealing Guhai's heavenly eye. Tian Rulai's third eye was a scarlet one. However, Guhai's third eye was no different from a normal one. It was black and white. However, there were 5 energy cores circling his third eye. An aura of heavenly might surged out. God-destroying heavenly eye? I heard Jiang Rulai mention that your God-destroying heavenly eye can shoot out God-destroying light. Unfortunately, it works sometimes and sometimes it doesn't. Tian Rulai said coldly. Then you can try. Guhai said coldly. In the past, he used it cautiously because there were too few God-destroying lights. However, it was different now. Now that he had 200 of them, he could use them to his heart's content. Try. There's plenty of time. Let me ask you, did you keep the Buddha Sea and divine blood venomous ants in the immortal dome? Tian Rulai asked coldly. So what if it is? So what if it isn't? It's good that you're here. Immortal dome? You have no right to enjoy it. Tian Rulai said coldly. As he said that, the third eye between his brows trembled. The scarlet heavenly eye in the sky suddenly emitted a large amount of red light. In an instant, the red light rushed toward Guhai. God-destroying light. Guhai shouted coldly. Gu Hai's heavenly eye shot out a beam of God-destroying light, which collided with the 100 zhang thick red light in the sky. Boom. A loud sound rang out as Gu Hai's God-destroying light shattered. However, a small portion of the gigantic red light in the sky disappeared. Aha, you don't know what this is, do you? This scarlet heavenly eye also shoots out God-destroying light. Moreover, it's a giant God-destroying light. It's Jiang Lianshan's supreme treasure. One beam is equivalent to 20 of yours. How can your ordinary God-destroying light compare to it? Tian Rulai sneered. Before Tian Rulai finished speaking, Gu Hai understood how powerful that red light was. The red light was about to hit Gu Hai. At that moment it was too late to dodge. God-destroying light out. Gu Hai shouted. Bam. 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 20 beams of God-destroying light shot out of Gu Hai's heavenly eye. A total of 20. Tian Rulai's expression changed. Boom. With a loud sound, the void shattered. That giant red light was finally neutralized. What? You can shoot out 20 beams of God-destroying light at the same time? Tian Rulai said in shock. Scarlet heavenly eye? That's all there is to it. Gu Hai sneered. As he spoke, he seemed to want to deal a heavy blow to the scarlet heavenly eye. Gu Hai, how dare you? Tian Rulai's expression changed as he struck out with a palm strike. Bang. Gu Hai's heavenly eye suddenly shot out 20 beams of God-destroying light at Tian Rulai. Tian Rulai's expression changed, but he did not dare to face it head-on. He immediately retreated and shouted, Heavenly Eye, open! In the sky, the scarlet heavenly eye shot out another beam of red light, heading straight for Gu Hai. After forcing Tian Rulai back with 20 beams of God-destroying light, Gu Hai's expression turned cold. He looked up and blinked his heavenly eye. Bang! 50 beams of God-destroying light shot into the sky. 20 beams of God-destroying light collided with the scarlet heavenly eye's red light, shattering the void and canceling each other out. However, the other 30 beams of God-destroying light reached the scarlet heavenly eye in an instant. Tian Rulai was shocked. The scarlet heavenly eye's pupils constricted, and a faint red light appeared in its eyes again. With a loud boom, a huge black hole appeared where the blood-colored heavenly eye was. My scarlet heavenly eye! Tian Rulai cried out in shock. The black hole recovered. The scarlet heavenly eye floated up more than 300 meters, and the surrounding blood clouds were reduced by 1/10. Fortunately, the scarlet heavenly eye protected its pupils earlier. However, the huge shock caused the scarlet heavenly eye to be filled with blood vessels. What a heaven-defying treasure! Gu Hai's expression was gloomy. He had a total of 200 beams of God-destroying light. He had already used 91 of them, but it still did not hurt the God-destroying heavenly eye. Jiang Lianshan's heaven-defying treasure was indeed powerful. Gu Hai, why you can actually shoot out 50 beams of God-destroying light at the same time? Why didn't you use it back then? Tian Rulai was shocked and furious. Rumble. Within the blood clouds, countless lightning flashed. Clearly, the God-destroying heavenly eye seemed to have its own consciousness, and it was furious that it was almost injured. In its anger, it once again extracted a part of the blood clouds, turning into a giant beam of red light that charged at Gu Hai. Again? Gu Hai glared, not afraid at all. The heavenly eye blinked again. Whoosh! 100 beams of God-destroying light instantly charged at the scarlet heavenly eye. 100? You can shoot 100 at the same time? Boom. 20 beams instantly shattered the giant beam of red light, and the remaining 80 beams reached the scarlet heavenly eye in an instant. The scarlet heavenly eye's pupils actually showed a trace of fear. In an instant, Tian Rulai seemed to see Jiang Chen from the ancient era. Back then, Jiang Chen also released such a destructive large amount of God-destroying light. No! Tian Rulai roared in shock and pounced at Gu Hai. Chapter 10:13. Gu Han alone was equal to Jiang Rulai, perhaps even stronger. Furthermore, he had Qin Zibai and Bodhisattva Lianxing helping him. He immediately suppressed Jiang Rulai. Amid loud sounds, Jiang Rulai kept retreating. He was not a match for Gu Han at all, so he could only use the cultivation technique from before he became a Buddhist cultivator. Gautama Heavenly Demon Palm. A pitch-black palm pressed down on Gu Han. Black fog surged out of the palm. Countless ghostly cries came from the black fog, looking incredibly sinister. Did you forget? I created the Gautama Heavenly Demon Palm to break this demonic palm. Break. Gu Han shouted coldly. Xia, xia, xia. The moment the golden swastika appeared, it immediately released a blazing sun-like golden light, purifying all the black energy. A string of ghostly cries came from the black fog. Jiang Rulai showed an anxious expression. It was one thing for Gu Han to counter his moves. However, Qin Zibai and Bodhisattva Lianxing also strengthened him. With this, his defeat was only a matter of time. Jiang Rulai showed a furious expression as he turned his head to look around, hoping for help. Not far away, Vairocana fought Human Rulai. However, Human Rulai was suppressed. Clearly, waiting for Human Rulai would not work. On the other side, the corpse bug Sky Fiend fought Shangguan Hen. The corpse bug celestial demon took out a magic treasure that resembled a black claw and struck Shangguan Hen again and again. However, Shangguan Hen practiced the 8 and 9 mysterious arts, and his body was like a peerless divine weapon that was impervious to all weapons. The corpse bug celestial demon only managed to create sparks, but it couldn't injure Shangguan Hen in the slightest. Shangguan Hen found an opening and punched. Boom. The corpse bug Sky Fiend immediately went flying, and the black claw-like Dharma treasure in its hand exploded. Pooh! The corpse bug Sky Fiend vomited a mouthful of blood. Clearly it was no match for Shangguan Hen. The corpse bug Sky Fiend completely suppressed its side. Jiang Rulai looked anxious. The last place was where Tian Rulai was. Yes, Tian Rulai will definitely be able to destroy Gu Hai. He has a heaven-defying treasure. Jiang Rulai looked at the distant Tian Rulai with a hint of expectation. Rulai Tian pounced toward Gu Hai in shock and anger, and the blood-red heaven's eye in the sky actually showed a look of fear. 80 beams of God-slaying light instantly arrived in front of the blood-red heaven's eye. What? Why are there so many God-slaying lights? Jiang Rulai exclaimed. The blood-colored heavenly eye was already defending with all its might. A red light was contained within the eye as a defense. Hong! A deafening sound rang out. Billions of void fragments instantly exploded where the blood-colored heaven eye was, and a black hole suddenly appeared. A large expanse of blood clouds instantly exploded. A heaven-defying treasure? Jiang Rulai was horrified. He could vaguely see many cracks in the blood-red heaven's eye in the black hole. A large amount of blood leaked out from the cracks. Clearly, the blood-red heaven's eye suffered the greatest damage in its history. The blood-red heaven's eye was severely damaged but did not shatter. However, due to the damage, the earlier heavenly might vanished. Gu Hai, you severely damaged the blood-red heaven's eye. However, your cultivation cannot possibly be at consummation. Let's see what else you have aside from the God-slaying light. Tian Rulai sent a palm strike at Gu Hai. Just as the palm strike was about to reach Gu Hai, Tian Rulai instantly vanished with a flash. In the next moment he appeared behind Gu Hai. Gu Hai could not turn his head in time. Naturally, he could not fire the God-slaying light. At this moment of crisis, Gu Hai smiled. Did you forget? With the blood-red heaven's eye severely damaged, it can no longer suppress our Go Dao ritual array. Open. Gu Hai extended his hand and moved the air. Buzz. The Go Dao laws in the air stirred. Suddenly, a ritual array appeared. Just as Tian Rulai's palm strike was about to land on Gu Hai, the Go Dao ritual array flung him to the ground in the distance. Boom. Tian Rulai's palm strike landed on the ground. However, Gu Hai remained unscathed. Tian Rulai's expression changed. High in the sky, Gu Hai extended his hand, and the Go Dao ritual array quickly reappeared. The 35-line pair world ritual array reappeared. Stepping into the Go Dao ritual array, Gu Hai instantly found himself in an undefeatable position. Gu Hai looked up at the shattered blood-red heaven's eye. Then he revealed a cold smile. A heaven-defying treasure is only SOSO. Then he waved his hand. Whoosh. Suddenly, 1,000,000 disintegration lights appeared in the air and aimed at the already severely damaged blood-red heaven's eye, looking like they wanted to destroy it in one fell swoop. How presumptuous! How dare you! Tian Rulai was shocked and enraged as he charged over. However, the moment the Go Dao ritual array appeared, the outcome was practically decided. No matter how powerful Tian Rulai was, he could not touch Gu Hai at all. How could he make a move? Earlier, the blood-red heaven's eye could have broken the ritual array with a beam of red light. However, now that it was shattered, how could he break the ritual array? Whoosh. 1,000,000 disintegration lights shot into the blood-red heaven's eye. The blood-red heaven's eye immediately controlled a large number of scarlet clouds to block in horror. Whoosh. Whoosh. Even with the scarlet clouds blocking, the blood-red heaven's eye still got hit by a large number of disintegration lights. 10 odd large bloody holes appeared in the blood-red heaven's eye. This is just the beginning. With the 35 line pair world ritual array, I can have as many disintegration lights as I want. Gu Hai's eyes turned cold. With a wave of his hand, another 1,000,000 disintegration lights appeared. Half of them charged at the blood-red heaven's eye while the other half charged at Tian Rulai. The battle was already clear. Tian Rulai had powerful means, but he could not touch Gu Hai in the ritual array and could only be ground to death. The outcome was already decided. However, just as the 1,000,000 disintegration lights shot out, Jiang Rulai's shout came from afar. Immortal of the 6 paths above, the one under your protection, Jiang Rulai, pleads for the immortal of the 6 paths protection to destroy my enemy and the immortal's enemy. Gu Hai is old man Guanxi's disciple. His will to defy the heavens is not extinguished. May the heavens judge. Jiang Rulai suddenly shouted. What? Jiang Rulai, how dare you? Gu Han's expression changed. In the distance, the corpse bug heavenly demon, Shangguan Hen, Mahavarakana, mortal Rulai and Tian Rulai's expressions all changed. Kaboom. Suddenly, there was a loud sound in the sky above the corpse mound world. Rolling black clouds suddenly gathered. In just an instant, the world turned completely dark. Outside the corpse mound world, a large number of troops were stationed around the 800 cities. However, when the sky turned dark in an instant, all the generals were still at a loss. Why did the sky suddenly turn dark? So many dark clouds. 1. The rolling dark clouds suddenly split open from the center, and an eye that was millions of miles long suddenly opened. The moment it opened, plop, plop, plop. The troops of the 800 cities all knelt down almost at the same time. A surge of heavenly power suddenly grabbed everyone's heart like a fist, making everyone's divine soul tremble. They didn't dare to breathe loudly. The eye of heaven opened. All living beings knelt down. Regardless of whether they were living beings or dead spirits, they all knelt down. 800,000 years ago, the immortal of the 6 paths had promised to protect the 3 holy lands. When the 3 holy lands were in a life and death crisis, the masters of the holy lands would call out the name of the immortal of the 6 paths, and they would be able to communicate with the immortal of the 6 paths. The immortal of the 6 paths opened his eye of heaven. Everything below was in his sight. In front of the eye of heaven, the shattered blood-red heavenly eye was like the difference between a watermelon and a soybean. The difference was like heaven and earth. Boom. The fog outside the corpse mound world instantly disappeared in front of the eye of heaven. Immediately, everything inside was exposed. Under the immense heavenly might, all the battles came to a halt. Shangguan Hen felt an immobilizing pressure, as though it wanted to force him to kneel. However, Shangguan Hen was already at consummation. He struggled bitterly, not moving at all. The corpse bug heavenly demon Vairocana Rulai Jiang Rulai, and Gu Han did their best to prop themselves up and not kneel. However, Qin Zibai and Bodhisattva Lien Sheng did not resist, immediately kneeling. They felt horrified. This was the true heavenly might, a heavenly might that could not be defied. The strong heavenly might also pressed down on Gu Hai, wanting to force Gu Hai to kneel. Boom. The heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal on Xiao Chen's forehead trembled, blocking most of the pressure for Gu Hai. Gu Hai's legs trembled as he barely managed to endure. The eye of heaven? The immortal of the 6 paths? The expressions of Gu Han, Shangguan Hen, and Vairocana Rulai changed. Gu Hai's face also sank. The Spirit Mountain's holy land? Rulai? A loud sound rang out in the sky. It was the immortal 6 paths voice. The moment the immortal 6 paths spoke, everyone's eardrums hurt. The Spirit Mountain's holy land's reincarnation, Gu Han, greets the immortal 6 paths. Gu Han said. The Spirit Mountain's holy land's evil reincarnation, Jiang Rulai, greets the immortal 6 paths. Immortal 6 paths, my evil self was the one who helped you, Rokudo Shinkuan, in that battle 800,000 years ago. Jiang Rulai immediately shouted. Jiang Rulai? That's right. This immortal remembers you. This immortal once promised to protect your 3 holy lands. I just sensed that the Spirit Mountain's luck has scattered. The immortal 6 paths voice rang out. Yes. Immortal 6 paths, please help us. My Spirit Mountain was destroyed by Gu Hai and his group. When the Spirit Mountain was destroyed, we were almost killed. Immortal 6 paths, please take action and destroy this group of heaven-defying thieves. Jiang Rulai shouted. Heaven-defying? The immortal 6 paths voice had a hint of coldness. Yes. Immortal Six Paths, do you still remember old man Guanxi? The chess master who caused you to be severely injured in the end? You were the one who removed the chess array. Jiang Rulai shouted. I was injured in the past and my memory is fuzzy. However, I have recovered a little recently. Old man Guanxi? With her help, you obtained a strand of the law of time in reverse time? The Immortal Six Paths voice had a hint of speculation. Obviously his memory was not clear. However, he remembered that old man Guanxi was the one who caused him to lose his memory. You may have removed the law of chess, but the law of chess is still here. This Gu Hai not only caused the destruction of my spirit mountain, but he also wanted to use the law of chess to do heaven-defying things. Immortal Six Paths, please punish him. Those who go against the will of the Immortal Six Paths shall be killed. Jiang Rulai shouted. Gu Hai's face darkened. He looked at Jiang Rulai with a cold expression. Jiang Rulai revealed a hint of smugness. His side had been completely suppressed just now. This time, Gu Hai, you are dead meat. Even if you have great means, can you deal with the Immortal Six Paths? The Eye of Heaven's pupils immediately looked at Gu Hai. A murderous intent gathered and stared at Gu Hai. The surrounding temperature plummeted and snow began to fall. A great threat of death loomed over Gu Hai. The Immortal Six Paths wanted to kill Gu Hai. If the heavens want you dead, you have to die. However, at that moment, Gu Hai suddenly laughed in the face of the Immortal Six Paths' murderous intent. Chapter 10:14. Jiang Rulai asked for help from the Immortal of the Six Paths. When the Eye of Heaven descended, all living things knelt. Only the Consummation Heavenly Palace cultivators could barely stand. The Immortal of the Six Paths promised to protect the Spiritual Mountain's holy land. Now, Gu Hai destroyed the Spiritual Mountain's holy land. Jiang Rulai said that he was old man Guanxi's disciple and grasped the Go Dao laws, preparing to defy heaven. The Immortal of the Six Paths' murderous intent immediately locked on to Gu Hai. The Immortal's murderous intent was horrifying. The Eye of Heaven looked down coldly like a dense river of sabers slicing at Gu Hai, nearly freezing space. Gu Hai's life was in danger. Gu Han, Shengguan Hen, Qin Zibai, and Bodhisattva Lien Sheng all showed anxious expressions. However, everyone understood that they could not contend with heaven with their strength. Jiang Rulai, Gautama Buddha, and the corpse bug Sky Demon all showed cocky expressions. At this moment, Gu Hai was dead for sure. However, at that moment, Gu Hai's lips curled into a thought-provoking smile as he looked at Jiang Rulai. Jiang Rulai was startled by this smile. How could he still smile when he was at death's door? Immortal, please judge clearly. The heaven-defying one is not me, Gu Hai, but him, Jiang Rulai. Gu Hai shouted. Huh. Everyone felt stunned. Gu Hai, you are making slanderous accusations. Jiang Rulai immediately roared in shock and anger. The Eye of Heaven continued to look coldly at Gu Hai. Its murderous intent did not fade, only pausing slightly. Slanderous accusations? I have 3 pieces of evidence to prove that Jiang Rulai is guilty of 3 crimes. Gu Hai shouted. 3 crimes? What crime am I guilty of? Immortals promised to protect me, so I asked Immortals to save me. How am I guilty? Jiang Rulai shouted. Gu Hai, are you trying to confuse and deceive the Immortals? Tian Rulai seemed to have realized something and immediately pinned a big hat on Gu Hai. Humph, Tian Rulai, it's not your place to speak in front of the Immortals. You're in such a hurry to label me. Looks like you're involved too? Gu Hai said coldly. You. Tian Rulai glared at him. However, the Eye of Heaven suddenly locked onto Tian Rulai with a murderous intent. Tian Rulai's expression changed and he didn't dare to interrupt. Jiang Rulai's first crime was deceiving the heavens. I did use the laws of the Tao of chess, but am I old man Guanxi's disciple? The Immortals will know who Guanxi's 9 sons are with a simple investigation. In today's world, a group of ambitious and ruthless people have been to 800,000 years ago. The Immortals can choose to ask whether I, Gu Hai, went the same way as old man Guanxi. Did I, Gu Hai, fight with old man Guanxi? Disciple? What a joke. How dare you deceive the heavens with such a clumsy lie? Gu Hai laughed. Gu Hai laughed and Jiang Rulai's expression changed. 800,000 years ago, Gu Hai and old man Guanxi were finally enemies? Immortal Six Paths pupils constricted. All of a sudden, from the Eye of Heaven, a large net of fine threads shot out in all directions. Boom. In an instant, many thin threads pierced into the heads of the peerless experts, and they immediately knelt down. This Immortal will connect your hearts with the laws of the Tao of Heart. Quickly recall everything that happened in the heaven-defying battle 800,000 years ago. If anyone disobeys, kill them. Immortal Six Paths' voice resounded in the ears of countless peerless experts. Immortal Six Paths was the heavens, and this was the will of the heavens. No one dared to offend him. Soon, a large number of experts recalled everything. Of course, most of them only saw what they saw. Those who did not see were naturally unable to recall. Soon, the Immortal of Six Paths was able to piece together the general picture of what happened 800,000 years ago. Reporting to the Immortals, there were 3 thoughts at that time. Jiang Lianshan wanted to kill you and replace you. I beat him back. Old man Guanxi wanted to kill you and take your appearance to replicate the same history, but I stopped him. As for me, I wanted to protect history. I didn't want history to change so that my family would still be my original family. I fought with old man Guanxi to protect the Immortals. Jiang Rulai did nothing in exchange for 800,000 years of protection. I tried my best to protect the Immortals, but I was hunted down by countless people on the spiritual mountain. Immortals, please help me. Gu Hai suddenly said. Indeed, the images that countless peerless experts saw were all the details of the battle of ideals. In that case, Gu Hai was not old man Guanxi's disciple at all. He had protected the heavens. How could he defy the heavens? Jiang Rulai immediately knelt down. Please forgive me, Immortals. I didn't know why Gu Hai was so good at chess. I thought it was old man Guanxi who taught him, so I said he was his disciple. Everything else I said is true. Jiang Rulai immediately kowtowed. The eye of heaven suddenly locked on to Jiang Rulai with a murderous intent. However, it did not withdraw its murderous intent towards Gu Hai. Jiang Rulai's second crime is to deceive the Immortals. You probably don't know that Jiang Rulai is actually Jiang Lianshan's son. Although the Immortals are grateful for his past contributions and will not implicate you, you did not report such a big matter to the Immortals. How can you not be deceived? The eye of heaven's murderous intent towards Jiang Lianshan intensified. Please forgive me, Immortals. I was also deceived by Jiang Lianshan. I didn't have a chance to report to the Immortals because I was afraid I would disturb you. Jiang Rulai's expression changed drastically. He suddenly realized that the situation was not developing as he had expected. Jiang Rulai's third crime is to plot against the Immortals. Jiang Rulai inherited Jiang Lianshan's will and is preparing to go against the heavens again and murder the Immortals. Gu Hai shouted again. Gu Hai, you are slandering me? Jiang Rulai was shocked and furious. The murderous intent in the eye of heaven intensified. Slandering? In that case, can you tell me what this scarlet eye is called? Gu Hai asked with a smile as he looked at the scarlet heavenly eye. Jiang Rulai's expression changed. The eye of heaven also suddenly locked on to the bloody eye that was almost shattered. It's called a heaven-defying treasure. Am I right? Gu Hai said with a smile. The eye of heaven suddenly released a monstrous murderous intent, and the surrounding void was suddenly filled with white snow. The coldness of the space was no match for the coldness in the hearts of Jiang Rulai and the others. A heaven-defying treasure? A heaven-defying treasure? It was too late to change its name. Because the Immortal of the Six Paths suddenly activated the laws of heaven and earth, a light screen suddenly appeared around the bloody eye. Just like when Yuanshi Qinzuan investigated the death of the Tongtian sect master, the Immortal of the Six Paths eerily dug up the past scenes. A heaven-defying treasure? Is it really a heaven-defying treasure? Immortal, please forgive us. This is the name given by Jiang Lianshan. It's not our fault. Jiang Lianshan shouted gloomily. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have asked the Immortals for help. Even if he couldn't win, he could have escaped. Once the Immortals came, he was provoked by Gu Hai and became the one who defied the heavens. He was courting death. It's not your fault? Ah, that's funny. I admit that Jiang Lianshan named his treasure. However, Jiang Lianshan planned to use the heaven-defying treasure to deal with the Immortals. The name shows his ambition. Not only did you not destroy the treasure that was going to harm the Immortals, but you didn't report it to the Immortals? What intentions do you have for secretly keeping it? Didn't you want to carry on your father's will and avenge him? The murderer of your father, irreconcilable? Gu Hai shouted. The murderer of your father, irreconcilable? Gu Hai, how did you make this up? I didn't. Jiang Rulai was shocked and angry. Immortal, I am Gu Hai and I killed the heaven-defying Longzhonghua for the Immortals. I am Gu Hai and I fought the heaven-defying old man Guanxi for the Immortals. Although I am not skilled, I can distinguish between right and wrong. All these years, Jiang Rulai has harmed the common people and killed 200 million people in Tri-Mountain City. I discovered his wild ambition and saw the lives of the common people as ants. He wanted to compete with the immortals for the world, so I have been dealing with him. He tried to kill me many times to silence me, but I was lucky enough to escape each time. In the end, I found evidence of his heaven-defying deeds in the second layer of hell. After so many years of fighting, I fought until now. This was indeed the law of chess. Jiang Rulai knew about it, but he didn't tell the immortals. I wanted to, but I couldn't contact the immortals. I could only use this to expose their wild ambition. By luck, I exhausted all my strength and was about to win a small victory. However, I didn't expect Jiang Rulai to make such a risky move and call the immortals over. He deserves death. Gu Hai shouted. In the sky, the Eye of Heaven instantly withdrew all its killing intent toward Gu Hai. All the killing intent shrouded Jiang Rulai and the others. Clearly, Immortal Six Paths believed Gu Hai. The facts had already explained everything. Jiang Rulai and the others were the heaven-defying ones. They were treacherous and defied the heavens. They deserved to be killed. Gu Hai, you are distorting the truth. You will die a horrible death. Immortal Six Paths roared with a ferocious expression. The blood-red Eye of Heaven suddenly aimed at Gu Hai. A beam of red light that had been gathering for a long time shot toward Gu Hai. However, Gu Hai smiled and didn't even resist. He just stood there quietly because Gu Hai knew that the outcome was already decided. How dare you? Immortal Six Paths shouted coldly from the sky. A beam of white light shot down from the Eye of Heaven. Sizzle. The red light was instantly annihilated. Another beam of white light rushed toward the blood-red Eye of Heaven. Boom. The white light collided with a huge transparent ball. Inside the transparent ball was the blood-red Eye of Heaven. Mysterious Realm Immortal Dome? Gu Hai's expression changed. Boom. With a loud bang, the white light hit the Mysterious Realm Immortal Dome and exploded. The remaining power of the white light didn't diminish and rushed toward the blood-red Eye of Heaven. Bang! The blood-red Eye of Heaven also exploded. At the moment of explosion, the third eye between Immortal Six Paths' eyebrows suddenly exploded. Immortal Six Paths spat out a mouthful of blood and instantly withered. Gu Hai, even if I die, I want you to die with me. Immortal Six Paths shouted and rushed toward Gu Hai. Swish. The Eye of Heaven immediately shot out another beam of white light, straight towards the Tathagata Buddha. It was like a super light of destruction. In an instant, Immortal Six Paths was washed into dust and disappeared into thin air. Immortal Six Paths. Immortal Six Paths exclaimed. Swish. Another beam of white light shot out from the Eye of Heaven. Immortal Six Paths instantly turned into dust and disappeared into thin air. The terrifying speed of annihilation shocked the corpse bug Heavenly Demon. Turning around, the corpse bug Heavenly Demon fled into the distance. Escape? Where can it escape? Another beam of white light shot out. Master, save me, save me. The corpse bug Heavenly Demon screamed in horror. Swish. In an instant, the corpse bug Heavenly Demon turned into dust and was instantly obliterated. Only Jiang Rulai was left. At this moment he was about to be obliterated. Gu Hai suddenly shouted, Immortal, please enlighten me. Bus. The Eye of Heaven paused. This is my son Gu Han. He is the reincarnation of the good Rulai of Spirited Mountain's holy land. 800,000 years ago, he helped the immortals seize the heavens. I was able to expose Jiang Rulai because my son, Gu Han, told me everything. He is the one who truly protects the heavens. Just now, he fought bitterly with Jiang Rulai, forcing him to call the immortals over. Only then can I expose all of Jiang Rulai's schemes. However, he shares a soul with Jiang Rulai. They live together and die together. Immortal, please save him. Gu Hai shouted. Gu Hai gave all the credit to Gu Han. Gu Han naturally knew what to do and immediately bowed. You gave all your credit to Gu Han? Immortal Six Paths' voice sounded. Yes. Gu Hai shouted. Good. A cold shout came from the void. Another beam of white light shot straight toward Jiang Rulai. No. Gu Hai screamed. If Jiang Rulai died, Gu Han would definitely die. Whoosh. The white light instantly reduced Jiang Rulai to dust. Just as Gu Hai was about to scream, he saw that Gu Han was still fine. A small blue ball appeared in front of Gu Han. After Jiang Rulai was killed, he left behind the essence of the Earth Soul body? Gu Han exclaimed in pleasant surprise. Gu Han opened his mouth and instantly swallowed that soul body. Whoosh. Gu Hai let out a long breath and smiled joyfully. The One Tao law should not exist here. Collect. Immortal Six Paths' voice rang out. Boom. Crack. The Go Dao laws, calligraphy Dao laws, zither Dao laws, and painting Dao laws were immediately collected. In the blink of an eye, Gu Hai's Go Dao ritual array was rendered useless. Gu Hai sighed softly but did not say anything. In the sky, the Eye of Heaven looked down again. In the end, it ignored everyone and slowly closed its eyes. Buzz. The churning black clouds slowly scattered as if the Eye of Heaven had never been there. The pressure on everyone immediately disappeared. Ah! Ah! Jiang Rulai smashed his own foot with a rock. He is seeking death. He is truly seeking death. Shangguan Hen guffawed. Chapter 10-15. In the world of the living, on top of Spiritual Mountain, inside the seizing Divine Palace. After Jiang Qin moved in, he rearranged the main hall, making it extremely bright and spacious. On the four walls, there were strips of planks, and on the planks were countless books emitting white light. On the other side of the wall, there were countless wooden cabinets. In the wooden cabinets, there were pots of wine densely packed as if it contained all the wine in the world. He took a pot and poured the wine. The empty pot automatically refilled itself. It was a spatial wine pot. There was no throne in the hall, but a very homely decoration. Sitting on a comfortable chair, Jiang Qin held a glass cup. The shape of the cup was somewhat similar to the crystal goblets on earth, and a little red wine was poured into it. Jiang Qin held a cup of wine, tasted it, and held a scroll that emitted a faint white light in his hand. He looked at it contentedly for a while. Suddenly Jiang Qin turned his head and looked to the north. Oh, Corpse Mound World? 6 paths? You were woken up again? Jiang Qin put down the scroll and frowned slightly. Jiang Qin's eyes seemed to be able to see through yin and yang, and saw everything in the Corpse Mound World at a glance. He quietly watched for a while until the Eye of Heaven destroyed Rulai and the others, and slowly retreated. Little Six, you said that you must surpass me. I have been waiting for you to become stronger. Jiang Qin finally sighed slightly. Corpse Mound World. Jiang Rulai, Rulai Tian, Rulai Ren, and the Corpse Bug Heavenly Demon, the four great perfection of heavenly palaces, were so vulnerable in front of the Eye of Heaven, which instantly woke Gu Hai up. How powerful was Long Zhanghua back then? He shook the heavens with his strength. A heaven-splitting axe could break the Eye of Heaven. They were all great perfection of heavenly palaces, but the gap was so big? Shangguan Hen was still immersed in the joy of the complete destruction of the holy land of Spiritual Mountain. As for Gu Hai, he stared at the spot where the Eye of Heaven had disappeared in silence. It seemed like he had killed the Long Zhanghua and fought the old man Guanxi, but in reality he had always been on the same side as the Long Zhanghua and the old man Guanxi. Perhaps this secret could be kept for the time being. The Immortal of the 6 Paths didn't have the energy to investigate, but once the Immortal of the 6 Paths woke up, it would be impossible to hide. Sooner or later he would have to face the Immortal of 6 Paths. There was not much time left. Could he make it in time? He flicked his sleeves. Voila! Not far away, a group of transparent objects were swept up by Gu Hai. These were the fragments of the immortal dome of the ancient immortal. With a wave of his sleeve, Gu Hai collected all of them into the immortal dome of ancient. Unborn man. Gu Hai waved his hand again. Kong Xian, the unborn man, and the army of gods and demons were immediately summoned out of the immortal dome of ancient. Once out of the immortal dome of ancient, Kong Xian and the others seemed to have woken up from a dream. Clearly they had witnessed the shocking battle and were still in a daze. The unborn man, however, sat cross-legged in the void, as if he was comprehending something. Gu Hai looked at the unborn man in confusion. Your Majesty, the unborn man must have seen the cultivation technique that your Majesty left in the immortal dome of ancient and couldn't help but cultivate it. Kong Xian said. Gu Hai frowned slightly and nodded. Congratulations, Supreme Shangguan. Kong Xian looked at Shangguan Hen and smiled bitterly. Back then Shangguan Hen was weaker than him. Now he reached the heavenly palace consummation before him. Kong Xian felt stifled and flustered. Lord Kong is too polite. Everything I have is bestowed to me by His Majesty. From the cultivation technique to the process of cultivation, even the needs for cultivation, it is all because of His Majesty. Shangguan Hen said politely, shaking his head. Indeed, it is all because of His Majesty. Kong Xian said with a faint sigh. Xiaoqin was indeed much stronger than before. It was all thanks to Gu Hai that he could reach where he was today. Greetings, Crown Prince Gu Han. Congratulations to Crown Prince Gu Han for returning to your peak. Kong Xian congratulated. Lord Kong, there is no need to be so polite. I believe that with Lord Kong's ability, breaking through to the Heavenly Palace consummation is something that will happen very soon. Gu Han smiled. Breaking through to the Heavenly Palace consummation? Ah, how difficult is that? Unless... Kong Xian's expression suddenly froze as he spoke. That's right. Breaking through to the Heavenly Palace consummation? That is indeed difficult. However, I have a chance. I need to devour powerful experts, those stronger than me. Not long ago, I devoured a copy of Jiang Rulai. Didn't I become much stronger? Isn't the cultivation of the peacock race like this? There are very few powerful experts in the world. However, I saw one earlier. Your Majesty. Kong Xian suddenly looked at Gu Hai with an excited expression. Gu Hai looked at Kong Xian in confusion. This official has a presumptuous request. This official might be somewhat presumptuous, but... Kong Xian found it hard to say what he wanted to say. Which official extended his hand to ask for something from the sovereign? Speak. Gu Hai was very direct. This official's cultivation of the peacock race has a shortcut. We devour the strong and refine the strong for ourselves. Hence, this official wishes to ask your Majesty for that copy of Jiang Rulai. Can you grant this official 300 copies? No, 200. Even 100 will do. Kong Xian requested. Oh? Eating Jiang Rulai will help you break through to the completion of the Heavenly Palace? Gu Hai's expression changed. Yes. I'm not sure how much my cultivation will increase, but it will definitely help. Hence, I sincerely request your Majesty to grant me 100 copies of Jiang Rulai. This official is willing to compensate with my salary. Kong Xian said expectantly. Ha, you're worried that I won't grant you? Kong Xian, is this your first day knowing me? Gu Hai laughed. Experts at the peak of the 9th level of the Heavenly Palace are too rare. I'm worried that your Majesty will need them, so... Kong Xian smiled bitterly. Initially, I wanted to use them to set up the array. However, since they are useful to you, I will grant you all of them. Use them well. Gu Hai said solemnly. All of them? Kong Xian was slightly stunned. All of them. If you don't mind, you can cultivate in seclusion in the immortal dome of the ancients. Or I can ask Gu Han and Shangguan Hen to seal their cultivation for you. Gu Hai said. Kong Xian's expression changed. Finally, he took a deep breath and said, This official will cultivate in seclusion in your Majesty's immortal dome of the ancients. Good. Gu Hai waved his hand. Kong Xian immediately entered the immortal dome of the ancients. Kong Xian did not say thank you. At this moment there was no need for that. In addition to being touched, Kong Xian's loyalty to Gu Hai reached its peak. In the past, Kong Xian was still thinking about the 50-year promise to be loyal to Gu Hai. Now, that promise was gradually forgotten by Kong Xian. An 8 diagram suddenly appeared outside the unborn man's body. Slowly, the unborn man woke up from his cultivation. Is it over? The unborn man said in surprise. Clearly, he was immersed in cultivation and did not know about the previous battle. It's over. Unborn man, open the passageway to the world of the living. We are going back. Gu Hai instructed. Yes. The unborn man answered. Just as the unborn man was about to open the passageway to the world of the living, a voice suddenly rang out. You killed the Gautama Buddha and the corpse bug heavenly demon. What? Do you think you can leave so easily? A cold voice rang out in the air. A bone-piercing chill suddenly filled the surrounding void, and the surrounding temperature dropped abruptly. A murderous intent instantly locked onto the surrounding people. Who is it? Mahavairocana's face sank. With a wave of his hand, boundless golden light shone, dispelling all of the surrounding fog. Only the black fog not far away remained, and no matter what he did, he could not dispel it. 5 black-robed figures slowly walked out from the black fog. All of them were wrapped in black robes. However, their auras made Gu Han, Shangguan Hen, and Mahavairocana feel like they were facing a great enemy. The immortal demon army could not bear the pressure of the other party's auras. Their faces immediately paled. Gu Hai waved his hand and sent the immortal demon army back to the immortal dome of ancient. All 5 of them are consummation heavenly palaces? Where did so many come from? Shangguan Hen said in shock. It was already a miracle that I reached consummation heavenly palaces. In the blink of an eye, 5 more appeared? Furthermore, they seemed to have ill intentions. The heavenly demon Holy Land's 5 peak masters? Gu Han's expression suddenly changed. Others might not recognize them, but Guhan could tell from their auras. The Heavenly Demon Holy Land had one main peak and 12 subpeaks. All of them were consummation heavenly palaces. Perhaps the commotion earlier was too big and attracted the attention of the 5 peak masters? The Gautama Buddha's good earth spirit? Are you betraying the Heavenly Demon Holy Land now? Do you know that traitors will die? The leading black-robed man said coldly. Guhan's expression darkened as worry flashed in his eyes. He turned to Guhai and said, Father, these 5 are extremely dangerous. They are even more dangerous than before. 5 consummation heavenly palaces? Guhai's expression darkened. They are the 5th, 6th, 8th, 9th and 10th of the 12 subpeaks. Guhan said with a bitter smile. What do you mean? Guhai asked puzzled. The 12 peak masters are ranked according to their strength. Amethyst is the 12th, and the corpse bug is the 11th. The Gautama Buddha is the 7th. Guhan said solemnly. The Gautama Buddha is the 7th? Guhai said with a frown. Your Highness, your strength is the 7th? Shengguanhen asked puzzled. No. It's me, Jiang Rulai, the Gautama Buddha, and the Gautama Buddha. The 4 of us together are the 7th. Guhan explained. The 4 of you together? 7th? Shengguanhen said in shock. It was one thing for the 8th, 9th and 10th masters, but what about the 5th and 6th masters? Any one of these 2 was as strong as Jiang Rulai's group or even stronger. Now the 5 Heavenly Demon Holy Lands peak masters were here. Could Guhan's group block them? 7th master, tell me yourself. What is your attitude now? Are you going to work with us to bring these people back to the master and wait for the master to deal with them, or are you going to be our enemy? You know that if we make a move, you will definitely die unless you summon the immortal of the 6 paths again. One of the black-robed men said indifferently. 6th master, you want to kill me? Guhan said with a sullen expression. In the past, the 4 of you combined were not a match for me. Now you only have one weak clone. Do you want to try? Traitors are punishable by death. I don't mind leaving you behind now. The 6th master said in a frosty tone. 7th master, the master still has high hopes for you. Isn't it just one reincarnation? This is not the first time. Furthermore, he is not your biological father. If you kill this person and use his head to wash away your sins, you will still be our 7th master. The 6th master pointed at Guhai. The 6th master wants Guhan to kill Guhai. Chapter 10:16. Get Guhan to kill Guhai? Shengguanhen's expression immediately changed as he stepped in front of Guhai. However, Guhai shook his head and pushed Shengguanhen aside. Then he said, Don't worry. Han will not make a move on me. Yes. Only then did Shengguanhen move to the side. Mahavarakana stared at the 5 with a grave expression. The unborn man stood at the side, not saying a word. Have you made up your mind? Gautama Celestial Demon? That black-robed man asked coldly. Amateus Buddha? The 5 of you seem to have forgotten that the former Gautama Celestial Demon already comprehended Buddhahood. I am no longer the Gautama Celestial Demon that you all speak of. I am Guhan, Guhan said solemnly as he held his palms together. Guhan? Gautama Celestial Demon, listen well. As long as you are a member of the Heavenly Demon Holy Land, you will always be a member of the Heavenly Demon Holy Land. You will never change that. Reincarnation and reincarnation cannot change that. Traitors will die. You should remember what happened to those who betrayed the Heavenly Demon Holy Land in the past. Now you have lost 3 bodies. Your current strength is about the same as 10th brothers at best. Have you made up your mind? Are you really going to betray the sect? The 6th black-robed man demanded coldly. Without the Godao laws, what ability does Guhai have? The God-destroying heavenly eye? Let's see if you can injure me. Another black-robed man said coldly. 5th brother? Guhan's face sank. The Heavenly Demon Holy Land? Do you think that I have no other means aside from the Godao ritual array? Or do you think that I only have the God-destroying heavenly eye? Guhai said indifferently. The 5 black-robed men suddenly narrowed their eyes. You want to summon the immortal of the 6 paths? Guhai, we already arrived earlier and saw it clearly. That immortal of the 6 paths will not care about you anymore. You already gave away all your contribution points, the 5th brother said coldly. Who said that I want to summon the immortal of the 6 paths? Or do you think that we have nowhere else to go? Guhai said coldly. Guhai could still summon a peerless powerhouse from the Earth's immortal world, but he could only summon one. Although there was no battle, Gu Hai understood the danger in front of him. The foundation of the heavenly demon Holy Land was indeed much greater than what he controlled. Laughable, I just can't see what path you can take. A tiny emperor dynasty that has only been established for a few decades. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak so arrogantly in front of me? Six Brother's voice suddenly turned cold. He took a step forward and with a flip of his hand, a spiderweb-like sphere appeared in his palm. Be careful. The coiling silk heavenly demon is a spider that achieved the Tao. That is his poisonous spider web. Do not touch it. The poison overflows into the heavens. Gu Han said anxiously. Bus. The bodies of Mahavarakana, Gu Han, and Shangguan Hen shone with boundless golden light as if they were facing a great enemy. The 5 black-robed peak masters on the other side all radiated killing intent. Oh, little spider, you look quite irritable? Do you want Grandpa to play with you? Suddenly, a burst of laughter came from a large mountain not far away. The sudden voice caused the expressions of both sides to change. The people who were just about to make a move instantly stopped. They all turned their heads to look. Crash, crash, crash. However, they saw a group of giants suddenly climbing up from that large mountain. Each and every one of them was abnormally ferocious, revealing sinister expressions. There were as many as 36 of them. In front of the 36 giants was a black-robed man. The man smiled coldly and looked at the coiling silk heavenly demon. You are Jiang Lianshan? Suddenly the expression of the 5th brother peak master changed. No, not Jiang Lianshan. He is. The 10th brother said in shock. Chiyu? The 6th brother coiling silk heavenly demon suddenly said coldly. Hey, you still recognize Grandpa. That's good. The leader Chiyu sneered. Chiyu? What are you doing here? The coiling silk heavenly demon said in shock and anger. Didn't you just say that Gu Hai has no path to take? Let me tell you, he still has a path to take. I want to help him. I'm here to slap your face. But Chiyu said with a free and easy smile. I'm here to slap your face? Said so directly. The coiling silk heavenly demon was actually speechless. You're on the same side as Gu Hai? The 5th brother peak master said coldly. Gu Hai is my brother. If I'm not on the same side as him, could it be that I'm still on the same side as you? But Chiyu's expression suddenly turned solemn. Rumble. A murderous intent suddenly shot out of Chiyu's eyes. It immediately formed a storm, charging straight for the 5 peak masters. Wherever the storm passed, it was immediately like a myriad of blades slashed past. A deep pit was immediately carved out on the ground. Humph! The 5th brother peak master snorted coldly. A murderous intent went forward to welcome. Rumble. The 2 murderous intents collided in the void and immediately gave off an earth-shattering bang. After the loud bang, the 2 murderous intense storms instantly vanished like smoke in thin air. Nobody knew who won the battle between the 2 just now. Chiyu, since you're involved in this muddy water, then don't blame me for being impolite, the coiling silk heavenly demon said coldly. Impolite? Aha, these words, if vast freedom heavenly demon came and said to me, it's more like it. With just you, it's still a little lacking. Chiyu said coldly. You're insolent. The coiling silk heavenly demon suddenly wanted to make a move. 6th brother, stop, the 5th brother heavenly demon said coldly. Amidst the cold voice, his figure swayed, and he instantly appeared in front of the coiling silk heavenly demon. 5th brother, you're stopping me? The coiling silk heavenly demon said in shock. But the 5th brother peak master looked at the distant Chiyu and revealed a trace of a cold smile. Chiyu? Or I'll remember you. Today you become enemies with my heavenly fiend Holy Land. In the future, my heavenly fiend Holy Land will definitely have your head separated from your body. What's the use of saying so much crap? If you have the capabilities, come up now. What's the point of being wishy-washy? Chiyu said with a cold smile. But the 5th brother peak master looked towards Gu Hai and Gu Han's direction. Tathagata heavenly demon, today you can be considered to have betrayed the sect. You know that traitors die. Next, you will suffer the endless pursuit of the heavenly fiend Holy Land. And you, Gu Hai. Today you have Chiyu's protection. It's indeed difficult for us to keep you here. However, I have to tell you that Chiyu cannot protect you forever. Just you wait. You will be the same as Tathagata heavenly demon. In the following days, bear the fury of my heavenly fiend Holy Land. The 5th brother peak master said coldly. We await your arrival at the infinite celestial capital at any time. Gu Hai said coldly. Fifth brother, we're not capturing them? The coiling silk heavenly demon said in shock. Go. The fifth brother Peak Master said coldly. But the coiling silk heavenly demon said unwillingly. According to the heavenly fiend Holy Land's rules, although the peaks do not disturb each other, when it comes to a group operation, the order of the one with the highest ranking is respected. I'm saying now. Go. The fifth brother Peak Master said coldly. Yes. The other 4 Peak Masters could only respond. Whoosh. The 5 Peak Masters shot off into the distance, instantly vanishing into the distance. Gu Hai and Chi Yu sent off the group with their gazes. However, they did not give chase. Ranked 5th? Ah. The White Tiger Prime subordinates are not all good for nothings. Chi Yu said with narrowed eyes. After narrowing his eyes, Chi Yu looked at the nearby Gu Hai. Nearby Gu Hai also looked over. The two exchanged glances and finally smiled at each other. Gu Hai, many thanks, big brother. Gu Hai suddenly bowed slightly. Back then, although Gu Hai was forced to become sworn brothers with Chi Yu, he still felt somewhat reluctant. However, in the earlier scene, for the sake of protecting him, Chi Yu made an enemy of the heavenly fiend Holy Land without hesitation. At this moment, Gu Hai formally acknowledged this big brother. Ah. Second brother, what are you thanking me for? Your battle today has really broadened my horizons. The Godao? What a great Godao ritual array. If not for the 6 paths immortal collecting the Godao laws, you could look down on the world with your Godao ritual array. Even that old fogey Jiang Lianshan would not be able to escape from your ritual array. Chi Yu laughed loudly as he walked over. Greetings, Mr. Chi Yu. Shengguan Hen, Gu Han, Qin Zibai, and Bodhisattva Lian Sheng bowed slightly. Clearly they were grateful for Chi Yu's assistance. Chi Yu? Another person stronger than us. Mahavairakana sighed. As Mahavairakana sighed, he bowed slightly to Chi Yu. As Chi Yu looked at Mahavairakana, he felt somewhat curious. Clearly he was very curious about this Mahavairakana who suddenly appeared. Big brother, why are you here? Gu Hai asked, feeling curious. How could I not know about Spirit Mountain's destruction? This is huge news. I guessed it the first time you fought with Jiang Rulai. Second brother, you are really capable. You managed to play with 2,000 cities in the palm of your hand? Chi Yu looked at Gu Hai with some shock. Big brother is making a fool of himself. It is just a small trick. Gu Hai shook his head. Small trick. Ah. Your big brother, have some insight. After I saw your battle and asked around, I figured out most of it. After that, when you entered the 18 layers of hell, I went in as well. Unfortunately, the various layers of hell were already closed and I could not help you. I followed you all the way until you came out. Originally, I wanted to make a move. Chi Yu knew that I was in danger, so he immediately came to help. Feeling grateful, Gu Hai bowed again. Many thanks, big brother. If you continue like this, I will get angry. We are brothers. Why are there so many formalities? Chi Yu said carefreely. I am being unreasonable. Gu Hai smiled slightly. Unborn man, open the passage to the world of the living. It is not good to stay here for long. Gu Hai said. Yes. The unborn man immediately opened the entrance to the world of the living. The group immediately stepped out of the corpse tomb realm. After the entrance to the world of the living closed, Gu Hai looked at Chi Yu and said, Big brother, speaking of which, I always thought that you looked like someone. I've been wondering if I should ask. Like that old man Jiang Lianshan? Chi Yu said in advance. Yes, if big brother feels that it is inconvenient to say, then forget it. Gu Hai smiled. What is inconvenient about it? Although that old man is a bastard, the truth is the truth. I will not hide it. I am his son. Chi Yu said lightly. Gu Hai widened his eyes in disbelief. Humph, he caused me so much trouble. Naturally, I will not acknowledge him. So I changed my name. I am Chi Yu. I am the eldest. The second is the Ho. She became the ancestor of the drought demon. Zombie body? Neither human nor ghost? She also hates that old man. She did not want the surname Jiang anymore. Only the third, Jingwei? This girl is easy to deceive. She was the one who suffered the most. Chi Yu said with a look of pity. Chi Yu? Jiang Lianshan's son? Gu Hai could not wrap his head around it for a moment. Then just now that Jiang Rulai? Gu Hai frowned. TSK, I will not acknowledge him. He is just a bargaining chip. What does it have to do with us 3 siblings? Chi Yu said with a look of disdain. All right. Gu Hai nodded, digesting the shock of this news. All right, since you are safe, then I should return to the 9 Li Imperial Dynasty. Chi Yu said solemnly. Return? Big brother, we just met. Why don't you follow me back to the limitless celestial capital so that I can have a drink with you? Gu Hai invited. Oh. Recently, the Great Yellow Dynasty has been restless. I am worried that they will make a move on the Ninely Imperial Dynasty. Empress Ji is not strong, but she has many sinister tricks. I must return immediately. After I kill Empress Ji, I will come and have a drink with you. Chi Yu shook his head. All right. If you need anything, you can tell me immediately. Gu Hai said solemnly. Don't worry, I will look for you. Chi Yu said with a smile. With a smile, Chi Yu flicked his sleeve and brought the 36 giants with him as he shot off into the distance. Gu Hai opened his heaven's eye and watched Chi Yu return. Ninely Imperial Dynasty? He actually landed in the middle of the divine continent, in the position of Dajing? Gu Hai was slightly taken aback. However, Guanxi made a guess based on the image of Chi Yu and the Flame Emperor. According to the historical records, when the Chi Yu tribe attacked the Flame Emperor tribe, the Yellow Emperor helped the Flame Emperor defeat the Chi Yu tribe and unify the Flame Emperor tribe. However, Guanxi guessed that Chi Yu was originally from the Flame Emperor tribe. However, he fought with the Flame Emperor because he wanted to fight for the throne. The Flame Emperor was defeated and the Yellow Emperor helped to quell the rebellion. At the same time, he took control of the entire Flame Emperor tribe. Chi Yu's name did not even appear in the historical records. Guanxi guessed that he might be the son of the Flame Emperor. For example, when the Emperor's son rebelled, the Great General helped the Emperor destroy the Crown Prince's army. After that, the Great General became the Emperor himself. This was all personal guesses. Don't nitpick. Also, there was a popular term, Li Min people. Li Min people referred to the people of Nine Li. The descendants of Yan and Huang were a big fusion at that time. A large portion of them were once the people of Nine Li that Chi Yu controlled. Chapter 10:17. As they watched Chi Yu leave. Not far away, hundreds of thousands of divine demon soldiers flew over. You're all out. Gu Hai looked at the divine demon soldiers. Yes, Your Majesty. The entrance to the 18 levels of hell is slowly closing. We're worried that we won't be able to come out once it closes, so... The divine demon soldiers explained. That's impossible. The magic power I infused into the reincarnation lotus should be able to last for at least 3 days and nights. Mahavairakana said in surprise. We don't know. The divine demon soldiers shook their heads. Gu Hai flipped his hand and took out another reincarnation lotus. Mahavairakana, please try again. Mahavairakana nodded. He extended his hand and activated it slightly. The reincarnation lotus trembled, but it didn't open the 18 levels of hell. How is it? Gu Hai asked solemnly. It can't open. Immortal Six Paths must have used a technique to look back and found the loophole in the 18 levels of hell, so he patched it up. From now on, no one can enter the 18 levels of hell. Mahavairakana said solemnly. Oh. Gu Hai's face fell. No one can enter? What a pity. The 18 levels of hell are such a good place for cultivation. Gu Han sighed softly. Forget it. Let's return. Gu Hai shook his head. With a wave of his hand, the divine demon soldiers returned to the immortal dome. Gu Hai and the others quickly returned to the Dahan Imperial Empire. Before long, they arrived at the Dahan Imperial Empire's territory. They didn't return to the infinite celestial capital first. Instead, they flew to the Three Mountain City. The Three Mountain City had become a huge tomb, and there was a huge monument in front of the tomb. In the past, 200 million people in the Three Mountain City were all killed by Jiang Rulai's order and turned into demonic corpses. Gu Hai had held a public memorial ceremony here and announced to the world that the Dahan Imperial Empire would never ascend to the Heavenly Empire until it was destroyed. There were 200 million people, and the number of their relatives and friends was also extremely large. Although they had been dead for a period of time, countless people from various cities came one after another to visit the tombs and pay their respects. In the Dahan Imperial Dynasty, there was naturally a group of troops guarding the surroundings. When Gu Hai and his group arrived, the guards rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Why, Your Majesty? Greetings, Your Majesty. May Your Majesty live 10,000 years. Immediately, a large number of soldiers bowed respectfully. The surrounding commoners also knelt down in surprise. Long live Your Majesty. In front of the giant tomb there was a commotion. Everyone had the same thought. Why did His Majesty come here? He watched as Gu Hai walked up to the huge tombstone. Shangguan Hen immediately gave him an order. Soon, some offerings were placed on the table. Gu Hai looked at the giant monument. He picked up a cup of wine and slowly poured it on the stone steps in front of the giant monument. He toasted the deceased 3 times in a row. Everyone in the surroundings quietened down, even though the place was extremely spacious. However, other than the sound of the wind, there was no other noise. Everyone perked up their ears to listen to Gu Hai speak. To the deceased citizens of Three Mountain City, I promise to all of you that I will exterminate the spiritual mountain's holy land to take revenge for all of you. Today I, Gu Hai, am here to fulfill my promise. I will inform all of you that I have already exterminated the spiritual mountain's holy land. The spiritual mountain's Jiang Rulai has also been killed. Everyone can rest in peace now. Gu Hai bowed solemnly. When Gu Hai bowed, Gu Han, Qin Zibai, Bodhisattva Lian Sheng, Shengguan Hen, and the others bowed to the giant monument. The surrounding officials who rushed over immediately bowed as well. However, the countless citizens in the surroundings of the graveyard suddenly opened their eyes wide. The silence was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. They seemed to be digesting Gu Hai's earlier words. His Majesty exterminated the spiritual mountain's holy land? Did I hear wrong? After Gu Hai paid tribute to the citizens of Three Mountain City, he immediately led the group into the sky again and flew towards the infinite celestial capital. The moment Gu Hai and the others left, wow! The surroundings of the graveyard were immediately filled with discussions. It can't be, right? The spiritual mountain's holy land is a superior sect. A holy land that stood for 800,000 years was exterminated just like that? His Majesty would not lie. We will know once we investigate. Third uncle, did you hear that? His Majesty has taken revenge for you. His Majesty has exterminated the spiritual mountain's holy land for you. Eldest sister, you can rest in peace now. Some people in the surroundings of the graveyard were skeptical, but most believed it. Countless cries rang out again. These were not cries of sadness but of gratitude. They thanked His Majesty for helping them take revenge for that impossible great enmity. The spiritual mountain's holy land was exterminated? It was not difficult to investigate because the moment Gu Hai returned to the infinite celestial capital, countless news spread throughout the world. In the divine continent, all the dynasties and sects that had the Guqin figurines relaying information instantly received the general information. In the Dahan imperial dynasty, the army of gods and demons attacked the spiritual mountain. 5 million disciples of the spiritual mountain exterminated the spiritual mountain's holy land, and Gu Hai personally went to hunt down Jiang Rulai. When Gu Hai returned to the infinite celestial capital, it meant that Gu Hai had won and completely exterminated Jiang Rulai. Countless spies entered the spiritual mountain region. Countless spies entered the Dahan imperial dynasty to investigate all the details. Before long, everything became clear. In the most obvious places of the emperor's study desks, there was a document placed on them. In the halls of the sect masters, the sect masters held a document of the process of exterminating the spiritual mountain. Seeing how Gu Hai exterminated the spiritual mountain step by step, all the emperors and sect masters were shocked. At the same time, everyone was shocked by the wealth management shop. They were really shocked. Who would not be afraid of emptying the foundation of the spiritual mountain in half a year? Pass down my order. No wealth management shops are allowed to appear in the cities controlled by the sections. Even though similar ones are not allowed. All disciples go to the major cities and investigate thoroughly. Arrest all those who have open wealth management shops. Pass down my order. Anyone who has opened a wealth management shop in the country will have their entire family wiped out. Investigate. Investigate thoroughly. As the orders were passed down, all the factions were like birds startled by the twang of a bow. At the same time, Gu Hai's ferocious name once again spread throughout the world. On the desks of all the faction masters, there was once again a document with the most detailed information on Gu Hai. Exterminating the spiritual mountain was one thing, but Gu Hai had also exterminated Jiang Rulai. According to the spies, someone saw 3 identical Jiang Rulai chasing after Gu Hai. However, Gu Hai turned the situation around in the end. Although no one knew why there were 3 Jiang Rulai, the winner takes all. Although the Dahan imperial dynasty was still just an imperial dynasty, everyone regarded it as one of the heavenly dynasties. Boundless celestial capital, Gu Hai's group returned. With a wave of his hand, 200,000 immortal demon soldiers appeared. In the plaza of the Soaring Palace Hall, Chen Tianshan, Mo Yike, Montez, Mosquito Daoran, Sima Changkong, Guqin, and Dragon Shenying waited patiently. When they saw Gu Hai, they immediately surrounded him. Han. Gu Qin immediately walked over in pleasant surprise. "Greetings, big brother," Gu Han said happily. "It's great that you are back." Gu Qin held Gu Han's hand excitedly, unwilling to let go for a long time. Gu Han also felt his big brother's excitement. The two brothers reunited after a long time and seemed to have a lot to say. "My lord." Qin Zibai suddenly looked at Mo Yike with a somewhat complicated expression. Mo Yike stepped forward and said, "Greetings, Crown Prince Gu Han." Only then did Gu Han release Gu Qin and look at Mo Yike. Mo Yike was the reincarnation of the future Buddha from 800,000 years ago. "Greetings, Lord Mo," Gu Han said with a slight bow. "Congratulations on Crown Prince Gu Han's return," Mo Yike said with a smile. "Lord Mo, I might need to borrow someone from you today," Gu Han said with a smile. "Qin Zibai?" Mo Yike asked. "Yes. Lord Mo is now the commander of the Dahan Imperial Dynasty's army. I'm going to open a temple in the Imperial Dynasty and need 3 generations of Buddhas," Gu Han explained. "This subordinate wants Qin Zibai to replace me. This subordinate will not be able to follow Crown Prince in the future. I hope you will not dislike Qin Zibai," Mo Yike said solemnly. "Gu Han thanks Lord Mo." Gu Han bowed slightly. "Your Highness is too polite." Mo Yike shook his head. Mo Yike then looked at Qin Zibai and said, "Qin Zibai, your father asked you to follow me back then. I believe you understand your identity now. You are the reincarnation of the intelligible divine scepter spirit. You have the advantage of knowing the future. You should follow Crown Prince Gu Han." "Yes, my lord." Qin Zibai bowed deeply to Mo Yike. "That would be for the best," Gu Han said with a smile. Gu Han turned to Gu Hai and said, "Father, this child would like to rebuild Nalanda Temple. Please allow it." "Sure. That Nalanda Temple will be my Dahan's Imperial Dynasty's national temple. It will be of the same rank as you." Gu Hai nodded. "Thank you, Your Majesty," Gu Han immediately answered. This time, Gu Han did not call him father because he represented the national temple's gratitude. "Qin Zibai, Bodhisattva Liansheng has advanced to the Buddha realm?" Gu Hai asked. "Yes." Qin Zibai and Bodhisattva Liansheng nodded. "That Qin Zibai will be Buddha Zibai in the future. Bodhisattva Liansheng is Buddha Liansheng," Gu Hai said solemnly. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for bestowing the title." The two said gratefully. "Han, this is Spirit Mountain's Great Laying Temple, the Hall Master of Mahavira Hall, Vairocana. If you have any questions about the Buddhist Tao, you can ask him for guidance," Gu Hai introduced. Spirit Mountain? Great Laying Temple? Hall Master of Mahavira Hall? Gu Han felt slightly stunned, somewhat confused. Isn't that Hall Master of Mahavira Hall me? Or is it Jiang Rulai? Why is this Vairocana Hall Master of Mahavira Hall? Why do I not know about this? Although Gu Han had many doubts in his heart, he still bowed to Vairocana. "Greetings, Vairocana. Please enlighten me." "Ah, Crown Prince Gu Han, you are too humble. I do not dare to enlighten you. The two of us can only verify each other's knowledge. If you do not mind, we can exchange Buddhist hearts and verify each other's knowledge," Vairocana said with a smile. "Many thanks," Gu Han said with a smile. Just at this moment, Mosquito Daoran suddenly glared. "Shengwanhen? You have reached Consummation Heavenly Palace?" Mosquito Doran's startled cry immediately attracted everyone's attention. Consummation Heavenly Palace? That was the peak of cultivation in the world. Is this true? I was lucky. Actually, Crown Prince Gu Han and Senior Vairocana are both at Consummation Heavenly Palace, Shengwanhen said with a smile. Everyone was stunned. They looked at everyone in shock. Chapter 10:18. The news in Three Mountain City spread quickly. When Gu Hai held a memorial ceremony at the tombstone in Three Mountain City, every word he said was recorded by the people, and the news spread to all parts of the Dahan Empire. In order to avenge the people, His Majesty destroyed Spiritual Mountain's sacred ground and Jiang Rulai in less than a year. Spiritual Mountain's sacred ground wasn't a small sect or faction. It was a sacred ground that was more powerful than the Dahan Empire. His Majesty destroyed it just like that? All of a sudden, the people in the 1,400 cities in the Dahan Empire were in an uproar. Did you hear? His Majesty destroyed Spiritual Mountain and killed Jiang Rulai. Nonsense, how could I not know? One of my cousins is serving in the army of gods and demons, and he went to Spiritual Mountain's sacred ground. His Majesty said that he wouldn't ascend to the Heavenly Empire until Spiritual Mountain was destroyed. I thought that the Dahan Empire would never ascend to the Heavenly Empire, but now it seems the Heavenly Empire will happen sooner or later. I'm just glad that we have a saint like His Majesty for the people of the Dahan. His Majesty risked his life to avenge the people when they were in trouble? Where in the world would he do that? Yeah, that's Three Mountain City. If our city was in trouble, His Majesty would definitely avenge us. When we were in the Dao Empire, the Emperor didn't love the people as much as His Majesty. The Dahan Empire is the best. People were like that. If you were bad to the people, they might not be able to do anything about it and could only remember it. If you were good to the people, they might not express anything, but they would remember it too. That was the will of the people. After experiencing the public ceremony in Three Mountain City and witnessing Gu Hai taking revenge for the people, countless people's hearts surged, and their recognition of the Dahan Empire reached its peak. Although the Dahan Empire was expanding at a very fast pace, the people's hearts weren't scattered. Instead, after this incident, they became a solid block of iron. For a moment, the people's feelings and confidence turned into waves of providence that surged toward the boundless celestial capital from all directions and into the Sea of Providence clouds. Roar. Above the Sea of Providence, the golden dragon of Providence let out a deafening roar. It seemed to have expanded a little, and it felt extremely comfortable. Everyone could see that the Dahan imperial dynasty was thriving day by day. The hearts of the people turned to the past. It wasn't just the Dahan imperial dynasty. Many of the citizens of the surrounding cities were secretly envious when they heard the news. If only our sect leader was like Gu Hai. I've heard that the cities of the Dahan Empire have very little tax revenue. Gu Hai even used his own money to build countless training grounds for the people. A few days ago, the Wang family next door seemed to have migrated to the Dahan Empire with the excuse of visiting relatives. I heard that life there is much better than here. The citizens of the other forces were discussing this in private. The leaders of the 6 forces surrounding the Dahan imperial dynasty were currently gathered in a secret hall. The leaders of the 6 forces, 3 emperors and 3 sect leaders had conspired with the Spiritual Mountain Sacred Ground and the Ying Empire during the public memorial ceremony in Tri Mountain City to deal a fatal blow to Gu Hai. However, they were exposed by Gu Hai. In the end, Gu Hai didn't pursue the matter too much. He only detained their crown prince as a hostage. Everyone, Spiritual Mountain has been destroyed. What do you have to say? A blue-robed sect leader asked with a frown. The 5 people in the hall were all silent. After a long silence, a purple-clad monarch heaved a long sigh. The Han royal dynasty is developing too ferociously. How many spiritual stones did the Spiritual Mountain Sacred Ground bring back? However, it's fine that they brought them back. They already have the ability to look down on all the imperial dynasties. How is that possible? We have the Sea of Providence. If Gu Hai comes to our imperial capital, what can he do to us? Another emperor in red said coldly. The blue-robed sect leader frowned and said, Do you remember that Jiang Rulai went after the crown prince of Guqin not long ago? Although you only heard the news, I wasn't far from there at that time. Vairocana is the same as Jiang Lianshan. He's at the peak of the heavenly palace. In fact, he's even stronger. The blue-robed sect leader said in a deep voice. Everyone's expression froze. The peak of the heavenly palace? Haha, even if I use the imperial providence, I might not. The emperor in red said with an ugly expression. I also went to the Battle of Spiritual Mountain. You don't know, but I saw it clearly. There are 3 Jiang Rulai. The news is true. I saw it with my own eyes. The blue-robed sect leader said with an ugly expression. 2 people who look exactly like Jiang Rulai. Moreover, judging from their auras, they're even stronger than Jiang Rulai. 3 of them are at the peak of the heavenly palace. They were destroyed by Gu Hai. Moreover, Gu Hai is on good terms with Chiyu. The blue-robed sect leader said with an ugly expression. The emperor in purple nodded. My son is a hostage in the limitless celestial capital. When Gu Hai returned to the limitless celestial capital, my son went to investigate and heard some of their conversation. Perhaps Gu Hai didn't intend to hide it at all. What did you find out? Everyone looked at him. The 2nd crown prince of the Dahan imperial dynasty has returned. 2nd crown prince Gu Han is at the peak of the heavenly palace. Xuanwu Supreme of the Dahan imperial dynasty and Shangguan Hen have returned. Shanghai Hen is at the peak of the heavenly palace. The emperor in purple said in a deep voice. 3 peak of the heavenly palace? And that unknown Gu Hai? Everyone was shocked. This is the sign of the Heavenly Dynasty. I believe that the Dahan Imperial Dynasty's promotion to the Heavenly Dynasty is just around the corner, the blue-robed sect leader said in a deep voice. Everyone was silent for a while. The Dahan Imperial Dynasty did not seize Mount Numinous Holy Land's providence this time. Instead, they caused Mount Numinous providence to collapse due to internal strife, so they did not seize much of Mount Numinous providence. I'm guessing that if the Dahan Imperial Dynasty wants to promote to the Heavenly Dynasty, they might need some more providence and this providence. The blue-robed sect leader said. After the blue-robed sect leader finished speaking, everyone's expression darkened. This was because the 6 major forces bordered the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. The best way to obtain providence was to expand their territory. Are we going to become enemies with the Dahan Imperial Dynasty after all? The Emperor in Purple said with an ugly expression. Everyone was silent again. The blue-robed sect leader shook his head. I forbid you from preparing for war. Everyone looked at the blue-robed sect leader in confusion. The Dahan Imperial Dynasty is now at its peak. No one can stop the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. Look at Mount Numinous Holy Land. Haha, instead of fighting in the future, why don't we? The blue-robed sect leader said in a low voice. You want to surrender to the Dahan Imperial Dynasty? Submit to them? The Emperor in Purple glared. Why not? If we fight in the future and have our cities seized, it's different from submitting to them now. If I surrender with my 100 cities, I might even be able to get the title of vassal king. My sect can also be protected. The blue-robed sect leader suddenly said. Haha, you don't want your sect's great foundation? The Emperor in Purple glared. Foundation? Can't you see that the world is changing? The blue-robed sect leader shook his head. The expressions of the leaders of the 5 major forces changed and they all fell silent. How could he hand over his own foundation? No one was willing. However, the blue-robed sect leader's words today made everyone waver. Defend their foundation to the death? Or exchange it for the title of vassal king of the Dahan Imperial Dynasty? Everyone was in a dilemma. The boundless celestial capital. Gao Xinji and Ao Sheng returned with 200,000 soldiers. I killed 5 million disciples of the spiritual mountain. Please punish me, Your Majesty. Gao Xinji pleaded for punishment. We are as guilty as you, Your Majesty. The army of gods and demons immediately knelt. Gao Xinji made a prompt decision to help me defeat Jiang Rulai. What crime is that? We should reward you handsomely. Gu Hai said with a big laugh. After understanding everything, Gu Hai rejoiced. It was all thanks to Gao Xinji's prompt decision. Otherwise, he and Mahavairakana would have been in deep trouble. Gao Xinji was rewarded, and the army of gods and demons also accepted this happy ending in a daze. The boundless celestial capital regained its peace. Ao Sheng and Mosquito Daoran were jealous of Shangguan Hen's cultivation. They refused to let go of Shangguan Hen and asked him for advice on cultivation every day. Shangguan Hen did not hide anything. Although their cultivation methods were different, as long as he could help them, he would tell them everything he knew. Ao Sheng had the ancestral dragon's dragon pearl and the ancestral dragon's inheritance. After some pointers from Shangguan Hen, his cultivation immediately shot up. Mosquito Daoran's cultivation was also increasing, but there was a limit to it. When he heard Shangguan Hen say that Kong Shen's cultivation was about to increase, he immediately became anxious. I used to think that guarding the boundless celestial capital was the easiest job. I didn't need to go out and take risks. It was so safe. But now, why do I feel that guarding the boundless celestial capital is the most useless? I have to go out with His Majesty. Whether it's Kong Shen or Shangguan Hen, as long as I go out with His Majesty, my cultivation will immediately increase. No, I must go out next time. I won't guard the city anymore. Mosquito Daoran said anxiously. Although Mosquito Daoran was very cautious, he could not take it anymore when he saw that all those who followed Gu Hai had gained great rewards. Gu Han rebuilt Nalanda Temple while talking about his brotherhood with Gu Qin. He also had to verify his Buddhist heart with Mahavairakana. These days, Gu Han was very shocked by Mahavairakana's Buddhist teachings. He was also very curious about Mahavairakana. However, Mahavairakana did not mention his origins, so Gu Han could not ask in detail. In the Longevity Temple, the unborn man had obtained Fushi's cultivation method from Earth. These days, white and black qi appeared on the surface of his body. It was as if he had a great realization. Gu Hai took care of court affairs and stepped into the immortal Dome of Ancients. One day in the outside world was 10 years in the immortal dome. In the sky, Kang Xian had devoured 1,000 copies of Jiang Rulai in the past 20 years. Black demonic qi appeared around him, and his cultivation had improved greatly. Gu Hai ignored him. Instead, he stepped forward and arrived at a sea. There was a group of palaces shrouded in array formations. The interior was white and flawless, but it was cold and cheerless. Gu Hai stepped into the array and entered the main hall in the center. He opened the door to the main hall. Chen Xian'er was surrounded by a layer of white mist, as if she was cultivating. Seeing Chen Xian'er, Gu Hai revealed a gratified smile. Xian'er is alive? This is the greatest achievement in the past few decades, right? Gu Hai had many things to say to Chen Xian'er. However, Chen Xian'er was at a critical juncture of cultivation, so Gu Hai did not disturb her. He carefully closed the door and stood guard for Chen Xian'er. He waved his hand. Whoosh! A simple and unadorned green lamp flew over from afar. It was the World Green Lamp, one of the 16 great magic treasures of history. Where's the reincarnation pool? Gu Hai said in surprise. In this battle against Mount Lingshan, not only did he obtain the World Green Lamp, but he also obtained the reincarnation pool. However, when Gu Hai waved his hand, the reincarnation pool did not come over? Gu Hai checked in puzzlement, but there was no trace of the reincarnation pool in the entire immortal dome of ancients. It's gone? It can't be gone for no reason. Gu Hai frowned in confusion. Chapter 10:19. The Reincarnation Pool? It could open the entrance to the Hell Dao's mystic realm. Now, the 18 levels of hell were sealed by the immortal of the 6 paths. Gu Hai hoped that the reincarnation pool could help him open it. This was because Gu Hai knew that the 18 levels of hell could nurture many experts in a short time. However, the reincarnation pool was gone? That's impossible. I placed it here myself. Gu Hai immediately stood up and started searching. Back then, he was worried that someone would take it away, so he deliberately placed it on the stone platform. Gu Hai walked to the stone platform and looked carefully. However, the reincarnation pool was gone. Gu Hai was slightly stunned. He saw a layer of dust on the stone platform. Dust? That shouldn't be the case. This place is protected by an array formation. It should be spotless. Gu Hai pondered. He waved his hand. Buzz. Suddenly, the Life and Death book appeared out of thin air. The Life and Death book gave off a faint energy halo. That layer of energy halo seemed to be divided into 18 levels. Is there a change in the Life and Death book? Gu Hai wondered. The Life and Death book had 3,000 pages. They corresponded to the 3,000 laws of the world. There were only a few patterns on each page. They were the branches of the 3,000 laws of the Great Tao. Only one page was filled with patterns. That was the page that recorded the Go Dao laws. As Gu Hai quickly flipped through the pages, he skipped past the Go Dao laws. Suddenly he saw another page. That page was also filled with patterns. Although that page was filled with strange patterns, when Gu Hai focused on it, he felt dazzled. It was like he saw the 18 levels of hell. 18 levels of hell? Hell Dao's reincarnation pool? These are the Hell Dao laws and the Hell Great Tao? Gu Hai said in shock. In an instant, a ray of light flashed through Gu Hai's mind. I understand. The reincarnation pool? It was condensed from the laws of the Tao of Hell. It was not a set of rules but a set of laws. It was a perfect copy of the laws of the Great Tao. It was unknown which senior in the ancient times had done it, but he had actually comprehended the secret realm of the Tao of Hell. It was no wonder that he could open the 18 levels of hell. It was because this reincarnation pool was formed from the path of laws. The dust on the stone platform must have been left behind by the impurities of the samsara pool after the laws were extracted by the Book of Life and Death. I was still thinking about how to use the Book of Life and Death to take another Grand Daos. Isn't it too easy to obtain the Hell Dao? Gu Hai laughed excitedly. Among the 3,000 great Daos, the 6 Daos of reincarnation can form their own worlds. Presumably, if the Purgatory Dao were to completely merge with the immortal firmament, it would require even more spirit stones than the Great Dao of Chess. But where would I find so many spirit stones? That's trillions. Gu Hai's expression turned ugly. There was a way to strengthen the immortal dome of the ancients, but there was no money to do so. Gu Hai was also very depressed. Gu Hai sighed slightly and was about to close the Book of Life and Death. Gu Hai was shocked and quickly flipped through the book. He saw another page which was also filled with strange drawings. That's impossible. Other than the laws of the Chess Dao and the laws of the Hell Dao, why is there another page? Gu Hai was puzzled. When Gu Hai looked carefully at this page, he vaguely felt like he saw Asuras killing each other. The laws of the Asura Tao? Gu Hai was stunned. He quickly flipped through the Book of Life and Death. Indeed, he found another 2 pages of laws. The laws of the human Tao. The laws of the beast Tao? Gu Hai said in shock. The 6 Taos of reincarnation, the human Tao, the beast Tao, and the Asura Tao. I understand now. In the past, the Long Zhonghua forcefully took these 3 Taos of reincarnation from the divine continent and stored them in the immortal dome of the ancients. Although they were forcefully taken away by immortals in the end, there are traces of the laws of these 3 Taos of reincarnation in the immortal dome of the ancients. Over these days, the Book of Life and Death has slowly recorded these traces. Gu Hai said as he squinted his eyes. Out of the 6 Taos of reincarnation, the Book of Life and Death actually recorded 4 of them. Gu Hai was delighted. Although he did not have the ability to perfectly manifest them now, as long as they existed, it was enough. The principle of the reincarnation pool is that it is a copy of the laws of the Hell Tao of reincarnation. Although the reincarnation pool is gone, I have the Book of Life and Death. The Book of Life and Death also has the copy of the laws of the Hell Tao of reincarnation, right? Gu Hai was shocked. Gu Hai stepped out of the immortal dome of the ancients. He slightly activated the page of the Hell Tao in the Book of Life and Death. Suddenly, a void hole appeared in front of Gu Hai. The 18 levels of hell, the entrance to the Hell Tao mystery realm? Gu Hai was delighted. Oh. Who? Gu Hai waved his hand again and 3 more entrances appeared beside him. Entrance to the human Tao mystery realm? Entrance to the Asura Tao mystery realm? Entrance to the beast Tao mystery realm? Gu Hai waved his hand and the 4 entrances disappeared. Book of Life and Death? It is indeed a good item. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with shock. Oh. Gu Hai returned to the immortal dome of the ancients. He carefully touched the Book of Life and Death for a while. 6 Taos of reincarnation? I wonder where the other 2 are. Gu Hai said in anticipation. He waved his hand and the Book of Life and Death disappeared. After throwing away the reincarnation pool, Gu Hai realized that he had gained more. He took out the world illuminating green lamp. The world illuminating green lamp was activated and green flames appeared at the mouth of the lamp. It was very strange. Gu Hai could not recognize the flames. It was not very powerful, but it was very mysterious. Forget it. I won't be able to figure it out for now. I promised Mosquito Dowrin to give him one of the 16 great magic treasures in exchange for the Chaos Essence Pearl. I'll let Mosquito Dowrin figure it out himself in the future. Gu Hai put it away. In the sky, Kang Xian was still devouring Jiang Rulai's clone. At this moment, demonic flames filled the sky. Gu Hai turned his head to look at a huge plane in the distance. There were some transparent fragments. They were the fragments of Jiang Rulai's immortal dome mystery realm. At this moment, the immortal dome mystery realm fragment fell to the ground and slowly melted. The immortal dome of the ancients was digesting it. This immortal dome mystery realm was created by the vast freedom heavenly demon? How did he do it? It can actually replenish the space power of the immortal dome of the ancients? Gu Hai was deep in thought. As he was deep in thought, he suddenly felt something and turned his head. Gu Hai suddenly froze. Qin Xianer had come out of seclusion. At this moment, she used a spell to create a white fur robe that covered her body. She stood there and looked at Gu Hai with joy and excitement. Xianer? Gu Hai called out with a trembling voice. Husband. Xianer was so emotional that 2 streams of tears fell. Gu Hai immediately ran towards Qin Xianer. Qin Xianer also pounced towards Gu Hai. Bang! Their bodies collided heavily. At the same time, they hugged each other tightly. Neither was willing to let go. Hugging Qin Xianer and smelling the fragrance of her hair, Gu Hai was very worried that this was all an illusion. However, the warmth in his arms told him that this was all real. Xianer, your husband has missed you so much all these years. Gu Hai's eyes reddened. Husband, you've suffered. Xianer curled up in Gu Hai's arms with a trace of heartache. It's not bitter. Everything is worth it. Gu Hai said with a smile and tears. The 2 continued to hug like this. They hugged for a long time. Only then did the 2 of them reluctantly let go. However, even after letting go, the 2 of them didn't loosen their grip. Sitting by the sea, the 2 snuggled together. Gu Hai told Qin Xianer what had happened in these years. One by one, Gu Hai did not hide anything. Qin Xianer listened quietly. In other words, other than me you still have Long Wanqing, Lin Wan'er, Bingheim, Zhang Yulian and Taiwa. 5 women? Oh, and Long Wanyu who is attached to you? Qin Xianer said with a smile. Xianer, these years Gu Hai was just about to explain. Qin Xianer used her finger to seal Gu Hai's mouth. In the end she smiled and said, Husband, I don't blame you. Being able to return to your side is already an extravagant wish of mine. Gu Hai frowned slightly. Actually, I'm very grateful to Xiao Rou. Qin Xianer looked at the sea in the distance and took a deep breath. Taiwa, Xiao Rou? Yes, it was Xiao Rou who used her death to undo the knot in your heart. It was her who prevented you from living in darkness all these years. It was her who made your life better. Shouldn't I be grateful to her? Qin Xianer said gently. In order to save you, Long Wanqing pretended to be you to lure the unborn man away, and was killed by the unborn man in your place. In order to protect you, Lin Wan'er would rather fake her death than let the people of Taishang's gang kill you. Bingheim originally came to assassinate you, but in the end, for you, she did not hesitate to become the enemy of everyone and bear the anger of everyone alone. Zhang Yulian? She's pregnant with your flesh and blood. Husband, you can't let any of them down. I'm not a jealous person. Qin Xianer leaned into Gu Hai's arms. All these years I've done terrible things. Gu Hai sighed slightly. Husband, you've grown very fast these years. You've been on the verge of death time and time again. If it weren't for the 5 of them, you might not be here anymore. Husband, take them back as soon as possible. Qin Xianer said softly. Gu Hai's heart softened. He hugged Xianer tightly. It was as if there were thousands of words to say, but at this moment, everything turned into silence. When the two looked at each other, their eyes burst out with an inseparable affection. When the affection was strong, Gu Hai kissed Qin Xianer's lips. The husband and wife life that had been separated for 40 to 50 years broke out again. Holding Qin Xianer's hot body, Gu Hai stepped into the side hall. Bang! The door of the hall closed. A day in the outside world was 10 years in the immortal Dome of Ancients. Gu Hai accompanied Qin Xianer in the immortal Dome of Ancients for a year. They talked a lot, chatted a lot, reminisced a lot and looked forward to a lot. Only then was he ready to return to the outside world. But one morning, Gu Hai was lying on a big bed, stroking the naked and smooth back of Qin Xianer who was sleeping soundly. Buzz. Qin Xianer trembled and immediately stood up. The moment she stood up, she saw Gu Hai's naked body. Gu Hai, you bastard! An angry scream spread throughout the immortal Dome of Ancients. In the sky, Kang Xian, who was swallowing Jiang Rulai's clone, was shocked by this scream. The clone was stuck in his throat and suddenly his face turned purple. Gu Hai looked at Qin Xianer in shock, not knowing what happened to Qin Xianer. Qin Xianer trembled again but returned to normal. Xianer, what happened to you? Just now. Gu Hai was worried. Husband, just now it was White Emperor. I forgot to tell you, every 10 days White Emperor will wake up. Qin Xianer smiled bitterly. White Emperor? Gu Hai's face stiffened. Every 10 days Qin Xianer would become White Emperor? Then what about the couple life just now and the couple life every 10 days before that? Chapter 1020. The Great Yellow Dynasty, Xinyuan City. In the study. Central of the Divine Continent, 9 Li Imperial Dynasty, Qiyu? I was the one who destroyed the 9 Li Imperial Dynasty in the past. Now they want to rise from the ashes. Matriarch Ji sneered. His Holiness, if we can defeat him once, we can defeat him a second time. In these few thousand years, our Great Yellow Dynasty is no longer the same as before. Qiyu is starting from scratch, he is no match for us. Li Mu sneered. That's right. How long has it been? He only gathered a few of his old subordinates and one of them gave him the country. He is no longer the same as before. Without Jiang Lianshan he is nothing. Feng Bo sneered. Great righteous position? Qiyu is not worthy. The 9 Li Imperial Dynasty is separated from our Great Yellow Dynasty by 3 Imperial Empires and 16 Grand Empires. This subject is willing to lead the army and expand our territory. Solemnly Emperor Kong said. Matriarch Ji tapped her fingers on the table and fell silent. Lords, it is better not to underestimate Qiyu. Songjie suddenly said. Everyone looked at Songjie. Everyone should have heard the news not long ago. Qiyu and Gu Hai are on the same side. Our scouts reported that Gu Hai and Qiyu called each other brothers. Songjie said solemnly. Everyone fell silent. Call each other brothers? Everyone, have you ever seen Gu Hai call anyone his brother? Have you ever seen Qiyu call anyone his brother? These two people are naturally proud and unyielding. Although that Qiyu has 81 brothers, do you see that? These 81 brothers all follow Qiyu's lead. However, Gu Hai did not. Songjia said in a deep voice. Isn't that better? Li Mu didn't understand. Haha, you don't understand. Neither of them will submit to the other. However, this brotherhood is stronger than anything else. Once they launch a general attack on Qiyu, Gu Hai will definitely not stand by and watch. You don't think that Gu Hai is still the Gu Hai from 10 years ago, do you? Songjia said calmly. Everyone's expression darkened. Let's not talk about Gu Hai for now. He has 3 great perfection heavenly palace cultivators under him? Emperor Kong's face darkened. Shengguan Hen and Gu Han listened to Gu Hai's orders. Although Virokana and Gu Hai are of the same generation, you have also seen their friendship. They can follow Gu Hai to battle Jiang Rulai. Their friendship runs deep. Songjia said solemnly. Even so, the Great Yellow Dynasty is not afraid of the Dahan Empire. Li Mu frowned again. General Li Mu, the Great Yellow Dynasty is not afraid of the Dahan Empire. However, it is undeniable that the Dahan Empire has already caused us some trouble, right? Songjia said with a smile. That's right. Li Mu frowned and nodded. Secondly, have you forgotten Qiyu's identity? Besides Jiang Lianshan, he has no other relatives? Songjia said solemnly. Great Yin Celestial Empire, Qi? Everyone's expression suddenly turned solemn. Jiang Lianshan is so calculative. He didn't even let his own children off. Back then he let His Holiness harm them. Even without Jiang Lianshan, Qiyu and Qi still hold a grudge against His Holiness. I'm sure everyone is clear about Qi's strength. She is a huge threat and is even more dangerous than the Dahan Empire. She seems to be waiting for something. This time if we fight Qiyu head-on, Qi will definitely interfere. Songjia analyzed. Matriarch Ji tapped her fingers lightly on the table and frowned. Indeed, Qiyu was like a bone in her throat. She had to get rid of him. However, he didn't seem to be as weak as he seemed. His Holiness, there is Yuanshu Qianzuan in the south. There is Jiang Qin in the west. And there is Qiyu. Is His Holiness really going to make a move on Qiyu? Songjia looked at Matriarch Ji. Everyone quietened down and looked at Matriarch Ji. I want the position of Great Righteous, no matter who is in my way. Matriarch Ji said coldly. Since that's the case, we have to plan for the long term. Songjia said solemnly. Mister, do you have a countermeasure? Matriarch Ji looked at Songjia. His Holiness, I feel that our identities are too sensitive. What if we have external help? Songjia said solemnly. External help? Matriarch Ji narrowed her eyes. Yesterday the envoy from the Heavenly Devil Holy Land, do you still remember His Holiness? Songjia said solemnly. Vast Freedom Heavenly Devil? If they want to touch the Yang realm. If I agree to their request, I will be helping them open a path to the Yang realm? Matriarch Ji's face sank. Amethyst was killed by Yuanshu Qianzuan, and the Vast Freedom Heavenly Devil was helpless. Jiang Qin occupied the spiritual mountain, and the Vast Freedom Heavenly Devil was helpless. That's why he thought of cooperating with us. The Yang realm is not big, and one more person is indeed inviting a wolf into the house. However, the Great Yellow Dynasty is not the only one in the Yang realm. In the future there will be people who will chase him back to the Yang realm. Songjia said with a smile. Matriarch Ji narrowed her eyes and fell into deep thought. That's right, His Holiness, what's wrong with cooperating with the Heavenly Devil Holy Land? Since the Vast Freedom Heavenly Devil is the White Tiger Sovereign, he and Jiang Qin must be enemies. In the future their conflict will be beneficial to us. This time we can use them to test Qiyu. It's best if we can eliminate Qiyu. Emperor Kong said with a smile. In the upper study room, everyone nodded. They expressed their willingness to cooperate with the Heavenly Devil Holy Land. Matriarch Ji pondered for a long time before nodding her head. Infinite Celestial Capital. Longevity Temple. When the unborn man was surrounded by black and white gas, a stone hanging on his chest suddenly emitted a trace of red light. Buzz. As soon as the red light appeared, it trembled slightly. Huh. The unborn man paused. He even stopped his cultivation and took out the stone anxiously to look at the red light. What's going on? Did something happen? The unborn man asked the red stone anxiously. The bone god is presumptuous and started a large-scale invasion. Although there is no danger now, Goddess Ho-Tu said that there might be a conspiracy, so... Long Wanqing's voice came from the red stone. I understand, I will bring Gu Hai here immediately. The unborn man stood up immediately. Facing the Long Wanqing sisters, the unborn man's shrewdness disappeared. Don't be so anxious, the Bone God army is still far away from us. Let's wait for Gu Hai to settle his own matters before we talk to him. Long Wanqing's voice came again. Unborn man, don't force my brother-in-law. Otherwise, don't come to see me. Long Wanyu's voice suddenly came. The unborn man was silent for a while. He was a failure as a father. When the unborn man spoke to his daughters, they defended Gu Hai in every way, making him feel very upset. I know, I will talk to him properly. The unborn man smiled bitterly. Buzz. The red stone trembled slightly and then stopped moving. The unborn man sighed, stepped out of the hall, and looked in the direction of the imperial palace. Coincidentally, Gu Hai also stepped out of the hall with Chen Xian'er. Chen Xian'er. The unborn man's voice was full of displeasure. After all, Long Wanqing was the empress of Dahan, and now there was another empress. As the Long Wanqing's father, he was still against Chen Xian'er. Clap. The door of a hall in the distance opened. Gu Han took Gu Qin quickly to the hall where Gu Hai was. Mother. Gu Qin suddenly burst into tears. Mother. Gu Han also said excitedly. When they got close, they immediately knelt down. They kowtowed to Chen Xian'er. Little Qin Han, what are you doing? The ground is cold. Get up. Chen Xian'er immediately helped them up. The ground was cold? For the two of them, even if they knelt on the glacier, they would not feel cold. However, when Chen Xian'er said that, they felt warm in their hearts. This was the tone of a mother. Mother, I'll kowtow to you 3 more times. Gu Qin said incoherently with excitement. All right, I told you to get up, so get up. Don't make your mother unhappy. Gu Hai said. Yes, yes. The two brothers immediately got up. They looked at Chen Xian'er excitedly and happily. Chen Xian'er looked at them. You've changed. Mother, we haven't changed. We'll always be your sons. Gu Han said immediately. Chen Xian'er smiled. Yes, no matter what, you'll always be my sons. Gu Hai, Chen Xian'er, Gu Qin, and Gu Han were talking happily when the unborn man flew over. Your Majesty. The unborn man saluted respectfully. The 4 of them paused. Gu Qin and Gu Han furrowed their brows in displeasure. Chen Xian'er said politely, Greetings, senior unborn man. The unborn man was the father of the Long Wanqing, so Chen Xian'er was very polite to him. Greetings, Empress Chen. The unborn man nodded stiffly. Chen Xian'er seemed to have noticed the unborn man's displeasure. Instead, he smiled faintly. Unborn man, what's the matter? Gu Hai asked in confusion. Your Majesty, you promised me last time. It's about time. The unborn man said respectfully. Gu Hai's expression changed. Gu Hai naturally understood the unborn man's words. He wanted to set off for the Long Wanqing by himself. Gu Hai looked at Chen Xian'er, but Chen Xian'er said with a serious expression, Husband, you'd better bring Sister Wanqing back as soon as possible. It's not safe to be outside all year round. Gu Hai looked at Chen Xian'er and felt Chen Xian'er's magnanimity. He was touched and nodded. The unborn man was slightly puzzled. Chen Xian'er didn't dislike the Long Wanqing? Just as Gu Hai was about to speak, Chen Xian'er suddenly raised her eyebrows and said, Don't move. Gu Hai was puzzled. The unborn man sneered. Was Chen Xian'er starting to make Gu Hai look bad? However, Chen Xian'er didn't mention the Long Wanqing. She suddenly sniffed. Sniff, sniff, sniff. Chen Xian'er sniffed and her face turned cold. What's wrong? Gu Hai was puzzled. It's poisonous. There's poisonous gas in all directions. What a secretive poisonous gas. Moreover, this poison is very powerful. Are you trying to poison everyone in the infinite celestial capital to death? Are you trying to poison husband little Qin and Han to death? Chen Xian'er said coldly. When it came to poisoning Gu Hai and his son, no matter how much self-restraint Chen Xian'er had, she was instantly enraged. A murderous aura burst out of her. The unborn man's expression changed as soon as this murderous aura appeared. This aura? Great perfection of the heavenly palace? It couldn't be. How could Chen Xian'er have such a high cultivation? Poisonous gas? Poison everyone to death? What kind of poison? Why can't I smell it? Gu Han was puzzled. Gu Han was at the great perfection of the heavenly palace, yet he couldn't detect it. It's spider poison. That's right. This fishy smell can't be wrong. Chen Xian'er said coldly. Although Guhan couldn't smell it, he chose to believe his mother at first sight. I can't smell it. It must be a great perfection of the heavenly palace. Spider poison? The sixth of the 12 peaks of the heavenly devil holy land, Ponzi heavenly devil? Guhan's expression suddenly changed. Chapter 10:21. It's spider poison. That's right, this fishy smell can't be wrong. Qin Xian said coldly. Although Guhan did not smell it, Guhan chose to believe his mother at the first moment. I can't smell it. It must be the poison of the heavenly palace's grand perfection cultivator. Spider poison? Heavenly fiend holy land's old 6, celestial fiend Ponzi? Guhan's expression suddenly changed. Celestial fiend Ponzi? Guhai's face suddenly fell. Not long ago, the heavenly fiend Holy Land's 5 peak masters were forced to retreat by Qi Yu at the Corpse Mound realm. In just a few days they actually caught up again? Even I couldn't stand celestial fiend Ponzi's poison back then. It's colorless and tasteless. Once it enters the body too much, the body will stiffen and be at its mercy. Furthermore, this poison gas doesn't need to be inhaled. It can enter through one's pores. Even celestial fiend Ponzi has a hard time condensing this poison. It needs at least 300 years of accumulation to envelop the entire limitless celestial capital. Father, mother, let's go quickly. Guhan immediately said anxiously. The unborn man's figure also moved as if he wanted to dodge. Guhai frowned and was just about to speak when Qin Xian shook her head. No matter. As long as it's poison, I have a way. But, mother, this Ponzi poison is no small matter. Guhan still said worriedly. Listen to your mother. Don't be rash. Guhai said indifferently. Yes. Guhan's face was still incomparably worried. Poison? If it was before, Guhai would still care. However, Qin Xian revived. Guhai was not worried anymore. Because Guhai understood Qin Xian's ability. Furthermore, during this period of time in the ancient immortal dome, Qin Xian also showed Guhai her mastery of the poison Dao. A body condensed from the poison Dao laws. In itself, she had a natural control over the poison Dao laws of heaven and earth. Competing in poison with Xian'er? This was the rhythm of courting death. However, he saw Qin Xian'er reach out her right index finger and point. Buzz. A ripple that resembled rainbow-colored dust suddenly appeared in the void. The rainbow-colored dust instantly spread throughout the entire infinite celestial capital. Because of the diffusion, the 7-colored dust was very thin, making it impossible to see its color. What do you think? Guhai looked at Qin Xian'er. The poison has been detoxified. At the same time, I used a similar poison. Qin Xian'er smiled. Similar poison? This is the coiling silk poison. When the ancient sorcerer tribe refined the spider poison king, they refined it before. Back then, the production was extremely small, so they imitated and refined this poison. However, the refinement failed and some inferior products were refined. However, they were completely ineffective, Qin Xian'er explained. Guhai nodded. Was Qin Xian'er luring the heavenly demon out? Poison gas enveloped the infinite celestial capital. Another half a day passed. All of a sudden, a commoner in the boundless celestial capital stiffened. Ka. One by one, the commoner's movements stiffened. What's going on? Why is my body so stiff? It's like I'm being entangled by a large amount of spider silk. Me too, I can't move. I'm getting stiffer and stiffer. Why is this happening? Save me. The commoners in the city all revealed terrified expressions. Citizens of the infinite celestial capital, I'm feeling a little unwell. Don't worry, I'll be fine soon. Suddenly, Guhai's voice resounded throughout the city. Upon hearing Guhai's voice, all the commoners immediately relaxed. If His Majesty said it would be fine soon, then it would definitely be fine soon. There was no need to worry. Guhai was now the spiritual pillar of the infinite celestial capital. Every word and action of his affected the entire city. The commoners were no longer afraid. But at this moment, an icy laugh suddenly resounded throughout the infinite celestial capital. Feeling a little unwell? You'll be fine soon? Guhai, I think you can't move yourself now either. Suddenly, a voice was heard, instantly exploding in the infinite celestial capital. Everyone turned to look, only to see 3 black-robed men standing on a white cloud high up in the sky. The one in the lead was the one who laughed loudly just now. At this moment, Gu Hai's group was standing in the plaza of the soaring sky hall. They looked at the three black-robed men in the sky together. Sure enough, Old 6 is the one who released the poison, and the other two are Old 8 and Old 9. Gu Han glared. Amit Ba. Mahavairakana said with a gloomy expression. Shangguan Hen clenched his fists even tighter. Qin Xian stood beside Gu Hai and smiled at the three people in the sky. Husband, they seem to be too confident? Qin Xian said with a smile. Gu Hai looked at the three people in the sky. Ponzi Celestial Demon? Why, it's only the three of you this time. Where's Old 5 and Old 10? The three of us are enough. The last time at the Corpse Tomb Realm, we just didn't have time to prepare. Do you think we were really afraid of Chiyu back then? Humph, we just didn't want to have unnecessary losses. Now how do you feel? Ponzi Celestial Demon said with a cold laugh. How do you feel? Do you all know what place this is? Trespassing in the infinite celestial capital? You all don't want to leave, right? Gu Hai said in a cold voice. Aha, with just a few of you? Even if you're at your peak, forget about keeping us behind too. Moreover, all of you are poisoned now. Your nerves are going to be numb and you'll completely lose consciousness. Mahavairakana? Shangguan Hen? Gu Han? Even if you all are at the great circle of the heavenly palace, you can forget about getting lucky under my Ponzi Celestial Demon. My Ponzi Celestial Demon is the most poisonous poison in the world. No poison can compare. You all just wait for death. Ponzi Celestial Demon said with a cold laugh. Just Ponzi Celestial Demon, nothing more than this. Gu Hai said coolly. What did you say? Ponzi Celestial Demon said coldly. I said, you're looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. A puny Ponzi Celestial Demon also dares to say that it's the most poisonous poison in the world? Gu Hai said with a cold laugh. Ponzi Celestial Demon was just about to mock when suddenly, the Old 9 at the side rubbed his nose. A trace of blood appeared on his finger. 6, my nose is bleeding. Old 9 said in shock. And my nose is bleeding too. I seem to have been poisoned. 6, you didn't put the poison on my body, right? Old 8 also said in shock. Rubbish. How is that possible? Using poison in the world, who can compare to me? I'm bleeding too? Ponzi Celestial Demon suddenly quivered and said in shock. Impossible. 6, you have the extreme poison body. How could you be poisoned? Old 9 cried out in shock and disbelief. Extreme poison body? It had always been Ponzi Celestial Demon who poisoned others. She had never been poisoned before. Poisoned? Ponzi Celestial Demon instantly thought of the miserable states of those people who died under her poison in the past. She was poisoned too? She didn't even know what poison it was? How was that possible? Go and capture them. Gu Hai instructed. Shangguan Hen, Gu Han, and Mahavairakana immediately stepped out. Boom. 3 great circle auras suddenly erupted, charging straight at Ponzi Celestial Demon and the others like a mountain torrent. Why you guys weren't poisoned? Old 9 cried out in shock. See, quickly leave. Ponzi Celestial Demon immediately vomited a mouthful of blood from being poisoned. Ponzi Celestial Demon was a poison expert. She naturally understood how frightening this acute poison was. Now, she was already not bleeding from her nose, but from her 7 orifices. If she still didn't expel the poison fire would attack her heart. Even if Vast Freedom Celestial Demon came, he also wouldn't be able to save her. Go. The 3 people turned around and ran in fright. Wanna leave? Isn't it a bit late? Shangguan Hen said coldly. Rulai Divine Palm. Buddha Kingdom in a palm. Vicious Vajra Palm. The 3 people struck a palm with tremendous power at nearly the same time. Although the 3 great celestial demons were poisoned, fleeing for their lives was more important at this moment. They didn't even counterattack. Boom, boom, boom. 3 palms suddenly bombarded the 3 great celestial demons. Buff, buff, buff. In an instant, the 3 people vomited blood and were sent flying. Bus. As the 3 people were sent flying, their figures suddenly swayed as if they had disappeared. Not good, they are escaping. Quick. Gu Han's expression changed as he quickly grabbed. However, the 3 people were already gone in a flash. Where are they? Shangguan Hen's expression changed as he said in shock. The aura of the netherworld? Mahavairakana said in surprise. The 2-realm talisman bestowed by Vast Freedom Celestial Demon can travel between the 2 realms of yin and yang. Gu Han's expression sank. Unborn man, quick. Ask the unborn man to open the netherworld gate. They are heavily injured. This is the best time to pursue the victory. Shangguanhen said anxiously. No, it's too late. The two-realm talisman does not travel to the netherworld but to a random place in the netherworld. Now that they have escaped, we can't find them anymore. Gu Han showed a regretful expression. If only we had been faster earlier. Shangguanhen also showed an angry expression. They actually let them escape from such an easy task? This was too infuriating. The three returned to the soaring palace hall's plaza with bitter expressions. Father, mother, this child miscalculated. I should have charged up earlier. Gu Han said regretfully. There is no need to regret. If you had gone up earlier, I would not have had time to use the poison. If they escaped, so be it. My poison already locked onto them. If they come again, I can discover them in advance. Qin Xian consoled. At this moment, the stiff bodies of all the people in the city suddenly trembled and recovered. Oh, I feel so comfortable all over. The poison of those three black-robed men earlier was not that great. His Majesty is still the best. Countless people rejoiced. However, Gu Hai frowned slightly. It was indeed not a good sign that they could not capture Heavenly Demon Ponzi earlier. It had only been a few days and they had already chased them to the Yang realm. It could be seen that the Heavenly Demon Holy Land's revenge was extremely strong. Husband, don't worry. The poison that Heavenly Demon Ponzi and the rest were poisoned with is not an ordinary poison. Although they escaped, it will take some time to detoxify them. Moreover, whoever detoxifies them will be infected by this poison. They will not have an easy time now. Qin Xian consoled. Gu Hai nodded. The unborn man at the side looked at Qin Xian in horror. Wasn't she immortal before she died? Even if Gu Hai reconstructed her body, it could not be so exaggerated? How could she be so good at using poison? Even the White Emperor was not so exaggerated. Even the great perfection of Heavenly Palace was silently poisoned by her? What would happen to Wan Qing in the future? The unborn man was worried. However, Gu Hai's expression suddenly turned solemn. Not good. Nine, the Imperial Dynasty? Big brothers sighed. Gu Hai's expression suddenly changed. Qiyu? Gu Han asked doubtfully. However, they saw Gu Hai's heaven's eye at his glabella suddenly open. A beam of light shot out from the heaven's eye, and the aura of heaven's might made everyone's heart palpitate. Instantly, Gu Hai saw the center of the divine continent in the distance. 9, the Imperial Dynasty, capital, Qiyu City. Rumble. In the sky above Qiyu City, rolling thunder and lightning rushed down like a waterfall. It was as though it was going to destroy the entire Qiyu City. Chapter 1022. Central of the Divine Continent. 9, the Imperial Dynasty. Qiyu City. Qiyu City was renamed not long ago when the dynasty was established. Qiyu was announcing to everyone that Qiyu was back. Although it had been 3,000 years, Qiyu's name was still resounding. The ruler of a dynasty was once Qiyu's subordinate. When he learned of Qiyu's return, he immediately relinquished his country and pledged his loyalty again. The leaders of the 6 major sects also relinquished their sections. In a short time, the 9 Li Imperial Dynasty was promoted to the 9 Li Imperial Dynasty. The trend was the return of the king. Although it was still far from 3,000 years ago, the 9 Li Imperial Dynasty was already in its embryonic form, and it was getting bigger and bigger. All the officials of the 9 Li Imperial Dynasty knew how strong Qiyu was. They believed that other than the Great Yellow Dynasty, no one would dare to go against them. But today, a calamity that could destroy the world suddenly descended. Outside Qiyu City, there was a grand formation protecting it. Outside, lightning surged like a heavenly river bursting its banks, drowning the entire Qiyu City. Outside Qiyu City, there was already a scorched earth. The citizens in the city revealed terrified expressions because there were many cracks on the grand formation protecting the city, as if it would shatter at any moment. Once the lightning surged into the city, the citizens would definitely die. The threat of death loomed over everyone's heart. Qiyu led a group of officials and looked coldly at the rolling lightning clouds in the sky. Your Majesty, this is the divine lightning? So much? One of the officials shouted in fear. Big brother, this is the electric eel demon? A giant narrowed his eyes. Qiyu sneered, Heavenly Demon Holy Land? The 10th brother we saw a few days ago? Heavenly Demon Holy Land? They are really persistent. They even chased us to the world of the living? 10th brother? Isn't that the great perfection Heavenly Palace? The giant said coldly. That's right, the great perfection heavenly palace. That's about the same as the corpse bug heavenly demon. At most it's only slightly stronger. Electric eel? It's just a small fish. Chiyu said coldly. Your Majesty, leave it to us brothers. Brothers, eat it. The giant said with a sinister expression. The other 80 giants also revealed sinister expressions. Of course I have to eat. However, this clearly isn't as simple as the heavenly devil holy ground. Matriarch G actually colluded with the heavenly devil holy ground just to deal with me? Aha, good timing. Just these trash? Today I'll let you experience my Chiyu's ability. Chiyu said in a cold voice. We await your Majesty's orders. The group of giants shouted. Didn't you want to eat? Other than Chiyu City, everything else is yours. Chiyu shouted. Yes. The 81 giants shouted. Since they were already here, there was no need to be courteous. They immediately rushed out of the city guarding formation. Rumble. Suddenly, rolling thunder and lightning struck the bodies of the 81 giants. Just one look at the rolling thunder and lightning was enough to send chills down one's spine. The 81 giants did not even use their mana to defend themselves and were instantly drowned by the sea of thunder. Ah! My divine firmament heavenly lightning contains poisonous electricity. You dare to touch it with your physical body? You are courting death. A loud laugh came from the lightning. He could vaguely see a huge electric eel that was 3,000 meters long swimming in the thunder and lightning. Boom, boom, boom. Immediately, a large amount of thunder and lightning struck the giants. However, the giants followed Chiyu and learned the main branch of the shaman path, the Devour the Heavens and Earth branch. Their bodies were made of steel and were invulnerable. The rolling thunder and lightning struck their bodies, but they did not suffer any injuries. It was as if they were swimming in water. What? The electric eel great demon exclaimed in surprise. Ha! You want to deal with my big brother with this drizzle? What the hell is this? Brothers, let me eat it. A giant shouted. Boom. The 81 giant mouths opened and sucked in. Rumble. Rumble. The rolling thunder and lightning were instantly sucked into the giants' mouths like a river. The giants seemed to be enjoying the thunder and lightning that exploded into their throats. In the blink of an eye, 1/10 of the thunder and lightning was eaten by the 81 giants. The huge electric eel's face stiffened as if it did not believe it. Impossible. Devour the heavens and earth? The lineage of the ancient shaman cultivators was extinct. You've only scratched the surface at most. The electric eel said in shock and anger. In its shock and anger, it swung its tail at a giant. The thunder and lightning on its tail seemed to have turned black as it hit a giant. Boom. The giant was instantly sent flying. Its chest was charred black. Haha, I thought you were invincible. The electric eel said disdainfully. You hurt my brother? Brothers, eat it. A giant suddenly roared. Boom. 80 giants pounced on the electric eel together. Who do you think you are? The electric eel said disdainfully. It immediately swung its tail at a giant again. Boom. With a slap of the tail, a loud sound rang out. However, the giant did not fly away. Instead, it hugged the tail tightly and stuck to it. Pfft. The giant spat out a mouthful of blood, but its face was even more ferocious. It bit the electric eel's meat. Squeak. The giant's teeth were like the most powerful blades in the world. It tore off a piece of electric eel's meat. Ah. The electric eel swung its tail in pain. However, the giants around it pounced on it one after another. One after another, they gnawed at the electric eel crazily. Black lightning exploded, and the giants' bodies were charred black. However, the 81 giants ignored their injuries and ate, gnawing and swallowing. Get lost, you bugs. Get lost. The electric eel shook its body desperately, but the giants did not care about their lives. Injuries? Those injuries were nothing. As long as there was food, they did not care about anything. In the blink of an eye, most of the giants were entangled with the electric eel, but the remaining giants were devouring the thunder and lightning. The rolling sea of thunder and lightning was rapidly decreasing. Get lost. Boom. The giants swung their bodies and paid the price of tearing off a large piece of flesh. All of them were thrown away. Thunder domain open. The electric eel roared loudly. Suddenly, 10,000 electric eels appeared in the void. As soon as the Divine Path domain opened, the 10,000 electric eels looked extremely huge. We didn't want to increase in numbers. Now that there are so many of us, We're even hungrier. However, if we're hungry, then so be it. We have food anyway. A giant said coldly. Bang! Each of the 81 giants could use their divine path domain. Suddenly there were 10,000 of each of them. Whoosh! They inhaled sharply. More than half of the divine sky lightning sea was sucked away, leaving only a thin layer. You bunch of foodies, you actually have a god? Go to hell. The electric eel was also shocked and angry. The 10,000 electric eels opened their mouths and spat out rolling black lightning. Roar! The 810,000 giants opened their mouths and faced the black lightning. Boom! Squeak! Squeak! As they ate the black lightning, they arrived at the electric eel's periphery. So what if there were 10,000 electric eels? You have a domain, so do we. Isn't it just eating? Rumble. The electric eel at the peak of the heavenly palace was trapped by the 81 giants. It was at a disadvantage and was constantly being eaten. Far away in the infinite celestial capital, Guhai, Guhan, Mahavarakana, and Shangguanhen all looked over. Devour the heavens and earth? As expected of one of the 5 main branches of the sorcerer tribe. These 81 giants at the 9th level of the heavenly palace can fight against a great perfection? And they have the advantage? Guhai exhaled softly. The 10th brother of the heavenly demon sacred ground can hurt even a great perfection of the heavenly palace with that destructive black lightning. These giants are unaffected? Their bodies? Guhan said in shock. Chiyu is indeed extraordinary. Husband, you have become sworn brothers with a powerful big brother? Qin Xianer laughed. The unborn man was stunned. What did Qin Xianer mean? Could she also see far away? Was Qin Xianer also at the great perfection of the heavenly palace? Guhai nodded slightly and said solemnly, only one electric eel? It doesn't seem that simple. Guhan, Shangguanhen. Here. The two answered. You two go to Chiyu City immediately and wait for Chiyu's orders. Fight the enemy. Guhai instructed. Yes. The two answered in shock. This scene clearly showed that Chiyu had the upper hand. Why did he want us to go? However, the two did not ask further. They stepped forward and instantly shot to the center of the divine continent. As expected, just as the two of them set foot on the road, there were changes in Chiyu City. However, he saw that the 10,000 doppelgangers had once again returned to one giant. The 81 giants held onto the electric eel demon tightly. No matter how the electric eel demon struggled, they refused to let go. Even though there were many wounds on their bodies from the explosion, they still continued to gnaw on the electric eel demon's body. For the sake of food, they were willing to give up their lives. You bastards. Let go. Let go. The electric eel kept blasting with destructive black lightning. However, no matter how injured the giants were, they refused to let go. Quickly save me. These smelly bugs can't die from the explosion. Quickly save me. The electric eel writhed in pain. Vaguely, a large hand grabbed at the electric eel from the lightning. Below, Chiyu smiled coldly. Finally, you can't hold it in anymore? As he spoke, Chiyu extended his hand and struck toward the sky. Boom. A pitch-black astral palm shot into the sky, carrying a destructive aura. In an instant, it shattered the remaining lightning and reached where the large hand was. That large hand was originally prepared to help the electric eel. However, when Chiyu's palm suddenly struck, it did not dare to ignore it. It could only meet Chiyu's palm. When the palm struck, it was a huge bear paw. It's you, Matriarch Ji's lackey, the supreme of the bear tribe, Xiongyu? Don't you know? I like to eat bear paws the most. Chiyu sneered. However, just as the huge bear paw was about to collide with Chiyu's astral palm suddenly changed. A mouth appeared in the center of the palm. It was a mouth full of fangs. The mouth in the center of the palm suddenly opened and bit at the bear paw. What? Bastard Chiyu, how dare you? A deep roar of anger came from the sea of lightning. Boom. The huge bear paw was swallowed by the mouth in Chiyu's palm. Kacha. As if something was bitten off, a large amount of blood instantly splattered in all directions. Roar. An angry roar came from the sea of lightning. Chapter 1023. Chiyu City? Roar. An angry roar came from the thunder clouds. Xiongyu, don't be so desperate. It's not like I haven't eaten your paws before. Ah. Chiyu laughed. Chiyu, you will definitely die today. An angry roar came from the thunder clouds. Chiyu smiled disdainfully. Bastards, you bugs. The electric eel demon suddenly roared ferociously. As it roared, it turned its head and swallowed a giant on its body. Although the giant was bigger than an ordinary person, it was only 30 feet tall. The electric eel demon was 1,000 feet tall, so it naturally swallowed it. After swallowing a giant, the other giants did not seem to care. They were still biting. Humph! Let's see who can eat who. I will eat all of you. The electric eel demon roared. Whoosh! Immediately, another 2 giants were swallowed into his stomach. I have an infinite amount of destructive black thunder in my stomach. Once I enter, I. The electric eel demon said ferociously. However, halfway through, its eyes suddenly widened. Puff! The electric eel demon suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. What? The electric eel demon exclaimed. Ha! Us brothers have heads of copper and foreheads of iron, invulnerable to swords and spears, impervious to fire and water. Let's see if it can refine our brothers. Ah! The giants laughed. In the electric eel demon's stomach, although the 3 giants were surrounded by countless black thunder, they opened their mouths and quickly ate the flesh in the electric eel demon's stomach. In an instant, the electric eel demon was severely injured. Its body was severely injured. The deities in its body wanted to stop it, but they were almost eaten in an instant. Ka. Suddenly there was a series of cracking sounds, and the 3 giants were spat out. The giants were entangled with the electric eel demon. No matter how the electric eel demon attacked, even if it bit the giants with its sharp teeth, the giants were invulnerable. What are you waiting for? Lao Wu, hurry up and do something. The electric eel demon roared. Whoosh! All of a sudden, 4 more palms reached out from the remaining bit of thundercloud. 4 palms? Seeing the 4 palms that suddenly appeared, Chiyu's eyes suddenly narrowed. He finally took it seriously because the 4 palms were different. Moreover, this aura was like that of 4 great fulfillment heavenly palaces. What's the use of having so many? Break. Chiyu once again struck out with his palm. One of the palms struck towards Chiyu, while the other 3 went to save the electric eel demon. As soon as the palm arrived, it turned fiery red, and a large hole appeared in the center of Chiyu's palm. Just as it was about to devour the fiery red hand, the hand suddenly expanded 100 times, surpassing the size of the mouth. Hong! With a loud bang, the fiery red palm was blasted away. It was clearly no match for Chiyu, but it was surprisingly not eaten by Chiyu. This made Chiyu's expression sink. It's you? Heavenly Devil Holy Land's 5th brother? Chiyu's face turned cold. Not long ago they had clashed once in the Corpse Mound realm. Chiyu would never forget this aura. On the other side, 3 gigantic palms struck out and sent the 81 giants flying, rescuing the electric eel demon. The electric eel demon immediately escaped. At this moment, its body was covered in blood and looked very miserable. Whoosh! The electric eel demon immediately turned into a fat man covered in blood. However, at this moment, a large piece of flesh was torn off, looking very miserable. Roar! The 81 giants opened their mouths and sucked. All the lightning in the sky was instantly devoured. Immediately, the 5 figures in the sky were revealed. Two dogs of the Heavenly Devil Holy Land and 3 dogs of the Great Yellow Dynasty? Fire Toad Heavenly Demon? Electric Eel Demon? Bear? Eowing? Fengbo? Chiyu said coldly. The electric eel demon was covered in blood and looked at Chiyu with a cold expression. The Fire Toad Heavenly Demon was dressed in black robes. However, its exposed palms were red, and it gave off a fiery poisonous aura. Eowing clenched his fists and showed a cold expression. Fengbo looked at Chiyu with a smile, but his eyes were filled with murderous intent. The last one was a burly man in a fur robe. He had a ferocious expression as he held his right hand that was bleeding. He looked at Chiyu coldly. His right hand that was bleeding seemed to have been bitten off earlier, and now it was slowly growing back. Soon it returned to its original state. It was the bear tribe's prime Xiongyu. Fire Toad Heavenly Demon, how was that palm strike earlier? Fengbo asked. It was a little rushed. This Chiyu is indeed powerful. However, I can hold him back. The Fire Toad Heavenly Demon said confidently. Prime Xiongyu, how are your injuries? Fengbo looked at the burly man in the fur robe. Humph. Chiyu is cunning. I am fine. I can kill him. Xiongyu said with a ferocious expression. However, Chiyu showed a cold smile. You can kill me? Are you careless? Did you think that I was using my full strength? The 5's faces sank. Eowing? You actually reached the consummation of the Heavenly Palace? It seems that you are not stable yet. Chiyu said coldly. I just reached the consummation of the heavenly palace. However, since I reached this step, I will not lose to you. Aoing said coldly. Consummation of the heavenly palace? That's right. Your dragon race is indeed blessed. You should have obtained some kind of inheritance from the ancestor dragon. The moment you entered the heavenly palace, you were stronger than this eel. But so what? Chiyu said coldly. Aoing looked at Chiyu coldly. Chiyu finally looked at Fenghua. Fenghua, I really underestimated you. You really hid yourself well. You were sent by that old man Jiang Lianshan to spy on Matriarch Ji. You actually submitted to her? Two-faced and three-faced. Everyone misjudged you. Fenghua smiled. It doesn't matter if you misjudged me. What's important is that I didn't do anything wrong. Chiyu, why aren't you mobilizing the power of the heavenly palace? The 5 of us are already at the consummation of the heavenly palace. You don't think that you can fight us alone, right? Apart from you, there is no one else in your 9th imperial dynasty. Alright. There are also the 81 charcoal heads. They barely fought the electric eel heavenly demon. You should know that the electric eel heavenly demon is the weakest among the 5 of us. Prime Xiongyu sneered. The electric eel heavenly demon's face stiffened, but he didn't refute. I don't need to mobilize the power of the heavenly palace to deal with the few of you. Chiyu said coldly. It's your 9th imperial dynasty that doesn't have the support of the people. Even if you borrow the power of the imperial dynasty, you won't be able to borrow much strength. Prime Xiongyu laughed. Chiyu, since you have no troops to use, today is the day you die. Aoing said coldly. Chiyu's face turned cold and he was about to speak. Bang, bang. Suddenly, 2 streaks of light shot over and landed on 2 mountain peaks not far from Chiyu City. 2 powerful auras suddenly burst out. They were the auras of the consummation of the heavenly palace. Everyone turned to look. I am Shangguan Hen of the Great Han Imperial Dynasty. I have received His Majesty's order and am here to await the 9th Heavenly Emperor's orders. Shangguan Hen bowed respectfully as he was surrounded by golden light. I am Gu Han of the Great Han Imperial Dynasty. I have received His Majesty's orders and am here to await the 9th Heavenly Emperor's orders. Gu Han was also surrounded by golden light as he bowed respectfully. Shangguan Hen? Gu Han? Since you're here, where's Ponzi Celestial Demon and the rest? Fire Toad suddenly said coldly. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the limitless celestial capital. However, they saw that outside the limitless celestial capital, everything was extremely peaceful. There was no trace of Ponzi Celestial Demon and the rest. Something happened? Fire Toad said solemnly. Suddenly, 2 consummation of the heavenly palace came to help. Chiyu laughed loudly. Many thanks to the 2 of you. Originally, I didn't need to trouble second brother. However, since you're here, then come over. Yes. Shangguan Hen and Gu Han stepped forward and arrived at Chiyu's side in an instant. Chiyu wasn't too courteous with Gu Hai. Originally, I only wanted to deal with these 5 small fries, but since all of you are here, then help me hold back 1 or 2 of them. Since all of you are here, then I will kill all 5 of them, not leaving a single one alive. Chiyu said with a cold expression. Humph, Chiyu, you talk big. Xiongyu glared at him. However, the 5 of them weren't as confident as before. Bang, bang. However, at this moment, 2 streaks of flowing light suddenly rushed over. Everyone turned to look. However, they saw 2 figures land on the square where Chiyu was at. Xing Tian Hou-yi? Xiongyu's expression suddenly changed. Great Yin Celestial Empire Xing Tian. Following His Holiness's orders, I'm here to await the 9th Great Emperor's orders. Great Yin Celestial Empire Hou-yi. Following His Holiness's orders, I'm here to await the 9th Great Emperor's orders. The 2 of them immediately bowed respectfully. Fire Toad, who was not far away, sneered. Great Yin Celestial Empire? They only sent 2 people from the 9th level of the Heavenly Palace to help? Haha, looks like the Great Yin Celestial Empire doesn't have any experts. Fire Toad could feel the aura of Xing Tian and Hou-yi. They were only at the 9th level of the Heavenly Palace. They weren't even comparable to the giant just now. How could they shamelessly say that they were here to await the 9th Great Emperor's orders? No, it's not. Fenghua, who was the calmest at the side, said with a darkened expression. What? Are they not at the 9th level of the Heavenly Palace? This aura is clearly there. Electric Eel said in disbelief. However, Chiyu frowned as he looked at Xing Tian and Hou-yi. His expression was complicated. My two brothers, ha, you actually submitted to Jiang Yan? You were so arrogant back then. Qi Yu said with a trace of disbelief. His Holiness is a man of great talent and strategy. We are honored to follow him. Ho Yi said with a determined look in his eyes. Aha, alright, you are honored? Back then, when I went to the battlefield for the first time, it was the two of you who protected me. In the blink of an eye, it has been almost 4,000 years. That old fogey Jiang Lianshan wants to hide you and seal your cultivation? Jiang Yin turned into a zombie and his bloodline changed. However, I can help you undo it. Jiang Yin? Haha, he called you here so that I can help you undo the seal, right? Alright, forget it. Come. Qi Yu said in a low voice. As he spoke, his finger trembled and 2 drops of blood appeared on his fingertip. They instantly dripped into Xing Tian and Ho Yi's glabella. Stop him. Feng Bo exclaimed. However, it was too late. The 2 drops of Qi Yu's blood landed on Xing Tian and Ho Yi's glabella. Suddenly, a blood-colored restriction appeared on their glabella. Bang. The blood-colored restriction suddenly broke open. Rumble. A storm-like aura suddenly erupted from Xing Tian and Ho Yi's bodies. The enormous aura even caused a large number of cracks to appear on the ground of the plaza. Consummation of the Heavenly Palace? Electric Eel's expression changed. Many thanks, Ninely Heavenly Emperor. Xing Tian and Ho Yi bowed deeply. My 2 brothers? Ah, you are too polite to me. However, it seems like we have returned to the past. We can fight side by side again. Originally, I only planned to leave behind these 5 lackeys. Now, I feel that we should kill our way to Shenyuan City and kill that treacherous Empress Ji. Qi Yu said with a ferocious expression. We will listen to Ninely Heavenly Emperor's orders. Ho Yi and Xing Tian shouted in response. Boom. Qi Yu, Xing Tian, Ho Yi, Shengguan Hen, Gu Han, and the 81 giants immediately looked at the 5 experts in the sky with ferocious gazes. Chapter 1024. Great Yellow Dynasty, Shenyuan City, Upper Study Room. Matriarch Ji looked at Qiyu City in the distance with a gloomy expression. A group of officials stood behind her. Among them, Song Jie was using a spell to show the scene of Qiyu City to the others. Looking at the scene of the spell formation, everyone instantly became solemn. Mr. Wu Xing, who was at the back of the group of officials, narrowed his eyes and thought, Feng Bo is also at the great perfection of the Heavenly Palace? He has been pretending all along, right? This great yellow dynasty still has many experts hidden? Among this group of people, other than Song Jie, could there be other officials who are also at the great perfection of the Heavenly Palace and are pretending to be weak? Mr. Wu Xing checked the faces of the officials. However, to be able to be Matriarch Ji's official, none of them were simple. In a short time, no one could find any clues. What a good move. It's a pity that 5 great perfection of the Heavenly Palace are here. No matter how powerful Qiyu is, he won't be able to escape. Emperor Kong sneered. Shengguan Hen Guhan? Could it be that the heavenly demon Holy Land's attack on the limitless celestial capital failed? Li Mu's expression turned cold. Matriarch Ji looked at the limitless celestial capital in the north. As expected, the limitless celestial capital was peaceful. The heavenly demon Holy Land is really unreliable. Matriarch Ji said coldly. Everyone patiently looked at the scene displayed by Tsang Jie. Ho Yi Xing Tian? The great Yen Sky dynasty also came to unseal them? Qiyu unsealed them? Emperor Kong's eyes widened in shock. Supreme martial artist Xiong Yu and the others are in trouble. Tsang Jie said. Matriarch Ji's face darkened as she looked into the distance. In the distance, Qiyu had the help of 4 great perfection of the Heavenly Palace, and his strength instantly rose to the peak. Even if 5 great experts came to attack, he was still fearless. Moreover, each of them emitted a fierce aura. A great battle was about to begin. Qiyu City. Qiyu twisted his neck and revealed a sinister smile. Alright, 1 each. You guys hold them back, I'll kill them. Qiyu laughed evilly. Shengguan Hen, Gu Han, and Xing Tian immediately stepped into the sky. Aoing? I'll do it. Shengguan Hen's body glowed with golden light as he charged towards Aoing. Shengguan Hen? Do you think it's Elder Wu? You overestimate yourself. Aoing glared at him and punched out. Ong. He punched out and the sound of a dragon shook the heavens. It was as if an azure dragon claw was smashing down. Shengguan Hen had a ferocious expression on his face, and his fist was also emitting a dazzling golden light. Hong! When the two fists collided, the void instantly shattered into countless pieces. Shen Guanhen and Ao Ying both retreated. Surprisingly, they were evenly matched. Not bad. Come again. Ao Ying glared and pounced again. Shen Guanhen did not decline, and the two of them once again intertwined. Gu Han instantly arrived at the fire-toad heavenly devil land. With the guidance of Mahavarakana these past 2 days, I have comprehended the Buddha country in a palm. Fire-toad heavenly demon, try again. Gu Han said in a deep voice. Old 7? You are not even comparable to Old 6 and you want to fight with me? You are courting death. The fire-toad heavenly demon snorted and struck out with his palm. The two palms collided in the void. Hong! Under the huge impact, the area of the void shattered was not smaller than that of Shen Guanhen and Ao Ying. Old 5 was Old 5 after all. Even though Gu Han had a breakthrough, he was still not a match for the fire-toad heavenly demon. However, Gu Han's goal was not to defeat the fire-toad heavenly demon, but to hold him back. In the instant that Gu Han retreated, he pounced forward again and exchanged blows with the fire-toad heavenly demon again and again. The swastika behind him shone brightly in the void, and the sound of scriptures chanting could be heard from his palms. Gu Han's golden body of virtuous virtue was much stronger than before in terms of resistance to attacks. Xing Tian carried his battle axe and huge shield and instantly charged at Xiongyu. Xing Tian, we were comrades in the past. Xiongyu struck Xing Tian's huge shield with his palm. Hong! The huge shield paused and the void shattered at the point of impact. Comrades? Has Xiongyu, from the moment you betrayed his holiness, we were no longer comrades. Xing Tian struck down with his axe. Xiongyu struck out with his palm. Hong! The power of the axe was extremely great. Xiongyu was instantly sent flying by the axe. Mighty bear, boundless strength? This was what his holiness praised you in the past. However, it doesn't seem like much now. Kill. Xing Tian glared and struck down again. Hong! Xiongyu was sent flying again after colliding with the axe. Xing Tian pressed on, not giving in at all. Xiongyu was in an extremely sorry state. Hoi did not rush forward. Instead, he pulled out a divine arrow and knocked it on his bow. He looked coldly at Fengbua, who was not far away. Creak. Hoi slowly pulled his bow into a full moon. The purple divine arrow also emitted purple light. He aimed at Fengbua with a cold expression. Fengbua, who was far away, was also at the consummation of the heavenly palace. He did not seem to be weaker than Xiongyu and Ao Ying. However, when Hoi stared at him, he felt like he was facing a great enemy. Large amounts of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fengbua summoned wind from all directions, blowing continuously to his left and right to protect himself, as if trying to deflect Hoi's divine arrow. Hoi, we were comrades in the past after all. Fengbua shouted. If you don't move, I won't move. If you move, my arrow will definitely shoot. Hoi said indifferently. Hoi did not take the initiative to attack because they were comrades in the past. However, he had a sage fate. He could not do nothing. Since he did not want to kill, he had to pin down one person. Perhaps Fengbua was too afraid of Hoi's arrow. However, Xiaoqin really did not move. Not moving in this chaotic battlefield was a very dangerous thing to do. At the same time, it was also very helpless. Infinite heavenly capital, Gu Hai frowned slightly. Hoi? Is his arrow really that powerful? Fengbua does not dare to move? Arrow God Hoi. #1 in archery. Rumor has it that the person Long Zhanguo wanted to subdue the most was Hoi. The unborn man said in a deep voice. #1 in archery? Gu Hai's expression turned serious. Chiyu City, Shen Guanhen, Gu Han, Hoi and Xing Tian restrained Ao Ying, the fire-toad demon, Fengbua and Xiongyu respectively. Now, only Chiyu and the electric eel demon were left. Chiyu looked at the electric eel demon with a cold smile. The electric eel demon suddenly showed a look of horror. Why did you leave Chiyu to me? The electric eel demon exclaimed. However, they saw Chiyu take a step forward. No one saw how fast Chiyu was. In the blink of an eye, Chiyu was behind the electric eel demon. What? The electric eel demon's expression changed. He turned his head and hit Chiyu with his palm. Chiyu did not resist. The electric eel demon's palm slammed on Chiyu's chest. Boom. Boom. Under the huge hit, the electric eel demon was not happy. Instead, he showed a look of horror. Chiyu's body was too hard. It was like a child hitting an iron wall. It did not even shake Chiyu. His palms were ineffective. The electric eel demon wanted to retreat, but it was too late. You want to leave after the fight? It's not that easy. Chiyu sneered. He grabbed the electric eel demon's shoulder with one hand, and suddenly grabbed the electric eel demon's head with the other hand. The strength of his fingers was so strong that he had already dug 5 bloody holes in the electric eel demon's head. Fifth brother, save me, ah. The electric eel demon suddenly roared in pain. As it roared, it desperately hit Chiyu's body. However, Chiyu's body was too strong. Could not shake him at all. In the distance, the fire toad demon was suppressing Guhan. When it heard the electric eel demon's cry for help, it suddenly turned its head. 10th brother, the fire toad demon suddenly shouted. However, it saw Chiyu's lips curl into a sinister smile. His arms suddenly bulged with huge muscles. Bang! The electric eel demon's head was twisted off its neck by Chiyu. Its head and body were separated and blood splattered everywhere. Bang! The two halves of the electric eel demon's corpse immediately turned into the huge electric eel demon. At this moment, the electric eel demon was not completely dead. Its head and body were separated, and it showed an expression of disbelief. My brothers, you want to run when you are not full? It is not time yet. Chiyu sneered. As he sneered, he threw the two halves of the electric eel demon's corpse to the 81 giants. Brothers, eat the fish. Chiyu said coldly. Yes, big brother. The group of giants immediately swarmed over. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The giants' stomachs were like bottomless pits, quickly swallowing the electric eel demon. 10th brother. How dare you? Shut up. The fire toad demon shouted in fear. Whoosh. Chiyu abruptly turned his head with a ferocious expression on his face. The fire toad demon was startled. It was as though it was facing a great enemy. Fire toad demon? Although the fire toad is somewhat ugly, it should be very nutritious, right? Chiyu laughed heartily. Whoosh. Chiyu instantly arrived before the fire toad demon like a beam of light. The fire toad demon knocked back Guhan with a palm strike. When it saw Chiyu approaching, its expression changed. Didn't you want to kill me? Now this emperor is before you. Let's see what you can do. Chiyu charged at the fire toad demon. Little nephew Guhan, leave this to me. Go. Chiyu shouted at Guhan. Yes. Guhan answered. However, the fire toad demon acted as though it was facing a great enemy. It waved its hand and boundless flames suddenly soared into the sky. A red flame with a faint green hue instantly enveloped Chiyu and the fire toad demon. 9 The Martial Emperor, be careful. There is poison in this flame, the poison of the fire toad. It is the most poisonous poison in the world. Guhan shouted as he retreated. Chiyu's laughter came from the flame. Poison? Fire? Ah! I am impervious to fire and water. I fear no poison. Boom, boom, boom. Loud sounds came from the vast sea of fire poison. Chiyu was fighting the fire toad demon. What? No, Chiyu. My heavenly demon Holy Land has records of you. You should not be this strong. You should not. The fire toad demon suddenly roared. Records? Those are all rubbish. To think that you believe them. Ah. Chiyu guffawed. Fire toad divine poison, corroding heaven and earth. The fire toad demon's horrified cry came from the flame. Boom. However, that faint green light suddenly flourished. Instantly, it enveloped all the red in the flame. The entire flame turned emerald green. Sizzling sounds could be heard coming from the area that was enveloped by the fire. Even space seemed to corrode. Fire toad divine poison? Do you know why I fear no poison? It is because I cultivate swallowing heaven and earth. There is nothing that I do not eat, including poison. All poisons are my food. Ah. Chiyu laughed. Whoosh. The sound of a strong wind came. The rolling emerald green flame shrunk and was swallowed by Chiyu into his stomach. That area of space was exposed in front of everyone. Fengbue Xiongyu and Ao Ying's expression changed. They saw that one of Chiyu's hands was already in the fire toad demon's face. 2 fingers dug into its eyes, while the other 3 fingers dug 3 bloody holes in its face. The other hand was on its right leg. There were also 5 bloody holes. The fire toad demon kept waving its arms to attack Chiyu. However, it could not hurt Chiyu at all. No, don't kill me. If you dare to kill me, my master will not let you go. The fire toad demon screamed in fear. Don't worry. I will not kill you. Chiyu laughed. Ah. The fire toad demon was surprised. Will not kill me? I like to eat alive. Chiyu said in a cold voice. I like to eat alive? Hearing Chiyu's words, not only the fire toad demon, but also Fenghua and the rest felt their scalps go numb. Chiyu exerted force in his arms. Kacha. The fire toad demon was broken into two from the waist by Chiyu. Ah! The fire toad demon screamed in pain. Its scream tore through the space. Everyone felt the pain of its waist being broken. However, in the next moment, Chiyu's body suddenly became 30 feet tall. He opened his bloody mouth full of fangs. He swallowed the fire toad demon in one gulp. When Kong Shen swallowed demons, he swallowed them directly into his stomach. However, Chiyu swallowed them in his mouth. In his mouth, Chiyu chewed with his 2 rows of teeth. Squeak, squeak, squeak. He chewed the entire fire toad demon and swallowed it slowly. A great fulfillment of Heavenly Palace was chewed and swallowed alive just like that? The squeak and squeak sounds of chewing sent chills down the spines of the great fulfillment of Heavenly Palace. One of the 5 main bloodlines of the ancient sorcerer tribe. Swallowing the heavens and earth? Isn't that too terrifying? After swallowing the last mouthful of minced meat, Chiyu suddenly turned his head to look at the remaining 3 people, Ao Ying, Xiongyu and Fenghua. Looking at the 3 of them, Chiyu smiled. This ordinary smile, in the eyes of the 3 people, was like the most sinister and terrifying demon in the world. Chapter 1025. Crunch, crunch, crunch. When Chiyu ate the fire toad heavenly demon, the 81 giants also ate the electric eel heavenly demon. They did not even want to throw away the skin, bones, and blood. In the blink of an eye, the 2 complete heavenly palaces were eaten. Chiyu turned to look at the remaining 3. Xiongyu, Ao Ying, and Fengua's expressions changed. Let's go. Fenghua shouted. Xiongyu and Ao Ying did not linger. They turned around and flew into the distance. Go? Good. Everyone follow me to Shenyuan City. What do you think? Chiyu turned to look at the crowd. We await the 9 Great Emperor's orders. Shengguanhen, Guhan, Xingtian, and Ho Yi answered at the same time. Then let's go. Chiyu took a step forward and chased after the 3 people who were running away. Behind him, the 4 powerhouses followed closely behind. The 81 giants wanted to go, but their cultivation was not enough. They could only stay in Chiyu City. Great Yin Celestial Empire, Primitive City. Dressed in a red dragon robe, Bai stood at the entrance of the Flame God Hall and watched the battle in Chiyu City coldly. Sister, aren't you going to help? The elite guard was worried. It's not time yet. Bai said calmly. But the elite guard was anxious but could do nothing. Because once a decision is made, no one can change it. Limitless Celestial Capital, Soaring Sky Hall Square. Gu Hai looked at the battle in the distance and frowned slightly. Jiang Lianshan's power is really huge. Gu Hai said with a hint of shock. Jiang Rulai, Tian Rulai, Ren Rulai by Ho Yi, Xingtian, Chiyu, Fenghua, Matriarch Ji, Xiongyu, Ao Ying? Including Jiang Lianshan himself, Jiang Rulai had already set up 12 heavenly palaces of perfection on the surface? Jiang Lianshan has really hidden it well. Mahavairakana sighed and nodded. However, in the end he died 800,000 years ago. Ah, what a pity, what a pity. Gu Hai said in shock. Mahavairakana nodded. Husband, are you going to help? Qin Xianer asked. It's not time yet. Gu Hai shook his head solemnly. Oh, what? Qin Xianer was confused. The main reason why Big Brother is attacking Shenyuan City today is to reveal the trump card of the Great Yellow Dynasty. As long as we don't reveal the trump card, we won't be able to go all out. The moment the Great Yellow Dynasty's trump card is revealed, we will rush in without hesitation. However, if the Great Yellow Dynasty doesn't reveal its trump card, we will move in together. If there is any obstruction, it will be the same as exposing our abdomen to Matriarch Ji. What awaits us then is Matriarch Ji's killing move. Gu Hai explained. I don't understand. Qin Xianer frowned slightly. The Great Yellow Dynasty is a celestial empire after all. It can't be compared to an imperial empire. Furthermore, even Jiang Rulai couldn't win against Matriarch Ji when they fought for the Divine Tao Sorcerer's Book. This means that Matriarch Ji is more powerful than Jiang Rulai. If Jiang Rulai hid so much as an emperor, how could Matriarch Ji not hide anything? I dare say that Matriarch Ji is hiding even more than Jiang Rulai. To take an advance, one must give first. Big Brother is attacking Xinyuan City this time because he wants to use this opportunity to reveal Matriarch Ji's trump card. Gu Hai explained again. Ah, alright. Qin Xian'er nodded. She seemed to understand a little. Qi Yu's group flew and chased after Fengbue and the other two. They flew to the Heavenly Palace and released their auras. Wherever they passed, it was as if there were 8 huge black clouds in the sky. Hou-yi, where are your arrows? Xing Tian frowned and shouted at Hou-yi. Although the 3 of them had escaped, Hou-yi could definitely hit them if he shot an arrow. Why didn't Hou-yi shoot an arrow? Qi Yu might have cared about their old friendship and didn't ask, but Xing Tian couldn't help it. Hou-yi frowned slightly and said, "We were comrades in the past. If they didn't attack, I couldn't bear to shoot them." Didn't attack? What do you mean? Xing Tian frowned and said, "Apart from them, I won't let anyone else off. Furthermore, if they attack, I won't show mercy." Hou-yi sighed slightly. Qi Yu looked at Hou-yi and smiled. "Hou-yi, I finally understand why Jiang Lianshan, Matriarch Ji and Long Zhangguo wanted to rope you in back then. It's because you are too loyal and righteous. Li Heavenly Emperor, I..." Hou-yi frowned slightly. "You don't have to say anything. I understand. Don't worry. You protected me on the battlefield in the past. You are my comrade. I won't force you. Follow your heart." Qi Yu said. "Thank you, Li Heavenly Emperor." Hou-yi smiled bitterly. As the group flew, their powerful aura alarmed the experts along the way. The group of emperors and sect leaders were frightened by the aura. They wanted to see who was so presumptuous, but when they saw the fierce aura of the group, they swallowed their words. Great Perfection Heavenly Palace Great Perfection Stage? And there were 8 of them? Who dared to stop them? Xinyuan City, at the entrance of the upper study room. Matriarch Ji and the others looked at Qi Yu and the others who were chasing after Fengbue, and their faces turned gloomy. "They are here. What should we do? His Holiness?" Emperor Kong was worried. Someone walked out from the group of officials. "His Holiness, I will lead." Just as that person opened his mouth, Matriarch Ji waved her hand and stopped him. Mr. Wu Xing looked at them carefully. That person was called De Hong. He looked like an ordinary civil servant, but his calmness and confidence surprised Mr. Wu Xing. Where did this person get his confidence from? How dare he ask for battle? To lead an army? What army in the Great Yellow Dynasty could stop Qi Yu and the others? Matriarch Ji stopped him as though she didn't want to reveal her strength. "Bingheim." Matriarch Ji suddenly said. Whoosh. The door of a palace not far away opened. From the inside, a woman in a white veil slowly walked out. She was the commander of the Dahan Empire's 3rd Army, Bingheim. "His Holiness." Bingheim walked over and bowed respectfully. Far away in the boundless celestial capital. When Gu Hai saw Bingheim, his eyelids twitched. "That is Bingheim? She is indeed a beauty. She is Tai Yi's daughter and Matriarch Ji's granddaughter?" Qin Xian'er asked with a smile. Gu Hai nodded, but Gu Hai was still very worried. "Don't worry, husband. She is Matriarch Ji's granddaughter after all. Perhaps Matriarch Ji is preparing to use her to deal with you. Therefore, she shouldn't hurt Sister Bingheim now." Qin Xian'er advised. "Yes." Gu Hai nodded. However, Bingheim's expression is quite cold. "Husband, you like such a nice beauty, right?" Qin Xian'er asked with a smile. Gu Hai smiled bitterly and didn't answer. He saw Bingheim bowing respectfully to Matriarch Ji. "Bingheim, command the 10 Sun Sky traversing formation and intercept the enemy." Matriarch Ji said calmly. "Yes." Bingheim nodded. Matriarch Ji waved her sleeves. Wah. 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 Immediately, 10 huge golden crows flew out of Bing Ji's sleeves. When the golden crows flew out, they immediately released a monstrous heat wave. In an instant, the lake on the ground was completely evaporated. The 10 golden crows grew bigger and bigger. In the blink of an eye, each of them was 3,000 feet tall. They flew into the sky like 10 suns. Pa. The 10 golden crows spread their wings and flew into the distance at an extremely fast speed. They were like meteors flashing by. Matriarch Ji waved her hand and a huge 3-dimensional map appeared in front of her. She let Bingheim see the location of the enemy and the golden crows in the map. Rumble. Wherever the 10 golden crows passed, the ground was instantly roasted. Countless plants were instantly burned into a monstrous fire. These are the golden crows? They seem to be even more. Mr. Wu Xing said in shock. These 10 are the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi. Matriarch Ji said confidently. Ah! The officials exclaimed in shock. This isn't the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi from a few decades ago. That Eastern Emperor Tai Yi was just a puppet. This is the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi from 800,000 years ago. Matriarch Ji said calmly. 800,000 years ago? Everyone exclaimed in shock. That's right. Back then, when Zhang Lianshan and I returned to 800,000 years ago, the first thing we did was to capture the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi. Then, we made an identical copy of him and allowed him to roam freely 800,000 years ago. As for the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi's true body, Zhang Lianshan and I have already refined his evil soul. Matriarch Ji explained. This 800,000-year-old Eastern Emperor Tai Yi is a fake? Everyone exclaimed in shock. That's right. Although he has Tai Yi's memories, he isn't as ferocious as the real Tai Yi. That's why he didn't reach the peak of the Heavenly Palace 800,000 years ago. If that wasn't a fake, why didn't Tai Yi break through after 800,000 years? Matriarch Ji sneered. Matriarch Ji stared coldly into the distance. What Matriarch Ji didn't know was that the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi that she had swapped was swapped by Gu Hai a second time 800,000 years ago. Then why did Princess Bingheim? Emperor Kong frowned and asked in confusion. Although that Tai Yi of the Solar Divine Palace is a fake, the Six Paths Immortal gave him the heart of the Crow God. Bingheim's purpose of existence is to retrieve the heart of the Crow God and lead the Crow tribe in the world. She managed to do it. Hence, she was able to control the Tai Yi Vile Soul and merge it with a large number of evil souls. Then she separated the Tai Yi Vile Soul, allowing the Tai Yi Vile Soul to split into 10, and 10 into 100. Then their strength? Each of them is at the peak of the 9th level of the Heavenly Palace. When 10 of them fuse into a formation, they have the strength of a peak Heavenly Palace expert. Matriarch Ji said confidently. The 10 Sun Sky Crossing formation has the strength of a peak Heavenly Palace expert? Emperor Kong's eyes lit up. Everyone looked over. The 10 suns had already flown to where Fengbue, Xiongyu and Aoying were. His Holiness has sent people to help us. Haha, this is the 10 Sun Sky Crossing formation. Even if I am trapped in it, I won't be able to escape. Fengbue said happily. 10 suns as one as the sun in the sky. Xiongyu had seen the 10 Sun Sky Crossing formation before and was overjoyed. The 10 suns formed a large formation. When they burned the sky, they seemed to form a halo of energy. The halo of energy enveloped the 10 suns, forming a towering flame barrier. In the distance, Qiyu and the others also saw the 10 Sun Sky Crossing formation approaching. Golden Crow Suns? 10 Feathered Beast. You want to stop me? Qiyu said coldly. Ninely Great Emperor, let me deal with the 10 Golden Crows. Hou took out a giant bow. He took out a purple arrow from his quiver, knocked it, and pulled the string into a full moon. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.